Greetings and welcome to Of Scribes and Men. Now, for those of you who aren't aware, I am on a journey to reach 10,000 poems by November 2026, and I, of course, started this on Canada Day, which was July 1st of this year. What I am doing now is I'm going to be reading, at least for today, I'm going to be reading through two volumes. Volume 1, which is when I started the challenge, and then Volume 2, and then so on and so forth, up until we reach the 1,000 poems that I've already written in a multitude of different poetic forms. This is going to be the only volume that is going to be this neatly concise when it comes to volumes that have multiple poetic styles in here. This one only has 4 because I needed to get things out as fast as possible in order to kick things off. But I digress. This is volume 1, and I'm going to read through it, and then we're going to go on to another video, which is going to be me reading through poems that nobody has seen yet. But I need to get to posting them, short form, and all of that. And I can't do that until I start reading them. I digress. Let's get into this. Oh, and all of these do have titles. I just haven't put them in. If you've been paying attention to my shorts, to my Instagram, to my TikTok, all of that, you will see that all of these do have titles attached to them. I just have been neglectful in putting them in here, so all you'll see is the numbers, but I digress. We're going to start off with the haikus. Smooth water rippling to the sun-kissed shores of life. A stone splashes in. Dawn of summer days. Sun's elation kisses skin. Cool breeze brings in joy. Color falls within. Flowers embrace upon lips. The lover's first kiss. Distant echoing, thunder rolls in with lightning, turmoils of the mind. Peace upon the sands, meditation held in hand, rake crosses the land. Echoes of laughter, cicadas begin chirping as children now play. This one, I was watching an anime where you'll hear the cicadas and children going after them and playing in the fields and all that. Doesn't matter. Moving on. Spring Water's new song. Harmony embraced within, warrior at peace. Chill biting the soul, in snow-laden ground of frost, life now goes to rest. Time comes to collect, seasons in their hidden debt, a new year begins. Weeping mothers smile, joy upon dirty children, sacrifice of love. I think every parent who has kids, especially kids who like to get dirty, will resonate with number 10. And that's why I wrote it, because it made sense to me. Mountains challenge all. Blissful hikers sudden view. Beauty in valleys. Oh, and before I continue, I did write all of these in 5.5 hours. If you don't believe me, the videos are literally right there. I mean, yes, the one does say technically 6 hours, but when you edit it down, it is 5.5 in actuality. But anyways. Death comes suddenly, evil is not in their hands, life graces the land. Stillness of a monk, temperance of his patience, harmony within. Endurance of life, forged in summer's blazing heat, cooled in winter's kiss. Children walk in line, bells of school echo autumn, and colors burst forth. Discipline of war, samurai's code of honor, last warrior's call. Autumn leaves of joy, harvest in fields now begun, celebration call. Hunter chasing prey, hidden in season's color, village is now fed. The waterfalls mist, life breathed into rivers flow, nymph bathing within. Wind's gentle embrace, caught up in a sudden storm, no time for warning. Emotional clouds, the heart seeks solace within, lover's gentle hand. Passionate fires rage, pressed against the ballroom wall, princess claims her kiss. Midnight's silent glow, dreamers follow their heart's call, art graces the soul. Fate watches the land, people living mundane lives, beauty awakens all. And then this is the final haiku, because like I segmented it into haikus, tankas, and then freeform, then my own invented style. I've done two. You're not going to see the other one until the end of volume 2, but I'll get there when I get there. But anyways, the end of the haiku. Poets wielding fire, words run across dreamer's mind, gifts to mankind. Now we're on to the tanka. Now tanka are more of it's a one breath. It's like a short kind of story sentence that they do. They don't have cuts like haikus do. They have a different flow as to how they get there. I personally, this is the first time I ever started writing tankas. However you're supposed to pronounce them. Japanese people, if you're listening, I apologize for pronouncing it wrong. Once I get the right sense of how to pronounce it later on, at some point, I will probably pronounce it correctly, but I'm going to assume it's pronounced tanka. So yeah, the first time I started writing these, did some research on them, embraced it as a form, and this is where I started with at least this form. The winter snow falls as children go out and play, while sledding down hills, the bells of war sound their cry, parents go rush children in. Dogs of summer come upon the resting and lazy, as the heat bakes down, reprieve and innovation came with new technology. Snowflakes falling down as stillness comes upon all in the cold night air. A parent stands among graves remembering a child's laugh. Lightning sudden flash came rolling after thunder as rain continued, falling on a child's laughter brought by the joy in puddles. Sakura blossoms gliding in a graceful dance, showing their secrets trapped now within a concert held by the composer's hand. The vibrant colors, hues of orange, yellow, red, piled into small hills, chaos sets it asunder as children are thrown within. I used to remember being thrown and like jumping into leaf piles after like raking up all the dead leaves, and like the crunch and the fun and the laugh. Yeah, good memories. A lot of people like, why don't adults do this more? Anyways, I'm moving on. Typhoon explosion. The rainy season begins as rain keeps howling. Yokai come out with their leaves when humans go hide inside. A quick note while I'm doing this, I am also working on a yokai-centric book. It is, yes, going to be mostly in freeform. Maybe the next volume of yokai I will do in a different style, but at least the first volume, when I go over each yokai and like bring them into a modern lens, so to speak, you'll understand when I get to the book. Just know that I am working on a dedicated yokai poetry book, which will be done sometime in the future. I've already got poems in there, but since we already talked about yokai, I feel like now is a good time to announce that there is a book that is being made about specific yokai, or as many yokai as come to me, but I digress. Sun and rain shine down. For a sudden fox wedding, hidden among trees, the kitsune comes to steal and spirit watchers away. I personally love the concept of fox weddings and kitsune and all that. They are my favorite yokai. I think they're a favorite yokai of a lot of people, but I also feel like a lot of people don't fully understand how kitsune actually are. But yes, I do like the concept because, like, especially in a fox wedding, it acts much like when the fae come to spirit a person away through one of their dances or celebrations. It has a similar vibe with the kitsune during fox weddings, which is essentially when it rains while the sun is out and clouds are not covering it. A splash of water from the ripple of a rock, pleasing the senses as people skip their round stones while others go and dive in. The rumble of earth where herds of horses gallop as dust soaks the air. Warbands start their violent raids, so heroes embrace their call. Hibernation calls to the bears within winter caves as ice starts to form. Travelers watch, frozen breath, tell tales of forgotten times. Guides of clouds above refresh the plants below them along morning dew. An artist looks out windows, passing with inspiration. The flowers go bloom, mingling among bright colors with meaning behind. Florists lean and listen to their florography. Blizzard's winter storm brings about hidden beauty trapped within cold hands. The temptress opens her hearth. Many men fall in their lust. Ocean's rocking waves bring sickness and their slumber. Hidden on the boat, people partake in buffets as misfortune loves the sick. Celebration comes in an array of colors that light up the night. Pyrotechnics get to work to bring the dark skies a light. A nice little fireworks. Remember, this was on Canada Day, and there's a bunch of like other holidays around the world, and typically during celebrations and things like that, 4th of July, July 1st, whatever other countries have, fireworks often tend to be a staple and are connected to summer, so it was fitting that I eventually did a firework poem. Colored falling leaf from the coming air's stillness as rainfall begins. A baker's aroma comes and fills our bellies instead. Wisps of sound softness like an audible blanket that covers our ears, fading now to the unseen, worlds that fill our hearts and dreams. To the strong oak trees that shade the forest's secrets, to nature's garden as natives travel and learn, some things are best kept hidden. Fire warms the hearth among the frigid still nights, where dogs go to rest, lovers covered in a blanket, cuddled together within. Now, a comfy winter by the fireplace poem for you. It's coming to that season. It is coming to that season. Temperance and joy, with charming kisses of rain that fall on their smile, faded away like a ghost as remembrance echoes in. The morning birds sing as dawning life awakens, with season's longing, would strike the man with a shot in a time where love forgot. Soothing life's whisper, caught between the small valley with a dove's letter, the warrior found his rest with childhood friends he returns. Still waters run deep where hidden things are sleeping. Giants stir and rest as therapists pull from in, fishing in the mind's waters. A little play on the, like, when, for certain people they say still waters run deep. And it's like their mind is like this expansive thing of like imagination, things, emotions, everything that you don't get to on the surface. Yeah, that Tonka or Tonka. I will eventually. But yeah, that was the play on that. And then last one, the meadow's calm rest, where willow trees go and stand as branches brush down. The painter's focus crumbles as love creeps in from behind. This. So when I was writing this one, what came to my mind, remember I'm having to like go through a lot of these fairly quickly, but what came in mind for this one when I wrote it was picturing a painter paint scenery, and then their girlfriend, their wife, whoever it is they're dating, just coming up and surprising them from behind with a hug and embrace or something of the sort. And yeah, that's what was in my mind when I wrote that. I do have a lot of romantic based poems, you'll come to find. Now we're going to move on to my bread and butter, which is freeform, specifically rhymed freeform. I always rhyme my freeform. I could have done short freeform because like short freeform allows me to go a lot faster, but all of these are going to be in quatrains, 4 stanzas long, as that is typically how I've written many of my poems for years. And because it is something I am extremely familiar with, and I wanted something longer so it wasn't just all short poetry, because my Cavalier style is also quite short, or it can be short, but I'll get to the Cavalier, or not the Cavalier, the Ascendra later, which is the second form. The first form is the Cavalier, and I'll get to that after these ones, but yeah. Okay. To the distant shores where many collide, men have gathered and many men have died. Tempests form in an emotional, volatile state, as people cry and give into their sudden hate. Love is a door that is open wide, for all to come and be welcome inside. Yet there are those who go and hide, wounded and battered from all they tried. We seek kings upon their thrones, all while covering with fear in our bones. What is one to do when the path is far, as they lock their dreams within a jar? Do not let yourselves remain fallen down, for ahead of you still awaits your crown. What need have we of kings and queens, when we have the power to follow a dreamer's scenes? Yeah, on to the next one. There were fields of glory here once upon it all, where warriors laughed at celebration's call, yet now it lays in desolate waste, as panic gave in and they fled in haste. There was no war that graced those lands, nor any famine that fell upon their hands, yet all it took was a stranger's sudden lies, whose silver tongue hid his disguise. So nature now dwells in the places it covered, and the storms roll over like the ghost that hovered. People lost the power of words and fled, laced new fields where they're buried dead. Haunting things forevermore in their sorrow, waiting for that hopeful sunny tomorrow. But for them it never came, and in their hollow shells are never the same. Do you perceive to give more than you take in mundane lives where risk has no stake? How far will you go when a friend falls to those who would claim them as their thralls? Do you think the night is safe inside, where many sleep, dream, and hide as they fear the monsters in man, not realizing where monsters began? They all shout outward, yet none look inside, for who is the victim when you yell and hide? The supernatural does not care for your cry, as some will help you live and others help you die. There are eerie things that come along the mist and fog, yet the blind see nothing in their grind and slog. Others stare in eyes wide open at what they see, as the monsters chase the blind with teeth in glee. We sought the days of the past. Nostalgia creeps in like the last. Reminds us of when days were good, where children played and morals stood. Yet there are things one must remember, for this is not once upon a December. The world is what the masses make it, whose words have we, let us forsake it. The future is not as bleak as it seems, even when destruction comes like fever dreams. A new day will dawn, and in it light and hope, but first one must climb the jagged slope. We cry and then do nothing, feeling powerless within, to take all responsibility from our action of sin. Yet even then there is a chance to rise, claim our future, and ascend the skies. A child's journey begins with a spark of dreams. That should be a they. I noticed a typo. I've tried to fix typos as I've gone through some of these volumes, but sometimes typos sneak in as they did here. So I will begin it again, and hopefully I don't run into another typo. A child's journey begins with a spark of dreams as they stitch it all together in their seams. Just as there are those who desire to quell that light, some will continue on further with all their might. We have all our journey on which to go, through the skies or waters below, even on land many never leave and stand. It all can start when one gives a hand. Yet there are those who fall to pride and greed, who find joy in the people they eventually bleed. Satiated by hollow desire of a hollow heart, they feed the fire while hoping to start. Riches of many with no meaning in sight, never knowing what to do with their now hidden light, while others stand upon their hills where they shine, many others in the darkness cut their line. Good thing I'm drinking water for this, my goodness. Beauty came with a seductive kiss. To men who fall it would never miss. An illusion of the outward guise, as lust comes in with honeyed lies. It's love, they cried as they broke off apart, each to whom they gave, each to a false heart. Now a soul broken and shattered, no longer whole, never to receive the part back they all stole. Love is more than the desires you make it, as it goes beside the broken in silence to sit. Gives more than it takes, forgives more than it forsakes. Yet we all fall to hedonistic desire that licks up our soul like a consuming fire. To some they know how and when to run, while others fall and are made undone. Echoes of the mountain to the mighty men, calling for battle now and again. Pick up your swords, you warriors true, and fend off the enemies that you slew. Do not let the ghosts haunt your mind, for they seek to devour you in kind. Go steel yourselves within to prevent all that seeks to come in. Take up your shield and cover, caress it gently, or as you would a lover. Protect your brothers so none may fall, or lay upon the field on an enemy's call. Ignite yourself and let your blood flow. Retreat is no option when there's nowhere to go. Stand your ground until you or they die. Become the hero sung about as days go by. Need another drink. Oh, and I will say, after I'm done doing volume, like all the way up to volume 10, there is going to be in a final video that goes from 1 to 10 that condenses all of them together. So if you don't want to read it piecemeal and just want to read the super long thing, it will be available. Roads less traveled are filled with thorns. Why go to the wide when enemies blow their horns? Do not remain comfortable in the state of your fear. Draw yourselves up and go to the place that is clear. Many are lost and their calling never found, yet it will waken when a proper guide is around. There are those who wish you to remain asleep, dreaming in a lull into the dark and deep. Not every purpose sets the skies on fire, not every purpose is sought with passionate desire, but a purpose still rests upon all who hear and go on further without their fear. Do not let yourselves remain dissuaded. Not all things will go and be faded. Pick up that torch forgotten on the floor, light it up, and walk out the door. Basically, don't get complacent. Some people will want to knock you down. Others will rather you not move out of your comfort zone. Heck, even you yourself may not want to move out of the comfort zone. And all of these people who come against even yourself, as you come against yourself and the potential that you have, can be the enemies that get to your anxiety and fear, that prevent you from doing the things that your potential desires or is calling you out to do. But that is just but one meaning. Sing upon the sailors a siren song. The seas are weary and the light nights are long. Bring to them a moment of joy, back to the place they were as a boy. Bring the beer, ale, and wine, for many now will come and dine, as they watch the ocean shore before onward still to the 2 days of yore. Light up the tavern for the merry, for the men who rest and others who marry. Let her not wait upon the cliff side, but instead upon the warmth inside. The seas are cold, yet an adventure to brave, for some to go and fill what they crave, to sing them a song of a siren true, before they sink into the deep, big blue. Upon the glow of the neon light that shine vibrant colors upon the night, between dark alleys and bright streets, where many call with temptation's treats, the energy fills those who long to forget the days past and coming debt. For some to relish in their mistake, pleasure born where desires forsake. Others still lay upon the ground as others move on in their vibrating sound. Yet stillness comes as the night goes on, before the rising of the sudden dawn. Night owls and artists flow in their dreams where their hands may go, seeking beauty in all night's phases, ignoring all the scoffing gazes. General night activity shenanigans going on from, red light districts to Las Vegas strips to, an artist or writer's or whoever's bedroom. The whole spiel. Bard and the Dryad upon the tree looked out to the distance to see what they could see, hand in hand away from it all, to the leaves below where they would fall. Love doused now in nature's color, written in the pages of the poetic scholar, as he sits now among the grove where many passed by as they drove, hidden now among a myriad of pages for those to find among the ages. He pens and pens, then pens some more, covering now the secret door. Secret garden, secret lore, kept hidden for forevermore. Seek it out, one must search and one must soar, like the hands of a bard in the Dryad song, to find a place where all belong. Cage birds sing in a forgotten cage, doors wide open, yet never leave their stage. Where do you sit and where do you sing, where treasure glisten like a forbidden thing? We sought the stars to seek a place to live, yet there is so much more to give. Hunger strikes when time goes on, and still lingers when all has gone. Dwell upon yourself and search, meaning hidden within that forgotten church. We seek to understand all that we are, while we run near and far. Echoes laced as they go and call, draw upon those who try and stall. Yet time moves on with the hour's hand. By the end, where will you go and stand? It's a good thing I'm not doing all 10 at once. Oof, woof, woof, woof. And by all 10, I mean all 10 volumes. I can barely do this one, let alone... I'll be able to do 2. I'll be able to do 2 today, which is what you'll see. You'll see the 2 videos today. But... yeah, there is no way I'd be able to record all 10 in one fell swoop. Anyways, 63. We came and wept upon the shore of all the ones we lost and more, to the waves and to the sea. No, that's another typo. That's on me. To the waves and to the sea, beyond the places where one could be. Sing not your song of lament, for days will come that are well spent. So hold the memories of the dear to the heart and keep them near. We saw the stillness of the deep, yet to not question things that may sleep, when shrines are made above the last, to hide the history of the past. Don't question the choices made by waves, nor on the boats holding slaves, for there are ghosts that lurk in the below, watching as boats come and as boats go. So this to me is like I was doing like a bunch of sea based stuff, as you've come to find. But I was thinking of like a certain time period, like a pirate based time period, or a time period where like all the ghost stories or like the forgotten ships and like, but typically my mind was set more on the pirate era when I wrote this. Summer day. That should be that way. That makes more sense. Summer dog days, heat displays. Join the circle of water, jump in where it sprays. Bring out a chair, bring out a tan. Call out to many, call out a Stan. Upon the beach, upon the shores, upon the night that drown out chores, into the pool of a cool night's kiss, into the days that we will miss. Bring the wine, bring the laughter, bring the joy we are all after. Sing and dance upon the stage, ignore time's passing age. Getting existential there. Enjoy the moment and sing its tune. Grab your lover, make them swoon. Go and claim lightning in a bottle as you conquer life at full throttle. Winter's breath among frigid bone, a chill breeze when you're alone. Think not where you are, but of the path among the star. Many come and many go into the echoes of time's flow, like the waves that rock and crash, and the fires burn to ash. All things come to an end, letters lost of the letters we send. Yet even so, the beginning starts anew, like glistening of morning dew. Seasons come and seasons go. What matters is what you have to show, to the few or to the many who will see who you were and who they could be. Shadows came in, quiet stillness of life. They were not the ones who brought strife, yet a covering for all to go under, while heat and destruction ripped asunder. And the heat of summer a cool respite, where one could lay without a fight, and upon a light a play to make, where shadows play and take. Yet there is an unknown people come to fear from the shadows they hold dear, and so the stories begin to rise as nightmares come in shadows' disguise. Yet even still on them we shall dance forever now when it's our chance. The night is a shadow of the day when we can rest or even play. If you didn't get it, it's a poem about shadows, superstitions around shadows, and how shadows are not the super scary thing that we make it. And I personally like shadows, especially during hot summer days because it's cooler there. I digress. We seek thrills that cause a rush upon distant shores and jungles lush, onto roller coasters that go on high, that go upside down and reach the sky. Our hearts sink in and we cheer as we conquer another fear. Adrenaline seeping into the skin, failure's a chance to go for the win. A high not normally sought until it was found and then bought. Win a prize, play a game, memories unlocked, never the same. Carnivals come and all revel in sight, to go on a ride, to try all their might, as the food fills the air with many a snack to buy and share. You know what? Carnival food is on another point, okay? Like, yeah, it might be expensive, especially nowadays in this economy, but like, there's a certain memory attached to carnival foods. It's not just like the cotton candy, it's everything. That carnival food, like it's like the corn dogs, it's the cotton candy, it's the popcorn, it's like certain fries and like drinks and all of that, and like barbecues. Like there's so many, like if you've been to a carnival, you know what I mean. Rest comes upon the tired eyes, body falters and falls as it tries. Sleep comes to claim its own, never fight what is shown. We seek respite as time goes by, rest for the weary, rest before we die. The grind goes on as we groan to try and claim what we love and own. Work is not hard when it's what you love, yet many fail to fit this glove. So on we go as we complain and grumble, to pick ourselves up when we stumble. Vacation comes to an end and we cry before we throw our hands up at the sky. Yet sleep still comes for us all to bring us rest when it's with its silent heavy call. 69. Nice. Sweep me off my feet into the wall where I cannot run nor cannot stall. This is about a Capadon. This is 100% a Listen, Capadon is my fantasy. Don't judge me. Sweep me off, I'll just start again. Sweep me off my feet into the wall, where I cannot run nor cannot stall. Clean my lips with fervent passion. Make my legs fall in respective fashion. Raise me up in intoxicated wonder. Shadow my world, tear it asunder. Make me know what it means to fall in love. Send a message, murder the dove. I do not seek to wait for something tame, where it slowly passes without a sudden claim. Stoke the fire, raise the storm, bring out the emotions' bubbling form. Bring me to a place where the world fades, conquer my heart like a knight of the Crusades. Press upon my body a siren's forbidden laughter. This is the kind of love that I am after. Getting a bit steamy for us here, but yeah, I have fantasies. Still my breath with a kiss so sweet. This is 70. It's going to be not maybe as intense as 69, but it's going to have another romantic bent to it, or more. Still my breath with kisses so sweet, honey dew in a sudden treat. Wake up beside, tangled in my bed, where desires come to be sought and fed. Bring a love that defies the ages, where poets write among starlit pages, and rapture me into a silken hold. Bring out the passion, bring out the bold. A love so strong others wince, never seen before, never seen since. Mark my body as I mark yours. Make the ocean jealous of our distant shores. A fire so bright it shines upon others who would dare to stop such audacious lovers. Bring unto my lips a blissful smile, make it stop and last for a while. I hate being single, been single my entire life, but I digress. On to the next one. Feel the wind upon the air, the cool night breeze across the hair, when all is still and children sleep, where secrets are shared for secrets to keep. There are many challenges among stars, as we drift on by in oblivious cars, before we find the spot to go and stare, the lights in the distance with telescopic care. The moon tells stories upon its crust. We seek them out, not because we must, but because curiosity calls our heart, and stories desire for a place to start. So we go search the midnight sky, what waits within as we try to seek all the answers we desire before brought down an invisible wire. It's about moon and stargazing. If you didn't get it, that's what this is about, is going moon and stargazing. We hold ourselves on different heights, set our goals to different sights. We go on, we fail as we try to reach our world within the sky. Some are content with their little, others sink when things are brittle, while some still go and claim that rope, fall and try, never losing hope. We seek our pleasures, some great and small, to each their own and their all. We go on to our different path, fighting in our hidden wrath. Yet on we go still, for some near, others far, to reach the streets or reach the star. A goal is a goal, to go as we must, have faith in ourselves, in what we trust. Everybody has different desires, everybody has different goals. I just happen to have goals of grandeur, or desires of grandeur, visions of grandeur. I have visions of grandeur. Shallow men in hollow shells, where hatred falls and hatred dwells. Love once given, then tossed away, hearts grown bitter by passing day. We sought to mend where we fell, as others go willingly into hell. Yet for some, such as I, to God in heaven will I cry, upon the cross where his blood was shed, so I could sleep and rest my head. With death to the flesh in constant war, Jesus is near and never far. Honestly, this and this did not rhyme. I don't know why I did that, but it's there now and I'm not fixing it. Yeah. And yes, I am a Christian if you hadn't caught on yet. Even so, doubt seeps in as I struggle in each sin that was forgiven when he made his call to bring in one, to bring in all. And you'll see more of the Christian come out because I think Volume 8 I dedicated specifically to God, and so it's got a lot of poetry in there about that. Desire, and I'm just warning you ahead of time. Desire in my heart ignited higher, from a spark to an infernal's fire, emotion colliding within the heart and mind, of each reason, one of each kind. I zone out from the world, often a time, brought back to a reality like a taste of a lime. Still going further into the deep, passing my dreams, past my sleep, a flow into where one must go, echoing voices held in the show. Came from the ether and into form, through the fires, through the storm. I sought visions of grandeur, remember what I said about that, to go higher, stillness a struggle in consuming fire. So onto the wind and waters I long, for them to bring me upon in their song. This is about me. This is about what I am, my state of mind, often a time. Now this is the last of the free form before we go into the first invented form I did, the Cavalier, and I'll explain the Cavalier here shortly, but here we go. We come to an end of a style, stuck around, stood for a while, placed down the words not with a pen, but with the keys to begin now and when. I call out the inside to bring out the heat, as I sat all within the seat, perhaps to go far... Where is the... There should be an R there. Perhaps to go farther as one could go, perhaps to go faster as one could show. Yet here we sit and here we stand, upon this room, keys in hand. I go on further to a road of 100 more, to bring it about mythic lore. To inspire myself in the fires I forge ahead, to inspire others in my stead. On I go, on I must, for little to do, soon to prove it was all true. So, okay, we're going on to the Cavalier. The Cavalier is a poetic form that it stands for cavia and linum or line, basically meaning a poetic line. And the way it works is that it is alliteration going down, first word only. So if the word of the first line starts with an S, like the first word of the first line starts with an S, all the, like, as you see, everything must start with an S. So then it goes for, there's always a comma, and then two. Then once again, 4, comma, 1, 4, comma, 2, 4, comma, 1. There is always that alternating pattern where it goes 4, 2, or 4, comma 2, 4, comma 1, 4, comma 2, 4, comma 1, and so on and so forth. It's only this, like, it is a quatrain. You do not do more than this for a Cavalier. If you go, you can go more than this, but a proper Cavalier is just this. This is a Cavalier. The other thing is that the rhyme schemes are AABB or AAAA, or though you could, if you wanted to, do ABAB, but that is not a requirement. Just as long as this rhymes, like two of them, it's a dual rhyme scheme that you're working with here, not a mono rhyme scheme. Although you can make it a mono rhyme scheme if you want, but yeah, that's essentially what you're working with. Is that it must rhyme, must have alliteration of the first word going down to, like, 4 words, then comma, then 2, and so on and so forth. And that is what makes a Cavalier a Cavalier. It's supposed to be a helpful starting form for people, but I realize it might be a little bit more tricky than a starting form for people. I just thought it would be neat because it doesn't rely on syllables. It doesn't rely on iambic pentameter. It doesn't rely on any of those silly things. It just relies on words and comma, rhyme, and alliteration. And it's 4 lines. That's it. Simple to me, but anyways. Now that I've explained the Kevlin, we're going to go on. Seeping songs into mist, we tried. Silken touch of love, cried. Smooth embrace of desire on fire. Soft breeze sinking in desire. Breath comes in love, a thrall. Bewitched by sudden temptation, fall. Bringing light and salvation, a light. Breaking down on sight, fright. Accuracy in the mark hit true. Ace came in clutch, clue. Aiming from a distance, a crime. Arrow of the heart, time. Courage seeking valiant men, to war. Crying widow with child, roar. Creeping stillness comes inside, well fought. Calming song in dark, sought. Victory comes with cost, they died. Valor of the mighty, cried. Villain's final evil gambit he lost. Vines gather in ruins, cost. New life breathes again, a child, a nexus of breaking point, wild. Not of hidden fire, a storm, next to it all, form. Time comes to claim all things. Temptations of wildfire sings. True love one sought in desire. They held it all, liar. Gale force winds come, break in. Gates held together strong, within. Graves upon the many, a sacrifice. Going further onward still, suffice. Rats running in tunnels, a plague. Raining onto rich soil, rag. Rest upon the shoulders, a giant. A reckoning all held in, defiant. Lace upon bitter poison, a tale. Letters burned and open, fail. Love opens a path, new hope. Light upon a soul, rope. Dogs of war come to desolation. Dragging all near within nation. Dropping soon in dismay and thunder. Drinks of the vine asunder. Waves upon ocean's call we sail. Wistful men in taverns trail. Wonder of the lost, a beginning. Working dawn to dusk, singing. Houses for the weary to rest. Halls of the opulent, best. Hills that come alive to love. Hands held together still, glove. Jokers teasing, hidden smile, a test, journey for a while, guest, joy of the holy in God, jousting for a sign, rod. This one's about knights. This one is about knight tournaments. Quakes upon the earth with fire, query of a pen, desire, quest of the mighty, a call, quill writing a story, tall. Tall tales. That's what that very short thing about Tall Tales. Under the hidden mountains, all gold, unto one found, sold. Upon a warrior's battle, their strife, unknown ways on ahead, wife. Greed and sacrifice is basically what that's about. Years echoing times past, the lore, yearning of lovers true, more. Yellow fields that lay in flowers, yelling to their dismay, powers. Days that have spiritual powers, by the way. Not the powers that be, but powers we can't see. Days that have come and gone, drinking till the evening sun on. Dare many to go, to wander, drown into many waters yonder. Keeping secrets all hidden with care, kites fly up high, stare, kale in the water, the sea, killing what could be free. Princess bringing the flowers in love. Oh, prince bringing the flowers in love. Princess waiting her lover, dove. That's the name of her lover. The name of her lover is Dove, by the way. So that should technically be a capital. Patience came to waiting on shore. Price of it all, lore. So yes, technically the name of the prince is Prince Dove. Don't at me. Into the sudden storms above the clouds, inspecting through the wilds shrouds, instruments of the bards, a song, in tavern and keep belong. Feeling so free within, still heart, flowing waters come down, start, freedom comes to all, a smile, feel of the many, beguile. Echoes of the past, all history, eerie signs come in, mystery, elated laughter caught inside, in joy, clips of the heart, toy. Lasting impressions to lose, they're waiting, longing of missing word, wonder, baiting, leaving all to roam on land, letting it all fade, plant. And last one from the day, this took me far longer than it should have. If all of these are going to be an hour, it's going to be like a 10-hour. I'm going to try and not make it a 10-hour long segment for the 11th video, but we'll see what happens when I get there. Anyways, final poem of volume 1 before you see me again in volume 2. Time has come past, the end. Things have gone away, send. Thoughts of old ways, a mission. Thought through thick and thin, ambition. So, that is it for volume 1. Finally, I can close this document that has been open for far too long. If you want to join me on my journey and see where I get to with my journey of 10K poems, because that is what the series is called, The Road to 10K. And yes, I am doing it in a year and a half. Well, in this case, 16 months, because I started in July. So in July, it would have been a year and a half. Now it's down to 16 months. If you want to witness, do follow. You're either early, or you're in the middle, or you're late, and you don't want to be late. Not with a project this large. But anyways, that is it for now, and I will see you guys for volume 2. Bye! Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Of Scribes and Men. We are on to volume 2. None of these are all brand new. None of these poems have been posted online. You will not find them anywhere else currently except here right now. Like, after I do this, yeah, then you will start seeing them posted piecemeal online throughout social media forums and everything. But right now, right here, if you watch this video, you are seeing all of this for the first time. Unlike volume 1, which was already out because that was the point, volume 2, you do not get to see anywhere else first except here. So let's get to it. And it's going to have new forms, new everything. This is when I start, like, this is when the experiments start snowballing and growing bigger and bigger as the volumes progress. So yeah, let's get into it. Okay. Okay, so yes. This, number 1, found poetry. All of these are, I found basically, I took lyrics from online. That doesn't need to be there. And so basically I would go through one song, pick a sentence from the song, place it in. So found poetry, for those who don't understand, is basically people would take clippings from magazines, newspapers, whatever, sentences, and they would like sprawl it out, kind of as a way to mock poetry and like the poetic art and all of that. I think that's the theory. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but the modern version of this is essentially me going through a bunch of different songs, collecting their lyrics and splicing them together. So I'd go on Spotify, I'd go on to a playlist, and as soon as something hit, I would create something from it. And this is the first one I have done. The truth is always where the conflict is. Penny for your pain. Curse the one who broke your fragile heart, faced with the new life that has dawned. I won and lost and calculated. I don't need a witness, I'm a mastermind. I'll let you take control. No red roses on your grave, you poor sucker. I caught the dagger by your hand. The future's far, don't take your bow. Until then, here's a drink to our impending doom. Never been one to sit quietly. Smoke and mirrors, never trust what you see. Make a choice, one you won't regret. I'm just a note in your composition. Be careful what you wish for. World gone mad, let's start the show. My card's on the table. So put your money where your mouth is. Come wake me up. So yeah, the thing with found poetry is it often doesn't rhyme, which throws me. But still, you can see the progress as it goes on, and this still, at least to me, hits. Now, this one is a ghazal, or ghazal. I'm going to assume it's pronounced ghazal. It is a Persian, Urdu, and it's been adopted by Southeast Asian, but it is a Middle Eastern, Persian, Urdu, India, all of that. Highly respective poetry form. When I was like shown it or told about it, I am the type of person who does my best to give it the honor that it is due. It has certain structures that you can go and look up how it works. But basically, the second line is always so this sets up the rhyme scheme. That always has to be the second line all the way down. Wait. Oh, because fire is the misfire. Gotcha. Yeah, this was my first one, so it's not perfect. I get better at the ghazals as I start making more of them. This first one is not perfect, but if you're, from the areas that know about the ghazal, this is my first one. And I did try and pay as much respect as I possibly could when I was writing it. What feelings come in, ocean storm, oh, my heart's fire. They echo loudly like waves within me into a heart's fire. I long for days of valiant plays into an art's desire that left me here without care and forgot the heart's fire. I sought the arrows never shone along the part's lyre. No broken bones or echoes blown into ignite my heart's fire. A soul's aching call to see it through along the rampart's wire, and the wind did blow upon flowers grown into the dart's misfire. That should technically be the dart's heart's fire. I do promise that even though I kind of screwed up on this one, and I know where I screwed up on this one, I do promise that I get better in the future ones. So, anyways, continuing on. So of scribes and men, wielding pens as the chart supplier, to an end my woes, and then a lover of my heart's fire. This was my first attempt. I think I did good. I don't know. Once it's posted online or once I perform it and people check it out, they can tell me. But I do realize there are mistakes. I have learned from those mistakes. I am continuing to learn from those mistakes. Do not judge me for the first form that I learned. It's similar to Tonka in the sense that Tonka, when I did it, was the first thing. This, too, was the first time I've ever done one of these. So don't judge me too hard for my first attempt. Okay. This one, I believe, is my... Yes, this is freeform. Be wary, lad, for this tale I tell can send bone shivering straight to hell. For when you go and set to sail, the mist will come without a fail. There are eerie things that creep at night, caused a many quite a fright. They follow on the waves you go, and seek to bring you down below. The seas go up, the seas go down, the seas will swallow what's all around. And just when you think you're safe and sound, the seas will spit you on the ground. So as the boats go in and the boats go out, when the waves rise up and the sailors shout, best not be seen with a coward's pout, for the seas make men both tough and stout. To the ocean calls, the ocean cries, for all the men who've gone and died. And when you hear the sirens' lies, we go suggest you run and hide. So cover your ears and cover your mouth. Don't let yourself make things go south. For the dead will come and the dead will rise, with more than a story behind their eyes. Now to close this song I've come to sing, beware the curse the mist will bring. And when you're out at night alone, don't go to the place where the dead drink and groan. So this one is a sea shanty that I did, like an eerie sea shanty, a ghostly sea shanty that I did to the tune. I was listening a lot to the Hearst song, and the Hearst song was playing in my head over and over and over again, and a lot of that made their way into this. And once again, we come about more Cavalins. Seek not to destroy, to peace. Soon paths go, converge, cease. Salient winds once blown to shore, sought the falling gold bore. Betwixt the moonlit skies the star, beyond the sighting's eyes afar. Bewildered some come out, now pray, boldly on the rise day. Willful playing in mist, they cry, woeful echoes coming far, lie, windows of hidden souls, the ghost, with glasses raised aplenty, toast. Okay, I did a lot of these Gavelins. Huh. Except up to here. Up to here where I didn't. This is what I'll get to there in a moment. Hats upon soulless men for gain, heels on the statues insane, health fading on inside the wire, heathens in hedonistic dance, pyre. Victory comes to widows, the lost, Vikings to the Valhalla, cost, valor of the mighty, we drink, vines of the valley, think. Okay, so this is when I want to be fast with freeform. This is a sample of what I do. Valley of the distant shores, brought upon through many heavy moors, and then they all began to sing around the pyre, and all they bring. And then another haiku. Wistful dreams of men woven among the valley, from stones of their might. Yeah, another free form but short one. You'll see a lot of my poems from here on out, instead of being the long free form ones that you saw in volume 1. You will see a great many be this length, mostly because to make up for time, and because I have to punch out more poems than anyone else in the history of the world right now. Sought among the distant valley, to wakeful shadows in their alley, seated upon false thrones of gold, to whom their bodies and souls have sold. Oh, jolly sailor bold, I'm told, another Gavelin, ocean sought boats ashore, gold, onward adventurers lie still, at will, outside in violent storms, kill. Then we have a haiku, midnight moon and glow, stillness of hunter's sight, healers call away. Yeah, this is a longer one for this is another part of my bread and butter. Like, my freeform will either fall into category short or long. You'll come to find that out. Fairy tales around bright pale fire, pastel colors of suspicious desire. To question not what it could see, but to things it dreamed to be. So they flitter and they flutter, to the night sky's moan and sudden stutter. Dwell on lights all now hidden, to open the doors that are forbidden. Sought the tales claimed by lust, into honeyed words now trust, as milk pours down among their eyes. Truth now hidden between their lies. Between the hips and thighs that shake. These all will also have titles eventually. Many fall and many quake, illusions draped in silken lies. No one wept for all who now dies. Weakness is not folly to learn, weighed down by struggle, burn. Waste not sudden growth, we try, water soothes and thirst, sigh. By the end of the 10 volumes, there should be enough Cavalins and then later on Ascendras, where teachers, professors, whoever wants to look at them can study them. They are all scalable because I'm scaling them. Battles of a Forgotten Time, a book. Brave wars suddenly won, shook. Between here and then, the past. Bold the words written last. Sky covered with silk, now heavy upon the earth. Fisherman's treasure. Whispers of sweet dreams, nocturnal stillness descent, defying the sleep. Let not sleep descend to fight. Light flickered now away, fright. Learning from the many we grow, lightning in a bottle, show. Bronze Age tales read, there's more, or read. Bronze Age tales read, there's more. Between the history pages, lore, burned by raging fire in Rome. Books pages continue flipping home. Rhino Beetle War, a children's summer-long game. The horns now do clash. Mischievous laugh heard between the forest trees. Glowing eyes watching. Onward journey, O you samurai, let your honor to not die. To the hubris in the mix, humble yourself for it to fix. Clashing swords, claymore still, they fight. Clear water shining bright, sight. Cornerstone falling down, won't stay. Children on the playground, play. We heard the herald, as the trumpets go resound. All fall to the ground. Hesitation not for eye as we leave. Shoulders bare without a covering sleeve. Further on to an embrace and a dare. Eyes locked on before a song and stare. Weeping willow tree, swaying among the cool breeze. Graveyard laughs after. Peaceful. Oh, another tanka. This is the first tanka of this series. Volume 2, I mean. Peaceful spring nap upon the flowers and grass. In nature's circle, the fae now gather around. A soul now lost from their time. Do you remember when Titans... so this is going to be another longer... Yeah, this is... So, like I said before, my general freeform, my long ones are always 4 stanzas long. Do you remember when Titans came down and then spun around like a frightened samba before they began to dance the mamba? Strange times such as these, when dogs walk on hands and men shake their fleas before the summoning of the marching bands. Eerie thoughts when it strikes 2, when with a hammer, what else for it to do? And idle hands as a honey swarm, where the sun stays cool and the ice stays warm. And so you wake from a fever dream, wondering if all is as it may seem. Worry not, keep it to the back of the mind, for they all like it when we remain blind. Who likes it when who likes it when we remain blind? I'll let you come up with your own theories on that one. Journey of 1,000 steps, kept between the hills where many have tried and failed, and now walk between their pills. This is about it's about insanity. The storm rages on as the siren sings her song through the autumn rain as the mother sings her song to put children to rest. So the siren is the mother singing song to children to put them to rest. Laughter in the halls where bright wisdom goes to teach when the summer ends as parents now have their break and return to stillness in. Asking questions forever on, the curious, arrival of sudden storms, furious, a dwelling place gone, forever lost as they travel on, cost. So basically, storm came in, destroyed their home, and the cost of that was they had to travel to a different place. Pyre, pyre, shining bright in the echoes of the night, let the souls on their flight come into a better sight. The dancers dance and dancers sway through the night, through the day, as more come out to play through the night, through the day. Yeah, so eventually you'll see my forms start getting like more and more you'll see them grow as the volumes progress. To the weak and the weary, to the bored and the dreary, a splash of color, a sparkle of life, in a show with a juggling knife. Music comes with a familiar tune as clowns come out with their balloon. Animals roar from the sound of a tent, with coins from a purse of money well spent. The carnival comes giving people good cheer as performers look to another good year. With eerie things to worry not, for 'tis not the kind of show they have sought. So with your cotton candy crystal flare, eat the sweet cloud without care. Seek the sights, there's much to see, pick your spot and giggle with glee. I like this one. I really do like this one. This one was one of my fun ones that I really like doing. We toss a coin to the wishing well, where money falls and hope will dwell. Then on our day we go, with nigh a lesson and nothing to show. Yet they laughed and mocked and cried a while, as seasons changed and dust begins to pile, marked not by the lessons learned from the tired and all they earned. Color now faded into black and white, a cog in the system, no hope in sight. Senses dulled by seasons of salt, drowning now at the bottom of a malt. Now who was it that let your fire burn out? Find the joy where you'd sing and shout, for we do not need a world of gray, where colors abound through every day. So this is basically the slog of every day bringing you down, and like people bringing you down, and everything bringing you down, and it's basically where did you lose your sense of wonder, innocence, and play, and all of that. Stop that, let's bring color back into the world. We heard the herald's trumpet sound when the horses come around. Where there's one, then there's four. Weeping now gone deaf, war. So basically, the four horsemen of the apocalypse. That's what this Kevlin is about. Flowers first blooming from the frosted icy tips, life birthed anew. The calming water soothed in nature's now thirst, a relieving sigh. Pillow fights in plenty, how fun! Practice comes with choice, done. Patience in their hiding, a game. Prowling on a tree, same. Basically sleepovers. This is about sleepovers. It's that simple. They all say, sitting on tables before a man walked away, that one must not do with the chairs and all the games the night plays. This was one of my more nonsense poems. On the shores where kings laugh, the wizards came with staff in hand, looked among the smiling fools, and crowned one upon the land. Shallow waters bicker not, many things we have sought. What and then in ways to tease, for a lady smile to whom she please. Rivers ran on to shores, a flood. Rescue a bit late, blood. Rinsing souls washed away, we said, rushing through oceans deep, dead. Tests came upon hidden men. Songs were sung as they bled. What souls are they for you to keep, for a coward soul as you fled? Blood on the clothing, a knife behind the cutting floor. Wife, burly man was wed, a smile, butcher in his shop, style. We heard the dancing of the bear, who stood on hind legs without a care, merrily although some did mock, before he danced with their sock. So basically, they stopped laughing after certain things happened, and now he wears their socks. Kings and queens laugh like royals, kindness gone and forgotten, boils. Keep all you can, the raid, kleptomaniac a step ahead. Played. Basically about revolutions and how certain thieves can be a step ahead of everyone. A smell of rainfall, petrichor to the senses, droplets against glass. Okay, this is another found poem. I had to kind of like had to kind of blink on this one. This is a Christian found poem. Can you see the tide begin to change? Sometimes you gotta dance through the darkness. Got this heartbeat in my chest. Write scripture on your heart for when you need it. Water you turned into wine. They say this preacher man comes from Galilee. He placed my feet on solid ground. Your love made a way to let mercy come in. Who could carry that kind of weight? When love broke through, the same God who never fails, there is deep joy that you give to me. I have found hope in your name, Jesus, the name above every other name. I'm living in the light of a new day. By his blood I have been set free. Yeah, this one I was listening to the Daily Mix, and it was like the Christian time period. So yeah, I made a Christian found poetry poem. In the beginning, when there was no light around, God laid himself down. Victory at a price, the cross, veils torn in two, loss. Vain attempt at love, he won, vengeance against our sin, done. Heralds called of prophets past, of a man who would come at last to show the light and be a savior, and help us all with sin's behavior. Temptation and fast, promised things not his to give, Satan put in place. Okay, so this is my second ghazal, and you should already start to see improvements in this one. Hoist up your passion like valiant men and burn, where weakness is tempered by fires that burn. Evil desires come into the skin, causing concern. Let not yourself fall, but pick up the torch and burn. Love is like the raging fires of Lebanon. You'll learn it can be like soothing waters, but it can also burn. It is not for the faint of heart, for the things we must earn. For treasures come, but careful still, for your soul can burn. We wept among the mighty waters coming to return, our hearts alight like cities at night in the fires that burn. So tell me, all you scribes and men, what do you discern upon the annals of history and the passions you burn? So once again, you would start seeing improvement as I start going on with these. And here is my first villanelle. Here is my first villanelle. I felt these words carved into bone upon the wreckage of the shore, for no tyrant leaves the wind alone. You hollow lies that leave none alone, like the perfume of a common whore. I felt these words carved into bone. To the dying light of what had flown, locked in cages beyond their door, for no tyrant leaves the wind alone. Then to echoes of a lustful moan, pages, oh pages, what are they for? I felt these words carved into bone. Hedonistic shrill of a dying king's groan, blood on the streets still crying more, for no tyrant leaves the wind alone. Money to pages, then money to loan, where many who sleep and many snore. I felt these words carved into bone, for no tyrant leaves the wind alone. Yeah, that was my first villanelle I have ever done. You'll start seeing more of these as we go on, but yeah. As you can see, Volume 2 already is starting to develop more range than Volume 1 had. The silence of the shadow, a warning. Swift movement of stillness, morning. Stock locked and loaded, they aim. Shimmering of the sun, flame. Tsunami flooding towns as they all flee in haste, evacuating. As children laugh with their toys and glee with stories they create. So basically, children playing in their bath with a bunch of toys and like, wreckage, water, rah. Yeah, all that fun stuff. Jesters lesson in their mirth, birth of a man's jest, lest they are brought to the hearth, worth of the list that holds the guest. That's going to be my own style. Neon lights flashing, did you read the sign? Don't need no language to tell that you're mine. Speed is a gateway where the exit. Speed is a gateway where the exit's the door. Yet stillness of the ground when you're pinned to the floor. What were you expecting to attract? Did you never think that I might act? When you don't seem so eager to leave, was this what you always wanted to believe? Oh, how you shudder at my silken touch. Don't pretend to be coy when you like it so much. Kissed with the honey like the dew of my lips as you worship my essence while I'm moving my hips. Whoo! This one's a steamy one. This is no drought of it. A hidden love spell. You asked for this when you drank of the well, and now I'm here making your body shudder, with your chest telling me your heart's aflutter. Whew, whew, whew. Gotta calm down. Gotta calm down. Gotta calm down. Careful where you linger, and then came to feel temptation when, carousel of forgotten men, now broken, casualties of malicious action spoken. Silence of the still, empty streets that fade away, dawning to the day, as the dancer pays no mind to the attention around. Wisps of fluttering, white clouds floating through the sky, as the lovers sigh. Aha! And then here's my second villanelle. Would you face the new day as you stand on the hill to have the final last say? In the places where children play, if your heart is alive or still, would you face the new day? What emotions would you betray for you to have your way and fill, to have the final last say? Many words the wise men would say, where caution is thrown out at will, would you face the new day? No cause for reason or delay, guise of the fool for a mere thrill, to have the final last say. The games we all echo and will play, of machinations to settle the bill, would you face the new day to have the final last say? Yeah, so these are more modern villanelles. I'm not following the iambic pentameter that classic villanelles do. That would require me to sit down with more time than I actually have. Eventually, you will see me with one of these. One of the classic villanelles, but right now I'm doing more of the modern take of them. Upon the shore, don't seek the mist, where the dead weep and groan. Hid among the reaper's list, forgotten was their throne. Eternity lost in ambition, a while. Ethereal ghosts and lights beguile. Echoes of the time, a song, embers that came along, belong. Do you feel the music move down to your bone, down to your groove, thumping of the beat, you leave your seat, giving your body a symphonic treat? It's about dancing to a groove, obviously. Fell into water, the splash of a mirthful sound. Kappa, play around. Minds that seek attention, the vain, marking bodies in perfume, disdain, mingling in their skin like honey, meek giving into lust, money. You should know what that one's about. The crying of a banshee scream, turn and go, run away, for this is no sudden haunting, death will come the next day. A mushroom circle in its perfect symmetry. Do not stick around. Do you feel it creep up the skin like slimy waste? No need to hurry in its slow haste. Wiggle and jiggle here and there. Wiggle and jiggle without care. That eerie feeling that seeps into skin and bone. Suspicion of presence no longer alone. Crawl up, wiggling and jiggling on your body, wiggling and jiggling. You scratch and jump and look around. Nothing in the sky, nothing on the ground. But it's wiggling and jiggling over there. Yes, it's wiggling and jiggling without care. Is what you fear most a ghost holding your body as its host? No, but it's still wiggling and jiggling. Yes, it's still wiggling and jiggling. What it was you cannot say confuses you as it left one day. No longer wiggling in its place, no more jiggling with a trace. So on your day you come and go. Don't know what to say, don't know what to show. Yet the memory it will remain, wiggling and jiggling in your brain. You know that sensation that you get that like there's something like crawling on your skin and you can't get going, so you just like wiggling and jiggling, you can't let go of it until it just like disappears in one moment and you don't know how to express it? Yeah, that's what this is about. Testify, end of day, they play, theatrics of the many, betray, thoughts of past philosophy, to law, time came and went, flaw. Come into the forest and play, mind not the smiles of glee, for we have fun things to do with you beyond the tree. Hollow graveyard stone, among the broken alone, paths that never show. Swaying flower tree to nature's musical song, symphony of life. Rainfall upon fire to nurture the land and sea, so life begins anew. Stay a while, let my appearance of style beguile. You who seek a full body show, ignore the hidden bump and pile. Would hate where one would have to go. Finding a sudden path, the woods, filled with shadow men, hoods. Fail to go, run, you're done. Fell into the trap, begun. Nighttime thoughts in call, echo in morning moonlit fall, the tides of artists. Music marching bands parade for hours, many hands that play, towers, marking on downtown streets, the art, mastery seen by few, start. Daydreams of nighttime ballads, echoing the distant song, following to a place of their belonging as they all move along. Speed written along the wire, they never stood their chance, as passion consumed with fire, watching for a lady's glance. Monsoon season comes, graces the land with showers, the cold rain at hand. Honor in where honor's due, to the face that lies and holds true. Yet there are things we cannot win, where Jesus comes to cleanse our sin. Fires fade quickly to the campers that follow, walking up the path to face their tests of courage and come out a stronger man. Are you, and once again, this is another one of my typical longer form, free-form poems. Are you among the weary of the wake who deny sleep for artist's sake, to paint, draw, and write just one more before you enter your bedroom door? The dreams of sleep seep into life, cutting our rest like a razor knife, weaving the clouds as it drags down to lace us up in its nightgown. Yet for others still a duty to hold where supernatural tales are told. And so some face that witching hour that some claim holds their power. Superstitious tales that come alive at night creep into the bones to become reality's fright, draining away a semblance of life created, prowling around for it to be satiated. Gotta. I've almost drank my entire water. Okay, wow. I crept around a while. The creature, ilk of its kind, feature, issue of multiple degrees, decrees from kings into the shadowy depths brings. Gaze not upon it, it peers, green as its power fears, gently into holding hands to feed, growing now upon the land, seed. The song of midnight, singing gently down around, silence of the owls. Stillness of the grass, gentle ways was its prowling, creatures stalks its prey. They say the moon laughed at the sun's display, for although many could not see, it watched what went on each day. There were fires in the wood that night, burning high and burning bright, hearing all that woeful cry, where life is taken to burn and die. Feeding until still upon, okay. We're on the Ascendra. Okay, so how the Ascendra works is that it is a monorhythmic climbing poem. What does that mean? Okay, so it needs a minimum of 4 lines, but it can go on as long as you're able to make it go on, but always a minimum of 4. So the way it starts, in what I mean by climbing, is that it starts with 3 words, then it goes to 4 words, then it goes to 5 words, then it goes to 6 words. And then from there, 7, 8, 9, 10, so on and so forth. And it all has to tie in, resolve, accumulate, climax. It all has to tie in with the rest of the poem. So it can't just go off and be its own thing. It all needs to tie into the whole structure of the poem. And so it is a monorhyme, and the thing with the rhyme is that if you use the rhyme, so for example, still, now I can't use this anymore at the end of the, like this particular line at the end of the poem anymore. Fill, once again, can't use the word fill. If it's something that is like windowsill, and if it was just like you get out the window, it's just the sill, you could use sill, but you can't use windowsill, right? So if you've used the rhyme before at the end, you cannot use that rhyme again at the end. And if you want to challenge yourself, you would basically never use whatever rhyming word you have at the end, which is going to be a lot more difficult in English than it is in other languages, which are probably going to be able to make longer forms of these poems. But basically you go on as far as you can, starting with 3, then 4, then 5, then 6, then 7, then 8, then 9, then 10, and it always has a minimum of 4. And the last line has to tie everything together. That is how the Ascendra works. And it is so it starts easy, but it gets harder as you climb, much like climbing a mountain. The base of the mountain is easy. Getting closer to the top is harder. And that's why it's called the Ascendra, because you're ascending. So it's a poetry of ascent, but with monorhyme, that you can't use the rhyme again at the end of the poem, or if you want to challenge yourself, anywhere else in the poem. So, this is how it goes. Feeding until still upon its new kill, when it had its fill as we watch from the window sill. 3, 4, 5, 6. Monorhyme. And it ties in. And then I'm going to do another one. Waiting a while, gathering a new style, going now the extra mile to put another into the file. Once again, ties in. So like doing the quatrain, like a quatrain version of this, or a 4-line version of this, is easy. 4 lines is easy. You can punch them out quickly. That's not the issue. The issue starts coming when it's like 5 lines, 6 lines, 7 lines, 8 lines, 9 lines, 10 lines, 11 lines. In which case you'd be like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 words. Like, basically, the words that have to be there grow the further you go. And I'll have, like, in later volumes, I'll show longer versions of these that I personally have done as a creator of it, but I just needed something like quick and fast and all that, and I was tired, and so this one worked for me. And yeah, this is how the Ascendra works. I know I said Ascendra in one of my shorts and whatever, but it's technically supposed to be the Ascendra. Count the words, not the cost, for some will be found and some will be lost, even though it becomes an obsession when we gather into our possession. How many would, with bleary eyes, would continue forward towards the prize, or would they simply stop and rest at the spot where they think it best? And then, yeah, I end this with an Ascendra. Into the fire with obsession and desire. I end this all with Ascendras. Into the fire with obsession and desire to go a place higher to witness that which came prior. Stoke the flame is not to tame, to never be the same, to elevate into stature and fame. And that has been Volume 2. I will see you guys tomorrow for Volume 3 and 4. Maybe more. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Of Scribes and Men. This is all, once again, part of my... We're on Volume 3. This is, once again, part of my journey to hit 10,000 poems by November of 2026. Every 1,000 that I do a series of these readings. And up until, like, that 1,000. So, for example, I'll be doing 10 videos of me reading 100 poems of each volume, and then a collective video that's going to splice all those together as the 11th. And then when I get to 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, so on and so forth, the same thing is that's when I start doing these longer videos. But I digress. Let's get into it. We're going to start. So if you watched my last video, you will understand that I talked about how the Ascendra can get longer. This is what I'm talking about. This is probably one of my longer Ascendras, which is one of my invented poetry forms that climbs as you go up with a minimum of 4 lines. It can't be 3 lines, can't be 2 lines. It has to be a minimum of 4. And then after that, it can go as long as you can make it. For some languages, going to be super easy. Other languages, like English, probably not. But I digress. Here it is. They sat still in their mind's will, where a silence came to fill the place they came to kill, bowed to the king upon the molehill, for reasons lost they knew not to fulfill, as they rolled up Sisyphus' rock on that hill, now tumbling down the mountain for reasons beyond a thrill, sitting now at the bottom wondering why they suddenly feel ill. So call them Don Quixote as they fight mental giants, four-armed windmill, who run from words written along the lines of a parchment and quill. That was actually one of my better, longer ones. English doesn't have a lot of rhyme schemes to properly, like, keep going. Like, I would imagine that there are some languages out there that could make this poem, like, poetic form that I invented, go on for pages. Which I'd love to see at some point. But yeah, that is an example of a long, and this one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is what an 11-line Ascendra looks like. And at 11 lines, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 words. Anyways, onwards. Panic settling in like a herd of galloping horses, following through my veins like poisonous courses. Patience sitting around telling me to breathe as I look around and my breath begins to seethe. That is in line with my free form, what I do. Surrounded by chaotic noise, put together by inelegant poise, and the essence of things to be, to lock cages to be free. In the range of all who wade through the storm of sudden fate, wave through the pin's eyes before the time they would die. So to the pool they all gather, obsidian stars on hands to slather, And the smile on faces watching things fall before jumping in, one and all. We see them now as faded light as we seek to set things right, to gain the color of a world of gray and bring back joy before the end of day. Yeah, another one of my freeform poems. I should probably, okay, all of these will eventually have titles, like I said before. They all will have titles eventually. Right now they're just numbered because I need to go quick when I'm writing these things, but like every time I start posting them on like piecemeal on social media and all that, I usually give them titles so that people can essentially hunt down those poems when I get to it. I should probably also start mentioning the number of the poem. You know what? Let me know. Let me know if you want me to say the number and then go into the poem, or if you just want me to go into the poem. Right now, I'm just going to go right into the next poem. But if you want me to say the number before the next poem, let me know. But for now, I'm just going to keep, for speed's sake, I'm just going to keep jumping into the poems after the previous one is done. Nighttime buzzing noise as mosquitoes seek their food, inner flowing blood. That's in a haiku. 5, this is a tanka. Seeking the fine art for show. Oh no, this is not a tanka, sorry. This is a cavalier. Tanka would have 5 lines. Sorry, that was my bad. This is one of my own. Ha! This is a cavalier. Seeking the fine art for show, shelves to set aside, go. Seeing all their creation they know, so they may rise, so. Early morning rain falls to forgotten land, refreshing us all. Haiku. Softly it falls to whom it calls, among their cries and stalls, embraced now as a vampire's thralls. One of my Ascendras. We fell among the waves to sail when they saw stars fail. Water's now flooding in, we'll sink, watching it go down, unlink. If you didn't catch that, that's about a ship sinking. I don't know what to tell you, but yes, that's the cavalier, one of mine. One of my invented forms. Heat sinks into skin, anguish of blisters within, under the sun's rays. Now this is a tanka. The flowing currents sweeping the people away into the rapids, where many a soul are lost as they sink to the bottom. Then we go back into a free form. This is my bread and butter. This is my bread and butter. What I do here is this is my bread and butter. Hold on, I should probably close the lights. Give me a second. Much better. Okay. Feral was the way of the wild that followed the path of a child, where the rivers. That should be rivers. Like I said, there's going to be typos because I'm like, I can't, yeah. Don't judge me. Let's start again. Feral was the way of the wild that followed the path of a child, where the rivers meet the oak trees and embrace the wind among the breeze. They traveled along to shadowed groves where feasts were cooked upon ancient stones, as twilight lights traced the air when varied things came to stare. Overgrown now among vines and bristles, as the wind lets out a haunted whistle. Now twisted things loom like a shadow, where life once was became quite hollow. Lonely are the stones in which we stand, where magical wonder graced the land. What once was has now forgot the joys of things it had brought. And then another one. Do clouds ever question when they float by the tales of the ground not in the sky? In quiet places where time stands still, to bustling places finding time to fill. Do the waters tell of what they remember when the ice melts and fires ember? Do the clouds when they meet and take their place among their seat? Will the stars stare beyond the void, beyond the places they've been employed, towards the planets of galaxy space where time flows by at a different pace? Yet we claim through our pride that we know all on every side, when eternity cares not of hubris kept, with blind wisdom of fools where we slept. Oh wow, I did quite a few of these in a row. All right, fair enough. Moonlight shadow cast upon the earth, before the time of our birth, rise up the nocturne call, cast the light unto us all. In the silence of the night, under the gaze of the lunar sight, some shrink into silent sleep, where waking dreams claim their keep. In the time where colors fade unto our eyes upon night's shade, until the day when colors break and burns the shaft among the stakes. We set ourselves upon dreamless wake, where when delirium enters the mind to take, echoes into our sleepless soul, takes its time and takes its toll. Okay. I was apparently when I was writing these, I was on a roll. Anyways, with the longer form ones, I don't have a lot of time to write these longer ones. Okay, granted, I can write one of these in like 10, 15 minutes, maybe less, 5 to 10 minutes with it's in my own style, a little bit longer if it's in a different style, but usually under an hour. And typically when I'm trying, when I've done myself a dirty and given myself poor time management, if you will, I usually do shorter form poems just so that I can catch up to get my quota done for the day and all of that. I've been slacking at some point, so this is probably during the period of time when I've had more time and energy. We watched among the shore from the least and then the more, upon the waters which souls did float, as carrion ushers along his boat, to collect a toll 2 pence from an eye, lowered in caskets for those who would die. The tales of death now what will they tell, for ghosts do not talk when they yell. Flowing down the river Styx, memories lost upon its fixed, when the cries of woe that filled the air, soulless became their vacant stare. What then of the poor among the Greek, lost of those never to seek, when even bad heroes are brought to the stars while leaving behind unhealable scars? Yeah, so would the poor, when they die, would they have the option of having like the two coins that are put on the eyes? Would they have that option? And that's the question that I leave at the end of the poem. With the flower crown I lay upon the twilight land of Fay, where the crystal waters glisten and pixies come to play and listen. What reasons do they have to entice, and pleasures and tempting vice, to lock you in their song and dance, and to play with you in a game of chance? Now dancing where time stands still, for their fun and endless thrill, and when they come back in return, change had come when towns did burn. Yet there are some who wish to stay in their never-ending land of Fay, even though they may shift. That comes with the honor of a good neighbor's gift. Because, okay, so some Fey lore for the people who do not know how the Fey work. For the more benevolent kinds, and even the not so benevolent kind, but definitely for the benevolent or semi-benevolent kind, you are to always refer to them as a good neighbor, not as a fairy, any of that, because they kind of see it as an insult because they're supposed to be a good neighbor. And so usually what ends up happening if you say, like, call them fae or fairies or like things that they don't want you to call them, you usually get rather poor mischief put upon you. And so ideally, if you want to get in their good graces, you call them a good neighbor. Okay, 16. Both made our sacrifice laid upon the altar, yet is help not meant to come when one begins to falter? Passionate dreams stoke through the forge in flame. When it hits, we are never the same. Metal strikes metal, the hammer echoes the shop, the sweat of his brow. Kings and queen rise to rule, kept in royal halls, fool, knowledge kept from many a tool, knights claim their glory cruel. A windless summer, the sun's heat begins to grow. Cool refreshment comes. Body shuts down for sleep's disguise, laughing around covered in lies. Weary soul for the mind to rest as the others host the guests. And then we have another one of my longer Ascendras, but not terrible mid-length, I would say. This would probably be more mid-length because it's only, that's 7 lines. Yeah. They still sit where they would fit, and in silence to go commit by the waters that would spit. Crimes of them would never admit behind the curtains of a lawyer's sly wit. Through carefully curated words, they would be soon acquit. Wind upon the castle, through the shift of the season, the air becomes cold. Here. Okay, so here's another here's another ghazal that I did. Here is another ghazal that I did. You can, like, for the Persians, if you Persians and Indian, all those people, Southeast Asians, all of those come across this who know ghazals. This should show that I'm growing in learning the form. Because I am a poetic polymath, and so with all the new forms I pick up, it's not to like, oh, this is mine now. It's like, okay, I'm going to learn this new form because I don't want to stick to new forms, and I want to learn what other forms are out there, and the ghazal happens to be one of them. And so yeah, this would be my third one, I think. I want to say this is my third one. To whom will you tell your deeds in turn, where tall tales reside and compete in their turn? What lessons of war are there to learn when all fall shouldn't this one all fall apart? That was my that was okay, sorry. I didn't realize that I had screwed up there. Let me start from the beginning. I'll start from the beginning. To whom will you tell your deeds in turn, where tall tales reside and compete in their turn? What lessons of war are there to learn when all fall apart in their own sudden turn? To the cries of the widows in whom they may yearn, before time itself passes by and heals in its turn. Passages trace by merchants with blood money to earn, while others seek wealth in their own way way in turn. Yet for whom is it that these passions burn, where lovers meet, where none will see in turn? Will you, O love scribes and men, see the places of time's concern, to the many who forget their past in place in sudden turn? That is a proper ghazal, as far as I'm aware. This is a proper ghazal. There might be some things that like I could do to make it even better, more ambient, more visual, more popping, but all in all, for a third ghazal, I feel like this is pretty good. Will you step into the glen where music flows, embracing nature's tranquility wherever it goes? Will you allow time itself to flow and stop, and feel the essence of every dew drop? Will you let your worries flutter away, and flow into wind's embrace every day? Will you sit where the wild things grow, and smile at all that they may show? Will you listen to the tales of the stars under the light of the moon and its scars? Will you hear the laughter of things unknown, and accept the gift that come and are shown? Will you sway to the music that plays within the sun's heat and rays, where time does stop and all things flow? Will you listen to the call and go? Let the maze of my design carry you on. I insist someone will die, and I hate... Oh, okay, this is found poetry. This is... I was like, why isn't this rhyming? Like, if it's this long and this is usually rhyming, why isn't this rhyming? That's because it's found poetry. I almost tricked myself. This is found poetry. Try and find which songs each of these lines come from. I'll be very impressed if you can find them all. So yeah, let's start this over with the realization that I almost forgot that this is definitely my version of found poetry, which is in a modern sense me either taking from a song through playlists I listen to Spotify, or taking from, I haven't done it yet, but eventually I will take from like certain clips from YouTube of people talking and splice them in together into a found poem that follows a arc like this one will. So I'll get into it. Let the maze of my design carry you on. I insist someone will die, and I hate hoping. You got to choose the ending of my fate, never landing or standing by. Everything's just come together at last, with all the money in the world, coal to diamond, sold to fools. We've met your kind before. I can make you feel alive. They say there are no retakes. When the gears are turning and the fires are burning, disappointment takes us by surprise. Achille, come down, won't you? If I tell you my name, you'll have to play too. Aren't you supposed to burn if you're a star, like the goddess who promises endless apologies of paradise? So yeah, it has a beginning, an arc, a storyline, and then an end. So that's typically how I like to do my found poems. They sat in circles in awe to seek their divine flaw, thinking of their best sun and chance, tuned towards their music dance. They laughed and cried, we sighed, temperance in its virtue, lied, thoughts of storms emotion, now stressed, trying to calm down, rest. So the comma is a pause. So you do line, pause, continue, do a line, pause, continue. And that's typically how I do these Cavalian readings. It's a new form. For those of you who don't, it's the first new form that I created for those of you who are only tuning in now. Spring's melody, dance of the flower blossom, scent coats the new air. Calm of winter snow, peacefully sleeping inside, await tomorrow. Sinking in deep to confines of sleep, as the sandman will reap and gift dreams that we keep. Imagination in turn longs for a return, where passion comes to burn, with meanings in life to earn. So this is a base. These two are base asundras. Because 4 lines, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is a base asundra. The difficulty comes when you start going beyond 4 lines, for those of you who are paying attention. And yes, it is a monorhyme, and you can't use any of these rhymes again at the end. And if you want to really challenge yourself, for some languages it will be easier than others, but if you really, really want to challenge yourself in your lexicon of word usage, then you can't ever use turn again, or return, or burn, or earn. If you were to use that rhyme sequence, you can never use that ever again anywhere in the poem, and you would just have to stick to like whatever you put at the end deletes itself from the rest of the poem. That is max difficulty. Sweat across the brow under the summer sun's heat as we seek the cold, yet here they stand in winter as ghosts upon Hallow Land. We felt them come in fear, when to hold things dear, where the echoes sounded all around, when things went underground. Silo of harvest plenty, we feast, singing songs so merrily released. Soon others would come and eat, smiling with their friends' seat. Summertime buzzing, insect hunt has now begun. Children have their fun. Bells of color ring, autumn seasons will begin, nature comes to shift. A sudden stop where they go drop, things that they will shop, listening to the theater of Aesop. Children come and play through puddles of rainy days, laughing at their ways. See how they saunter in seduction, so they make a claim, abduction. Sly are their ways, their smile, swaying the hearts of many, beguile. A sudden rainfall, music upon the waters, with every raindrop. Oh, I did actually name, I did actually name one of these because I posted this line on Threads, specifically this line, and then for everything else I was like, dang, that's good. And this is probably one of my favorite starting lines of any of the poems I've done. May I offer the platter of your obsession? No need for a sudden confession in creativity so sadly repressed that causes one to be so depressed. Listen to the passion's woeful cry within your soul's longing sigh. Take the chance with a pen or blush. No need to worry and rush. Blush as in blush for makeup, pen for writing things down. So basically, are you going to get on camera or are you going to write? Dance of the summer in a wood tone howl, where mysterious things come and prowl. Flicker the lights of a lightning bug. Never mind the shoulder, you feel a tug. Peace of your mind and kind, pausing on so carefully, bind. Pleasure that come tempting to resist, pleasing in its touch, kissed. Falling in reverse, let's call it flying. No wings in sight to be applying. Just ignore this sudden gravity in the land of our depravity. Lazy dogs in heat, panting for cups of water, now satiated. War upon the end of a stick, movement of the wrist in a flick. Duelists make the first strike and fake them out with a sudden psych. Have you said hi to the monster under the bed? Listen to the words it may have said as it played poker with the one in the closet to get money for their deposit. Gambling monsters, shame on them, terrifying you when you're going to sleep, but really they're just gambling. Shining silver way to the twilight end of day where fairies go play. It would begin in a quiet inn in the land of Flynn, where peak grows on mountains twin, to the place of their ancient kin, as wild things go smirk and grin. Style of the 50, rain down upon the people, where will you go now? Kiss of the lips, can you hear me sighing? Touch of a hand on a smooth thigh. Kiss of the lips, can you hear me sigh? Touch of a hand on a smooth thigh. Tried to get up, but the heart knocked, now twisted into a place locked. Love so twisted, call this Wonderland, mad as a hatter with these flowers in hand. Blow a kiss, watch me faint, white as snow, still no saint. Playing the drum, watching my heart beat. This should probably be one word, yep. Before slyly taking your seat, with a gaze so deep in your eye, like a cat who won their prize. Looking for love with the obsession, lost in the rhythm of a confession, stalked like the passion of a yandere, while looking for the devotion of a dere. You sang your siren song, showed a place to belong, a beauty brighter than gold in all there is to behold. A love like lightning strikes into my only heart's core, sealed in a bottle. That's adorn, not adorn. Adorn. I was like, the frick? How did I screw that badly? Adorn the room with petals and forget-me-not, with roses so red going on ahead. It may seem rather silly as I hold an eternal red lily. Trees of Lebanon, this is no song of songs, in a place true love lays and belongs, caressed by the sweetest kiss into the arms of pleasure and bliss. Okay, so these are my silly ones that are about to come up. Because not all my poems are serious. You'll see that when I start doing limericks. Bubble pop, sugar stop, and gumdrop cherries on top. Never was there a love so sweet to give me such a treat. I saw stars shining so bright in a universe when our eyes caught sight, when my heart for a moment stood still, like a period at the end of a quill. Violet princess, adorned in petals of love from the nights above. How far into the fields of pain would you go for your love to show? As many question upon the same to achieve a love only you will know. Call me Eros in this love and lust, Cupid's arrow to a love that must, lost in the touch of a blissful hand, where knees buckle and no longer stand. Fields of sakura lay pink upon the pathway, springtime and romance. Don't trust in a feeling that fades away. Love is a choice made day by day, for a commitment that will last through thick and thin to hold fast. When we walk among the stars lean down to kiss. Okay, now a short. This is a short found poem. This is a short found poem. Specifically, once from. I will tell you this. These are all songs from Owl City. All these lines, each of them are a line from one of Owl City's songs. That's your hint. When we walk among the stars lean down to kiss you. There is something there, and it is showing. If my heart was a house, you'd be home. Can you hear the call of love raining down? Move, keep walking through the ghost town, to neon clouds of love to believe in, looking for that joyful sudden win. Forget blue, paint the town pink. Okay, so was this when I was watching, or after I'd watched Arcane? No. I would have seen Arcane before this, but Arcane would have come to my mind, so I was probably... This is an Arcane poem. Oh, okay. Okay, I see what's going on. Okay. Backstory time. Many of these poems you see, like the Bubble Pop, Sugar Stop, like all of these were written down in cue cards when I went to a con in August. Now, there were a handful of people, when I was in August, I was dressed up as a mad scientist. There was sitting in front of crowds and everything. But there was a handful of people that actually did come and interact with me when I was challenging people to put makeup on me. Spoiler alert, nobody came and put makeup on me. Very sad. But if they had put something either in the book, the Fizz lore book, which is the scientist's name is Dr. Fizz, or if they had put makeup on me, they would end up with a poem. And I'm trying to find where I put those cue cards. I still have them. They were set in. Okay. So, I had like these cue cards, right? Yellow, orange, pink, and green, all neon colors. And so when I would interact with people, or when I would go up to people, I would give them a card if they had done something creative, either on me or in the book. Not many people did. And I also gave one to the English voice actor of Farina and the guy she was with at the con, who was helping her. So both of them got a poem from me. A few other people who actually interacted with me, did something creative, also got poetry from me. And the poems they got, just spoiler alert for those of you who know who should any of this ever pop off, the poems they got are one of a kind. I did not write them down anywhere else. I do not have any copies of them. I do not know. I can't even remember what half of them said. They have authentic one-of-one copies of poetry I have written, and what I am reading now, because I wrote 300 of them, or 100. I wrote 100 of these poems. 25, 25, 25, 25. Yeah, 100. Of these poems, or was it 300? Give me a sec. I'm pretty sure it was 21, 22, 25. Yes, 100. I was correct because there wasn't any. The neons weren't in 300s. That was the other colored ones, which I have lost. I don't know where they disappeared to. But there are people out there with poetry cards of something I've written down I don't know what they say, but many of these people could have ended up with, and I would have had no copy of them whatsoever. So, because I was going to Anna Revo, because I was going to an anime con, I thought it would be a good idea to like do this thing, and people would like pick at random, and they would get their poetry cards, like index cards. The ones you see here, and in volume 4 as well, or volume 2, volume 4. So in this one and in volume 4, there's going to be ones, and I don't know, I would have to like go through all the cue cards, but what you see here is the copy of what I hand wrote in the cue cards first. So that is why this specific poem exists, is because it was intentionally directed for the geek culture at the con. Forget blue, paint the town pink. Eye so shiny, this is no jinx. Call you Ari with your love so coy. No misfortune when caught in your ploy. Love so dry, might as well be the desert. Looking around, trying to assert. To find your way, to a love oasis. You'll love oasis. To find your way to a love oasis before you go cold and enter a stasis. Passionate plays so merrily, our emotion, pleasure of entwined lovers, devotion, placed in a chest to keep, picked in sudden time, asleep. Glitter falling rain, shining down, a new couple, never was subtle. So all of these, I think, up until 100 will be, most of them at least, like the large majority of them will be, aside from like here, maybe here or there, that won't have been in part of the cue cards because some people would have picked 70 something or some people would have picked another number. But a lot of these short ones that you're going to be now reading are in the cue cards that I've written. Never such opposites as love and death, like the life that draws your breath, but what kids see in life to be the joyful unity between you and me. Once upon a hand of glitter, when hearts would flutter and flitter, there raised up a princess fair who rode this land to claim her man's heir. They came upon a bridge and troll who did not ask for coin or toll, but asked instead for help to find a wife whom he could spend the rest of his life. Strike a match, light my fire, take my breath and send it higher, then make my eyes see the stars and take my hand and call it ours. Be my passion among myths of men, to show what love could be again, beyond the lust and shallow skin, and bring it back full within. Go drink something that will fizz, that make your hands stand and frizz. Get the water out of sight. It gives the doctor such a fright. This one's about the alter ego that I have, the creative avatar of, or the avatar of unhinged creativity and joy, benevolent joy, and like all of that. He hates water. That's just about his character. So if you see things about Dr. Fizz at some point in the future pop up, that's about him. Calm waters flowing down the path just newly made, new life comes to drink. They played upon their trickster who a smile made, soon to wish they stayed, for to turn around becomes fair play, to see the bodies vanish the very next day. Sleep among the mystic green, where the fae had flocked in once been, who freely laugh upon a dream, one midsummer to truly gleam. Green is a sickness that covers the greed, also the blood some aliens bleed, but green is the meadow fields which we lay, among with the tea that calms us each day. What see you men in yellow sand, no plants in sight across the land, who seek but a drop of water to drink, as mouths go dry upon their brink. Will you come a little closer to a battle never fought and forget your own identity in places never sought? Neon jelly lemon field, onto one too many for one to yield. The scrunched up face gone too tart, gone too tart. Sugar the juice to a new place to start. Tired eyes and fluffy sides, with a sunny moon and water tides, where dreams will come and dreams will go to guide you to a place to show. Do the best things always finish last? Does the future know the past till a point into a time to take where impossible things are hard to fake? Color me in a man sleep deprived, who sought a way to be revived, for veins did flow a soda kiss, attract the fans who wouldn't miss. Do you know where the skylark flies across the distance in the skies to a place dragons keep their hoard and tease in place because they're bored? Witness in moonlight crimes that suddenly now came, they study the scene. Worry not of the distant rumble, where storms do come and then crumble. Embrace the rain, cool the skin, and usher all lost souls within. Okay, here's another villanelle I did. Once upon a willow tree, where life grew and animals came, embrace the land across the sea. To the ghostly tides of the banshee, held in the forgotten fame, once upon a willow tree, with the fae who dance in glee when they pull you into their game. With the fae who dance in glee when they pull you into their game, embrace the land across the sea, for they do not come in 1, 2, or 3 to mark that which they will claim. Once upon a willow tree, laughter heard and the smiles that be, echoes now and now never the same. Embrace the land across the sea. Once you're there, you'll never flee, as you too will forget your name. Once upon a willow tree, embrace the land across the sea. They heard the bells, the tournament arc to test their skills, then the dark. For one must come out on top so they can hold all those who drop. So we're back to the poems that I was put on the cue cards. The violent rage that ruptures the volcano, which breathes constantly. They were smart in what to start, find each other set apart, who came together for their heart. Singing songs of enchantment, of trap, smiles of the devious, kidnap, stillness under, darkness kept, now caught, seeking new ways out, sought. Cut it close down to the wire, to embrace the path of desire, where you have all things you need and no longer have to bleed. Blame yourself not of mistakes past, for they will claim you rather fast. Instead, move on, forward still, and find the things for your soul to fill. Echoes haunting upon the valley, where ghosts walk among the alley. Shadows engulf those who fall, while showing temptations as their call. The pages of life held by the highest divine in God's loving hand. There was no place in the hollow for the people to come and people to follow, so it grew in with the vine that holds together forgotten wine. And then finally the last one. Time comes to put an end, all things that have penned. Onward now to a future place among our friends and familiar face. And that is going to be it for Volume 3. I will see you guys for Volume 4. And the snowball is just going to keep growing as we go down these. All right. Well, hello there. Welcome back, my fellow scribes, to Of Scribes and Men. Once again, we are on Volume 4, and for those of you who are jumping in and wondering what all of this is about, I'm on a journey to reach 10k poems by November of 2026, and every 1,000 poems, I do a reading of the volumes. So, for example, because I've reached 1,000, I'm doing readings from 1 to 10. When I reach 2,000, it's going to be readings 11 to 20, and so on and so forth. And that's every time I reach one of those things, I do these long readings of each volume. so that people can see where I am at when the volumes got to where they got. So let us go to number 1. These are all still going to so for a few parts of these, for those of you who don't know, I went to a con, put these poems or some of these poems or shorter poems onto cue cards to hand out to people who slathered my face in makeup. Spoiler alert, nobody did. But anybody who did anything else creative, like writing a book or that I had, a lore book and all of that, they would also get something for that. Gave one to a voice actor and all that jazz. This is a continuation of that until it goes like kind of further into the poem. So just so you know where we're at. Bright and shiny days, dancing in all of their ways, embraced by the sun's kiss and a smile to come and play and stay a while. Do you feel a sense of joy like a child with a newfound toy, holding on a moment's bliss to capture all without a miss? Seeking sun's rays in all of their ways, enjoying how the moment plays as we flow through the days, through the time without the moment of delays, tossed into life's joyful moments of time's replace. This is one of my Ascendras. For those of you who are only joining in on Volume 4, Ascendra is one of my invented poetry forms. I posted the rules on here on one of my posts that you can go and check out. But yeah, it's one of my poetic forms. It's a climbing poetic form. As the costumes flow through the playful disguises in a sacrifice where time goes to embrace joy, enjoying the masquerade dance. Tanka. Poem. Sunny days in blissful rapture, moments all along to capture, in the place of hearth and home, to all the places to go and roam. To all the wild games we play, where all the wild creatures stay, for all the shows that came on through, watching anime and you know who. With the sorrow and joy they have brought, carrying us through the moments sought, to find a place to join and gather here, and tell the stories that we hold dear. It wiggles around here, oh dear, inspecting in multiple places near, into his shameless desire to go, inside the narrow spaces, low. Spinning around our dreams, going to and fro, so it seems, jumping around to our pants with the needle in silent chance. So now, and put together, tales of the clouds weave together, turn the end of a pen into a feather, into the air, and to embrace the weather. Going into town, wearing a glittery crown, bopping up, round, up and down, dancing in their own handmade gown. In a song of clouds where glitter glistens and rains, and the sunny rains to the baffled onlookers watching and standing around. If only people had, glitter bombed me with makeup, that would have happened. Rules of another world, like an isekai where you're hurled. Learn the setting, learn it fast, otherwise you may not last. Remember, there is no such thing as a useless skill that you may bring. For those who laugh and mock are fools, for if they do not know how to use their tools. Okay. Here, once again, this should be my 4th ghazal that I did. For those of you who don't know and are joining in now, a ghazal is a Persian Urdu poetic style that has like specific rules that you need to follow. It is a mono rhyme scheme. Each one has to end. So the first line sets it up what the rhyme scheme is going to be, and what you need to have in the second line always. So in this case, joy. So joy, 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 all the way down as the second line. The first line sets up the rhyme scheme where it has the 2 joys, and then everything else rhymes with that. And then there's like several other rules that go into it. I'm not the best at explaining it. There are probably other people who have better, because like there's words that they use to explain each of these points that I do not know how to pronounce, and I'm not going to attempt to pronounce them because I don't speak Arabic or Hindu or any of that. So I will let those people explain it, or you can go and look up what a ghazal is on your own and see what the rules may be. But anyways, have you seen the islands glisten in forgotten joy, where the stars once shined in celebration's joy? Journeys together kept in the heart of a boy, with tales of myths and dreams kept in imagination's joy. The madness leashed out in color's decoy. Laughter escaped with his maniacal joy. Nights set alight by fires unleashed destructive ploy. Cheers alike caught in colorful momentary joy. Sly smile held in the sleight of hands quick deploy. Questions of the mind in the confusion of joy. Oh, of scribes and men, have you discovered their ploy that cause a smile blessed by their joy? Oh, and yes, when it comes to the last line of the poem, like it can go more than this, or longer than this, but anytime you do the last line of a ghazal, you need to have a reference to your name or title. So because this is under Of Scribes and Men gets mentioned. I could also put my own name here, but basically it always refers to the writer at the end of a poem. It's called, I forget what it's called, but it is a requirement if you want to do a proper one of these. I know, yeah. I'm not going to try and pronounce them because well beyond me. The sun is shining upon this beautiful day, where fairies come play, enchanted now in a trance, escape no longer a chance. In the night parade, where 1,000 yokai come, a summertime fright. Will you dance with the walking snail and join the race with a running whale, to fall in water with a flying fish, then catch a turtle and make a wish? Pass a hyena in a somber slip, where a monkey watches and fails a flip, then swim with falcons up on high in a fever dream that ran on by. Move along to the summer geek beat, where many things lay tall and neat, foot stomping, body thumping, moving, to the shiny places people are grooving. Drop in the bucket in a wonderful tour, springtime oasis where water will pour, feel the brush of the summer snow and winter's heat to never go. Way of the Ninja in a hidden leaf valley became Hokage. That's a Naruto haiku for you. Here are some of my top big 3 anime haikus. Unleash a Bankai, fighting with Shinigami, 1,000-year war. Of course, we all know that's Bleach. Sailing for One Piece, adventures that never cease across the Grand Line. And of course, self-explanatory. Come on, guys. Enter now your flow state, where dreams don't show or wait. In the flames of your passion and desire, light the match and stoke the fire. Begin the day where echoes go play, sing the songs their way in lands of color not gray, bringing back those who have gone astray. Sing the summer song, upbeat melody of life, for seasons will change. Sweet treat to eat and enjoy, smiles of her temptations coy, swaying hips of seduction, I'm undone, singing in Celtic voice, stun. Or is it Celtic? I usually say Celtic, but I think some people say Celtic, and I don't know which one's more accurate. Flower crown upon my head, in meadow field and a flower bed, to a shadow soothing gaze, seeking a love to amaze. Will you frolic with flowers upon waves on an ocean shore, across the place of misty towers, where nightly oaths once swore? Is it a sword or a hand to reach on sunny hills where one did preach, where joy came in for us to meet and embrace the morning dew's silk sheet? Beware the madness behind a smile, in the realm of the strange. Stay a while. Call me Alice in this wonderland, playing in this box of sand. Silent Cricket Strip, yeah, these are all still part of, aside from the longer ones, like the Ghazal and anything of that length, these are all going to be part still of the poems that I wrote on cue cards first. So there's going to be people out there, like I mentioned in the previous video, who are only going to have a single copy. I don't know what's on those copies anymore. I genuinely don't. They have a 101 copy Hopefully they didn't throw it out, because who knows what may happen someday. Silent crickets chirp in a cool summer night's lull, sound to fall asleep. Charged up with a fizzle pop of dopamine, fizz-crazed eyes and all they've seen, graced by the sparkle glitter sugar shock, onto the streets by the shine of your walk. Chomping at it like a chobit, like a dressed-up doll that goes to sit, wandering around looking pretty, standing clueless in this big city. Shining around the rocks you climb, careful with those hands like chalk lime. Sudden panic, try not to fall, a foot above ground and not at all. A shining bright stop, graced by the breaking sun's rays, in a style that slays. Clash of a smile and kiss, curated in hot style, submiss, charmed to go beguile, we freeze, coy as a trickster, tease. Breaking and bold, not going we're told, insanity that could not hold in places where trinkets sold, for all that glitters is not gold. Flaunting that K-pop style, a pose, feeling the electric joy, chose, flexing in energetic dance they groove. Flow so silky smooth, move. Embrace of joy, her action so coy, the end of a toy, playing with the hearts of a boy. Caught a case of whimsy, now stay by me, along the sides of a purple sycamore tree, carefree as carefree can be, to the cats of 9 for them to see. Jumping around, see you later, space cowboy, caught up in your gaze, in your case of crazed plays, what styles of theatrics are in your hands, as you groove to your jazz and stands. Wander around in a desert, and I must concede, for what is one to do when in a stampede? No cutting way of a wolf's coy smile, as we crash a tavern and stay in style. So basically, Cowboy Bebop and Trigun rolled into a duo, like into one poem. Which are two of my favorite animes, by the way, for those of you paying attention. Only fools believe vampires fear the sun. Such a belief will have you undone. Only Nosferatu, black and white. They could not win until the sun's sight. Stop for a moment to the mic drop at the end of the tales of Aesop. Be sure not to cross the fox and the crow. There is no fable in that show. Fatal faint female grace, caught between a blade and a smile, now in Hades' land. Yeah. Aha! We now... Okay. Lore drop. I hate the sestina. Many poets hate the sestina, but I loathe it. I do not like the sestina. So, out of spite, out of sheer, pure, unadulterated spite, I've decided that every sestina I write will be rhymed, and out of spite, I will write 100 of them. Probably more than 100, but there will be at least 100 rhymed sestinas. And this sestina, this hydriatic piece of this sestina is the start of my spite-fueled journey on writing every other sestina that I put to pen or word or wherever that is rhymed, just to prove a point. So let's get into it. Oh, have you ever seen something so vile, spewed on the pages like word vomit and bile, with a mnemonic allure that longs to beguile? For every poor soul in every word they've read would be better if found on the floor dead, with no place to rest, not even a bed. Dreams may come at the comfort of a pillow in bed, yet nightmares parade with sentences vile. Wake with a fright caught in your own bile. Sing not to the tunes of the serpents who seek to beguile. For some words spoken are never meant to be read, like the sestina that lies here now dead. Omens of ravens found on graves of the dead. Yet even so, for the Sistina, there will be no coffin bed. Thrown into the dirt, not even the bugs are so vile, mucking about, eating their own honey and bile. There will be no glamour to see and nothing to beguile, a lesson from the wise in all that they've read. Do not let into your head the spiral you've read. Do let rise the hypnotic like an army of dead. Best close your eyes, take a nap on your bed. Beware the honeyed words that come from the vial. Like the lies of worm tongue, they're nothing but bile, that seek to get into the minds and eyes to beguile. So will you raise a toast to the words that spin and beguile from the ages and pages of all that you've read, and gone away from the light and the path of the dead? For from the Sistina that calls like a harlot in bed, with whispers so sweet and action so vile, born from a cauldron of hatred and bile. Be not affected by such word, vomit, and bile, like a genie within, with words they beguile. Have you not listened to they that have read, who've passed through history and lay with the dead? Pages sprawled out like the sheets on a bed, tears soaked in after the madness of the vial. Yet this wasn't so vile with malice or bile, spiraled whispers now beguiled forever to be read, words never truly dead, finding dreams in our bed. That is my introduction to Sistina. In fact, I am going to title this because there is a title for this, and it is called I Hate the Sistina. We titled it right here. You saw it recorded right here. This marks the beginning of my journey. And no, this isn't the only Sistina I've written. There are more, and you will come to see as we go down into other volumes. There are more. Gonna breathe now. That's over and done with. But yes, I'm on a spite-fueled journey to write every Sistina rhymed. In the beginning, God created heaven and earth, moment of our birth. Bite into the fruit of the loom, there shall be no consequences or doom, sang sweetly on the snake's tongue before everything faded and stung. Beat of the drums to war, bodies to 1,000, floor, before times of peace and life, burning in battle's fire, strife. I am going to need this one. Oh, okay. Okay, so this one, okay. I'm going to need to explain this one. This one is technically supposed to potentially be set to a song. I was listening to a lot of Anyanami, who is one of my favorite singers currently. I'm addicted to her songs, like addicted to her songs. Bread was the gateway drug, and then I listened to all the rest, and I was like, yep, no, I'm hooked. She's like up there now for me. So I was listening to one of her songs, and the cadence of her voice gave me the cadence of this poem, which I'm not going to be able to sing. Somebody else could sing it if they want to get their hands on it, but it very much was inspired by me listening to Anyanami. My poetry doesn't enchant musically, but can with a verbal flow. Everyone is standing around dreams, wandering around with nowhere to go, trying to reach for the stars, but they all fell down, so I'm gathering now everything that is in shambles, with no one asking how they can never allow. If I ever made a song, there would be a chorus here. Yes, if I ever wrote a song, there would be a chorus here for you, my dear. Everyone is always stumbling along, never with a song and where to belong. Always people having a laugh as time flows past and never see what's wrong. All a bunch of fools standing around wearing a clown of crowns, pretending to be happy, having fun while wearing their frowns. If I ever made this a song, there would be a chorus here for you, my dear. Yes, if I ever made this to a song for you, my dear, a chorus here. Dreams are gathered around like stardust now. Might as well be a soup. Everyone starts to flock like birds, part of a herd, yet always away from their group. All this really is, if you really must know, is just a big show, folding around with a floundering sound, trying to find where to go. And all I ever wanted was to be seen that would be keen. All I ever wanted was to go they've been, not they were where they've been and not been. And if there is no other way, then let me covered in dust, yes, covered in dust, for when the light hits me to shine so bright, they'd have to adjust. I forget which song specifically inspired this, but like it was like just constant earworm. And yeah, that's what I created from that particular earworm of listening to Anyanami's music. Electric shock beat, melody on the street, dancing along with their feet, new friends to come and meet, moving to the sound of their heartbeat, shaking the ground with every stomp and drum beat. Shock, stop, hypno drop, controlling reality, the mind subconscious. All the king's night across the land found dead in their own bed, sounding the song of the banshee to the plague's sudden, impending dread. Stillness of water with nary a sound, doldrum silence with no signs of life around, panic growing and seeping deep within, not knowing what to do or where to begin. Nightmares of the mind, if you let it, hiding from the guilt you refuse to admit. Self-awareness never something that was sought, now wondering why everything must be fought. No signs of the cold when in the heat, towards the halfway point you refuse to meet. If it isn't the consequences of your actions, drowned all the way in your own distractions. If you seek a moment of peace and calm, open your hand, reach out your palm, and forgive all of the hurt, like the washing of all grime and dirt. The lies we tell through the eyes of time, from lavish thoughts that taste sublime, and so we fall and wonder why things are worse when we die. Cold were the frozen, ice steeped into their cold bones, they would not return, in tales fathers told around the hearth's fire where still children sit. Charming were her ways in the places she'd caress, to lull a man to spend his days and take away his stress. Gotta take a drink, Did the rain say to the fire, what will you to drink? Consumed it not before it fought and found itself to sink. And so it's inside with the morals we hide before we laugh and cast them aside. Evil men of valor now forgotten that which is good, to do things they shouldn't just because they could. As the ego grew, so did greed and pride, forgotten why so deadly when it feels so good inside. Good men now forgotten as all gave in to desire, they worship that which is evil and sent the rest to fire. As they claim what they do is right and just, to wallow in the past as victims so they must. So lost on who they are with no one now to tell, and those who tried died inside to blades they fell. Never to see what they could be, taking truth for lies, now with their eyes ignoring the words of the wise. The silent song to those who belong, as more now come along to make the broken now strong. Behold now a winter fortress, a battle of snow now begun, to claim among them a victor, to have their tales be sung. Morning of the summer, children set off into school. The cool winds now come. In the morning dawn, hearing the rooster's loud cry, farmers rise to work. Wait, what the heck was going on here? This should technically be... There we go. That's weird. That's weird. That's weird that I did that. We're on 58. Statue of the mind, yours laid shattered and broken. Scrambled thoughts collide before you have spoken. Tripping over the tongue for the cat to reach. Forgetting what it was for you to preach. A bear trap to a bear strap, and a bear's to go kidnap, for Goldilocks to have her nap. We fought among ourselves in rage, weather's tempest of emotions page, wondering if peace lost, our fear, when asking for forgiveness clear. Embrace of the sea to the tempest's blissful kiss, a storm never to cease. Secrets under the shade, ancient oak, stories of a lover is together spoke, strategies of endless wars still stood, sanguine laughter of children good. The first kind before the world aligned, a flake none would find, primordial snowfall now and forever enshrined. What the frick is going on here? Something is weird. Something is wonky. Something is strange. No. Let's undo that. Undo that. Oh. Yeah, I should have known. Should have known better. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Boom. Boom. Okay, now it should be fixed. Wow, I really should go editing these before I do these, but you know, it's like paste and go, paste and go, paste and go, you know? So this should really be nya nya nya. Yes. Okay, I think I fixed the layout of everything. The 60 is the last one, I think. I'll just do 61 again if I've done it. Embrace of the sea to the tempest blissful kiss. A storm never to cease. We've already done that. 62. Secrets under the shade, ancient oak. Stories of lovers together spoke. Strategies of endless wars still stood. Sanguine laughters of children good did that too. Yes, we did that one. We did not do 64. Weight of the moon, a silent sentinel, while others stood under the light of the sun, hearing the voices of the planets and stars, longed for the place the moon had begun. Oral traditions and stories faded into stone, one after the other, etched into the mountain's bone. Tales it heard through the ancient days faded away into modern sights and plays. Sacrifices flowed, and the hills turned red. Blood of thousands of all who lay dead, to service a deity made by the power of their own hand, trying to call for it to grace the land. Yet time passed, and all would forget and flow. The peaks of the mountain holding all that would go. Lessons in shadows, kept between the shadows and trees, primordial cries sending out their silent pleas. Yet how can it cry when it's part of a man's creation, never to have been formed among God's station, etched into the blood, the heart of the divine, placed into every single human's bloodline? The desert sand, a question from the land, watching where you will stand with the riddles of every strand, with the riddles of every strand, not stand because we can't repeat rhymes, with the riddle of every strand, and the answers it would go demand. Failure to answer correctly now into a sudden quicksand, the Sphinx's coy smile, you're in her hand. Water would not soothe the thirst of our dying lips. Sorry, I said that wrong. Water would not soothe the thirst of our drying lips, with the taste to waste, the mind and all we forgot, now forever who we were not. That's a Tonka. Ashes to blooming, flowers laced the blood fields from wars once fought. Here's another villanelle I did. Give me a sec. You hear the call of the echoes drop, of the voices the wind did steal, for a language to make and swap. Handed over by that mystic shop, questions of a sound it could not feel, you hear the call of the echoes drop. For the air would not pause or stop, for it would take every song and squeal, for a language to make and swap. Towards every conversation to eavesdrop, from the start of the morning to every meal, you hear the call of the echoes drop. Tasting the words of the tales from Aesop, and making something so new and real for a language to make and swap. From all the prayers of those who would kneel, words from Babel that would now forever seal, you hear the call of the echoes drop for a language to make and swap. Eventually, I will get the, I believe it's the 10-syllable iambic pentameter cadence to villanelles, but right now I'm doing more of the modern version of them, as some critics out there may be contesting whether it's classical or not. It's not classical. It's not a classical vanille. I'm not there yet. I will do a classical vanille at some point because I've started doing these vanilles. It's just a matter of like sitting down and writing out the 10 syllables and making sure that it falls into iambic pentameter and so on and so forth to at least some degree. So, yeah, there is that. Standing cave of shadows, will you hear its verdict? For the many who stand in front in fear, the truth is a bite many wish not to feel. When lying is their home and sphere. Facing the self and consequence, lessons learned in the dark, where shadows creep and dwell, each line like an arrow hitting its mark. Stand at attention and embrace conviction. The shadows speak not out of malice, as many call out in denial and hate, who refuse to drink from the vine of the chalice. So will you face yourself in the mirror of cave shadow, or will you break and fall into what you see? Deaf are the ears that wish not to hear, denying the truth that helps set things free. Step into the fog of mystery, silence of the mist, history. Slinking into the mind, the unknown, sleeping darkness creeping in, groan. Standing at the end of your ambition, a dream's call and mission, visions of the heart to the star, starting close and going far. Fool among the heroes, Odysseus to you a crown of clowns, and all the men you sent to die for 20 years of folly and lost crowns. Roll the game of dice, checking onto the table. Yes, this is a poem mocking Odysseus, just so that we're clear. Roll the game of dice, clacking onto the table, a game of mystery. A simple game, past all that's tame, for the sakes of fame, for fortune to go and claim. A penny for a piece of war inside your mind, emotions turmoil, never in peace, shared by many, never one of a kind. Taste of the plague for a moment of sickness, a mouthful of bliss in a moment of its quickness, embracing the toxic poison within, reveling in every single fleshly desire and sin. Laughter in a club, nighttime pleasures for the many, wasting away days. Can you hear the silent scream of once upon a nightmare's dream, shaking one suddenly awake for the pills they need to go now take? Coolness of the day and the breeze among the trees, buzzing of the insect and the honey of the bees, things to capture along a nature walk, with a camera with no one to talk. Sunken depths the sea below, warning men whom all may go, as they sail onto the seven seas, through the tempests to appease. You call yourself a knight, I call you a knight of folly stand, as you hide away into the night and die upon this land. This one's a fun mocking poem. If life's a stage, I must be its jester. You protest too much must be a protester. Put on the mask of tragedy, I'll be your investor for all the emotions you let stew and fester. Brick clouds of the sun's shadow, tip a hat to the watermelon's gallow. Spaghetti western with a string of fruit, where no one can aim and only shoot. That one's not supposed to make terrible sense. Templars towards holy wars, promised land, thousands in the way, stand, through thick and thin, brothers together, towards a subtle sign, feather. A promise of fire on a cold winter's frozen night, a crackling relief. Seek a pocket of mortality in a mirror, face the self and make yourself clearer. Create a show, give it a bow, whisper into yourself a vow. Oh, sorry. Seek a pocket of mortality in the mirror, face the self and make yourself clearer. Create a show, give a bow, and whisper into yourself a vow. Bow. What was I thinking? I mean, it could be both bow, but no, it's bow. Taste of vertigo, watch me fall towards the ground and wall. And is it just me, or is everything upside down, or is my brain having a meltdown? Let out a sigh, try not to cry. From the pile to another, paper is piled high. Play catch up through the night, no end or pause for relief in sight. Drink the crimson wine, never mind you, the smiling fang. Just allow yourself to sleep and ignore what in the dark may hang. Do you fear the monster under the bed? The monster in the closet said, it's not the monster under I fear, but the human on top, who may hear. This one's about the monsters in the closet and under the bed who are actually more scared of you than you are of them. Much like wild animals. Ego of the shadow and a subconscious kiss, dazed in the daylight on all you may miss. Lost now deep within your mind, kept within dreams that collect their own kind. Raise the shattered glasses, toast to hidden passes, pavement the blood flowing inside in order to embrace and swallow your pride. Coy smile of geisha, gracefully moving on through, courtly courtesan. The waters flow where streams will go, towards the crystalline land of snow, to a frozen land of woe. That's an Asandra. Or Ascendra. It's an Ascendra. Laughter of a child exploring all the new things. Splash goes the puddles. Penny for your greed, to the things you hoard and won't concede. For whom do you bleed to an insatiable hunger to feed? Pocket full of melody in a land full of musical notes. Earworm poison of the mind without a change or any antidotes. A shining star, shining bright, guide the light through the night. Shine on to the path we need to follow, sing not of places void and hollow. A jester's tip for a magician's slip, a kiss of the lip, laced behind that of a quip. I think this needs to be unbolded. Yep. All right. And that is going to be it for Volume 4. Tomorrow I will try and pick up and do volumes 5, 6, and 7 because it is Saturday, and then Sunday I will try and close it with 8, 9, and 10. That is my goal, is to have all of these done by Sunday. No, wait. Yes. 5, 6, 7 tomorrow, and then 8, 9, 10 because we're on 4. That makes sense. Yeah. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Scribes and Men. For those of you who know, yes, this is still part of my journey to reach 10,000 poems by November 2026. I don't know when in November, but hopefully the start of November instead of the end of November. But I digress. We are on to Volume 5, so after this, we'll be halfway through the 1,000 that I've already done since July. So within 3 months, I have done 1,000 poems, well, technically over 1,000 poems, but I'm only reading the thousands with the volumes as I go on by. And so we're on to Volume 5, and we are starting with another found poem. Now, this one took me a lot, like hours to do. Normally poems don't take me that long, but found poems are a little bit tricky depending on how you want to do them. And this one, I wanted to rhyme. And I wanted to have a set theme going on through the found poem so that it would rhyme. And as such, I had to spend quite a large portion of time sifting through musics and lines that I feel would have fit the theme of the poem that I was going with. And it took far longer than it should have, but I managed to do it. I managed to make a found poem that rhymes. So without further ado, well, the nightmare you have isn't mine. Time to make things shine, seeing in blissful dreams, one of a kind, or so it seems. Copy, I heard you had passed away, but you had just slept the whole day, and I'm not one to have much to say, hearing you sleep the entire day. Stop, and I know this may seem heretical, but what I know none is rather medical, and I really think you should get looked at, laying down paralyzed on the mat. Testing, can you really not feel the stick when I poke at your heel? And it seems like such a shame being unable to play along with my game. But did you hear it caught in a crazy dream? Nothing is as ever as it may seem. And the fun thing about this is that it feels less like a found poem, despite being a found poem, which is great. But, oh my word, did it take a long time. Anyways, of the heroes talked of back then, only one had killed 600 men, though through some folly they considered him wise, as they all dropped to Odysseus' folly and lies. Once again, Odysseus was not a smart man, and he did sacrifice. Like, yes, he was a smart strategist, but he also sacrificed all of his men, and it took him 20 years, 2 side chicks, and all of that before he finally got back to his wife Penelope. Yeah, I feel like many of the other heroes would have done better. Just saying. Oh, and he also got Achilles' heel. He got Agamemnon killed inadvertently. He got like, oh my word, this man is like, yeah, let me just like kill all these heroes and like people. That's a smart idea, right? Hypocritical piece. Anyways. Yeah, so a lot of these are me roasting some of the Olympic, or not Olympic, but Greek mythological heroes, with the next one being Jason. Jason, oh Jason, you fool of a man, to turn to a princess and deny Medea's hand. Of the one who was most loyal to you, cursed to die a dog's death in the land you would stand. All right, here comes, so I started doing this thing where if I got unwanted notifications on my X account, I would make body poems directed at the people sending me unwanted notifications, whether they did it or not. If it ended up in my notifications on X, I would make something about that. And this is one of those. The woman streamed with cleavage fair, leaning back into her gaming chair, moving hands where they should not go, and to the simps teased and would never show. Looking for love in all the wrong places, following behind the steps of sin's 10 paces. When there is love you could know, in the arms of God, but the love of Jesus did show. And then a Christian one following that. I know, the irony. Or the duality, rather. Not irony, more duality. Have I become a creature of greed, taking more than I could ever need? For what reason do I lay upon this pile, only to have all look and revile? Pride of a dragon upon the blood of a whim, generosity aplenty, I am its antonym. Cursed is the fire that flows in my vein, terror of the skies and destruction I reign. Gold-soaked claws, for whom do I bleed? Relentless consumption, for what reason do I feed? Tip of the scales and they all begin to run, haunted by the deeds of what I have done. Pushed them down, then took what became mine. Do not cast pearls before me, for I am your swine. And if you think you're purer, I suggest you look at the dragon in the mirror. Yeah, so basically this is about a dragon who is guilty about his hoard. The heat of pavement of a time gone and well spent, along the beach's waves, now caught in class after the bell, as teachers begin teaching. Flick of the finger, it begins to go quicker. Pop the bottle down and liquor. Forget the present, blame the past. The future for a moment, never to last. Ring, ting, ting, and the bell falls, louder than a pin drop across empty halls, where empty laughter made its home and forgotten ghosts of the past roam. The clock strikes midnight, stories told around campfire, camping in the wild. Super bubbly bunny hop down the arcade gaming shop, gotcha rolling a toy it brings, added to a growing collection of things. Another fun little silly one I did. Trace of a pen to draw or write, guided by feelings in sight, where others wither on away, rusting their skulls day by... No, it should be resting. The heck? How did that you get in there? It should be resting their skulls day by day. Rusting their skulls day by day. My goodness. Resting their skulls day by day. Why did I pick resting? Weird. Anyways. Penny for your thoughts, but the mind is gone. No, Mr. Bean, for where you fall and spawn. Convenient amnesia to start anew, where you're the only one without a clue. A still clock that would tick-tock, gears would spin and knock, be broken now by a fired flintlock. Murder bunny, isn't it funny, when all they come and die? But what did one come to expect as it held a knife and the glint in the eye? Yep. West wind current blows, a howl. Wolves come a-stalking, prowl. Where they go hide, a home. Whistle of the air, catacomb. Prefecture of a judge, in court, penalty of the guilty sort. Prison now a home, locked in. Predator becomes the prey within. Sitting and thinking, shouldn't this be what? Yeah, whatever, I'll figure it out. Sitting and thinking, eyes tired and blinking, where the land is sinking, how to create geostones linking. Momentary pause and the cause is lost. Pleasure for your pain, was it worth the cost? A monster you wish to be not, yet now you stand among their lot. Gamble with the devil, he will not win. He knows the game and your sin, but a gracious loser he is not when with the blood of the lamb you're bought. So basically, the devil doesn't like it when you become a Christian, so become a Christian. Follow Jesus, make the devil mad. Come a little closer, no need to be shy. There are many wonders in this, I will not lie. Take a journey, take a trip away, and find yourself among the new each and every day. A sudden rainfall, pitter-patter windowsill, inside watching rain. Opulence in the city, their greed, on their high towers, deed, overture of a plot they begin, onward to freedom's height, win. Breathing pulse of the heart, body stops when it won't start, but poor enough and will come alive, with adrenaline pumping from a lightning drive. See a maiden lovely fair, strapped you into a chair. Now that there is no place to go, knives drawn out, begins the show. Yikes. Grab a dose of energy, let it flow in your vein. Grab a dose of energy wired into your brain. Yeah, that's about an energy drink. I'm not going to lie. I was very tired and I was like, I need energy. I will write about energy. Aha. Here we go. I knew how to fly once upon a time, stripped of my wing for my hubris crime, trapped as a ghostly echo of ages gone, but I am no Agamemnon. Icarus, spread your wings, but mine were not metal. Glue the wings and wait for them to settle. A moment of fun to plummet into death. Call me envious, but I am not holding my breath. If Daedalus saw, he would have sworn to the right brothers of what they had borne, and from the idea of Da Vinci to father and I, of men who dream to roam the untamed sky. Here I stand grounded among ghostly chords, who sung tales of kings and lords. To say jealousy is not in me would be a lie, as I watch these planes fly on by. So this poem is about the ghost of Icarus watching airplanes. That's basically what it is. Aha. Okay, here's my siren. Here's my siren villanelle. Here is my siren villanelle. The siren sang among the sea, knew her duty when her time begun, when her song would never be. Sailors heard and could not flee, when no one knew who could have won. The siren sang among the sea. Smiles embraced upon her lips in glee, frowning when all was said and done, when her song would never be. Listening to sounds she tried to free, to a song no longer hers under the sun, a siren sang among the sea. Anxiety setting in as she cried her plea, crying out from the rocks to anyone, when her song would never be. Cursed was what one could not foresee, a song like a gift from Calliope. A siren sang among the sea, when her song would never be. Or is it Calliope? I feel like I screwed up at the end with this villanelle because I don't think this should be there, but you know what? I'll keep it. Even though I know that the end kind of screws it up. Really, all I need to do is replace this this line with one that rhymes with this. Anyone, Calliope, sun, done, one. Yeah. Yeah, this is all one rhyme. So that's typically not how you do a villanelle. I'll keep it. 7 years bad luck, step on a crack, now you're stuck, where lightning twice struck. Pocket of rye turned into a dye for a seamstress to try, skills that no one could deny, when onto the cloth she would apply. The whistling wind along the barren ghost town, where men had worked before the gold had run dry, where miners sometimes would die. Arrows piercing skin, warrior's pain flowing through, this battle his last. Flowing fountain of youth in sight, fools who seek immortality, blight, festering among the forgotten, the lost, fury of the holy, crossed. Roses of the violet fell among the violent, as they all fell, and then remained silent. Smile of the wicked in style, shake a hand and stay a while, all for your soul to go and take, selling all to you that which is fake. Weight of a body, feeling like lead while tired, the bell tolls for sleep. Love so coy like a fox, whispering words and subtle talks, a sudden tease and sway, confusing you till the end of day. Boredom is a clock ticking by as you're watching paint dry, locked inside a plain room, your mind now spiraling into doom. Put on a mask, get ready for a ball. Vampire masquerade, now suddenly their thrall. A gift under the sun's ray, visiting you forever during the day. Because I'm bringing back the actual vampire lore that they can, in fact, go out during the day. Not whatever BS Hollywood put out. None of that. Or whatever these games that put out thanks to Hollywood. None of that. I'm going back to classical vampires in myths. Sure, they may be weakened under the sun, but they won't die under the sun. Pin drops hollow hall, buzzing of the creaking light. Fear creeps on the skin. Kill the cat with a story to tell. Hero's journey before they fell. Black cat's eye, wink and a smile. All done in feline style. Twist the knife, watch a life of the ones that you now stole. Panic starting the mind now in strife, never again to be or feel whole. Time ticking right on by, death waiting for you to die. In a thread across fate's seam, once upon a morbid dream. Gentle touch of grass, under the shade of a tree, afternoon picnic. Mirror, mirror, now shattered glass, foxfire inside that cannot pass, for a mistake that you made, now haunting that which will not fade. She calls in the morning, she calls in the night, appearing in every shattered mirror in sight. Patience of a kitsune's ire, to one whose fate is now dire. Best to find a way to mend, a ritual to find, and then send, as another mirror begins to crack, to make sure you do not slack. Now a touch of magic to make things whole, to break her out, that is the goal. By the end, a lesson to reach, a moral for the kitsune to teach. Basically, somebody was dumb enough to trap a kitsune inside of a mirror, and they are now haunting them through every mirror they come about, unless they let them out. Whisper among the wave and a siren kiss, intoxicating beauty of a song to never miss. Oh, you foolish, jolly sailor bold, did you ever listen to the warnings told? Abandoned ship where the captain goes, as the water begins to enclose, sinking to the oceans below, where only Davy Jones may know. Wham bam, thank you ma'am, onto the wall your hand did slam, fingers under the chin, drawing closer with a grin. Another poem about Caboddon. I have, one thing about me is you're going to see a very common theme that centers around the Caboddon. A sudden embrace, hands closing in from around, the lover returns. Do not draw me closer to a clan to tie, my voice tires of all those who die. From maiden to crone, who do you seek? Fate shone in your eyes, should you peek. Down by the river where the blood does flow, clothes for the dead in whom they'll go. After a while I too will begin to tire, watching all who begin to expire. Why must I be used as a morning call, when in death another will fall? All I wanted was an embrace of those who sing and dance in place. From ghost to the unseelie, there's another place I'd rather be ideally. Instead of death, give me love and life, in a place there is no strife. So basically a banshee who's getting tired of being the omen of death in a clan or family and all of that, and wants one that she doesn't have to be around for death, and wants one more based around romantic ideals. Rain sprinkling down, music notes on the window, and ambient sound. Neon blinding lights, robots and their fights, in a city without sights, getting augmented during days and nights. Foxy were her ways, she moved, futuristic musical club raves, grooved, flashing through neon lights, dancing sway, feeling the rhythmic mood, runway. Spiraling colors, kaleidoscopic spinning in an artist's mind. What is the sun in the night's runway, in a city of dreams where people don't sleep, where the lights move past the lunar ray and money holds a carnal sway? Pick a cup, protect the chalice, rise a toast among the palace, to ghosts of men wearing crowns and ghosts of queens in tattered gowns. Create the divide, make them fear, blind their eyes and never let them draw near. Better to control when disabled sheep, trading truth for lies where they sleep. Bow down to the king, you may call me the jester, wisdom in my hand. Vanity of the haughty, a mirror. Value of the material, clearer. Valor of blinded men, white night. Victory sleeps from graves, blight. Gaze upon the stars in the coolness of the night, astronomer's sight. Queen and her maid upon the throne, a crown of flowers to her was shown. Pleased was she upon the sight. Where's the D in that? Phrasing. Pleased was she upon the sight, and to reward her one as one might. Cupcake laced with chocolate drizzle, a side of pop that still did fizzle. Upon the tongue it soon would kiss, a sweetness still that would never miss. A bargain sought for one to make, a steal of a price and a desire to take, along the path of a shopping spree, trampled through and now never free. Trust the crypt of the grave keeper's tale, down the stairs and beside the rail, remains the grave of one you seek, empty now by the sounds of a shriek. To the dog, a boy so good, bacon and treats as one should, to the park and out to play, a moment of time to spend the day. So, go spend some time with your doggo and, feed them bacon, because every dog deserves bacon. Delirium comes to a sleepless mind, for a body longs for a sleep to find. Yet in the hour awake we stay, past the night into the dawn of day. If you're sad and worried, looking for the outlaw with a hair that was so... No. Let's start that again. If you're sad and worried, looking for the outlaw with a hair that was so red, and maybe that is true, no, I would not be worried for what you have to find when her hair changed from red to blue. Bleary eyes opened wide in the sleepy struggle. As Sandman comes near to toss his sand, my eyes go shut and my body longs to fall into a sleepy stupor into the bed's hand. Look a little closer and maybe you will find hidden things and creatures, each of their own kind. Eyes... wow, these typos are horrid. Eyes that glow in the dark and smiles begin to howl. Learn the lesson from a book and always carry a towel. That was a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy reference for you guys. I suppose it was he who would come to showing timeless tales of mist and snow, in snowy peaks of mountain high above the ground and closer to the sky. Trapped in a circus where forms are final, scattered mind living out their own denial. Laugh of a madman, what brings him glee, caught in the mystery yet none can see. Made of clowns of men, we all become fools, given a box of toys, more than useful tools. Crack a smile, try not to frown, before the tower of dominoes crash down. Remembering what we did, but not who we are. Take a fake prize, and now you're a star. Snap a picture, yeah, it won't last long. Surrounded by the strange, where you now belong. Roll of the dice and a new game to play. Lights go off, and it's the end of the day. Are you a human? Do you have a soul? Trapped in a place you'll never be whole. That is, I shouldn't have to tell you what show that inspiration comes from. If you've been paying attention, I will give a hint. It comes from Glitch Studios. A beauty to see, set your grace and eyes on me. Like the spring of youth, bring me to your embrace and show me your hidden place. A cup of water poured from the mountain's cold spring, for refreshment in hand. Induced into my chains, now broken, included in our pain, spoken. It came from within, our doubt, insecurities in the chest, shout. Step into my home, said the spider, mind the webs and ignore them growing wider. May I offer you dinner or a drink at last? Mind not the shadows closing in fast. All to think I forgot as a clown now. Lift away and spun away, always asking how. And so it's up to see, it's between you and me. Crafted weapons now showing one how to be. There's enough to say when you are down to play. A million ways in yearly days. Stand around and don't meet the shore. Otherwise you'll meet the boar. And yes, not like it's a double. So basically... the boar, B-O-A-R, but also the boar, like, if you are doing nothing, you'll meet the boar, like the guy who's boring. It's like things will become boring, or like, meh. Through Through times of need, they say the S is silent, despite the pleas when things become violent. But that is only true for those who have no. But that is only true for who have not a clue, and with the guide, the rage inside will know what to do. There are things we've done with cake that we are not exactly proud of. We say this for your own sake. Be wary of such a cake that makes you proud. If you're looking at that poem and going, "What?" That's the point. Falling left one with such a stain, hitting the ground, feeling the scars of pain, as the others laugh to see all that would now become of me. Roll the dice, play the game, build the characters, increase the fame, but beware if you roll a 1, for you may then become undone. So basically, welcome to D&D. Waves don't care who they claim, one to another it's all the same, yet there are those to whom we'll play, grab a board, and have their day. So basically surfing. To the siren's call, many men will come and fall, and become a thrall. The tightening bones from the winter's frosty weather, movement now rigid. Wonder of the ages gone past, wind of time's movement last, where mighty graves lie, now dead, we all must go, thread. Fire in my veins, nothing to blame, infernal raging, unable to fully tame. Bring out the cooling balm, and bring me to a state of calm. Fighting through the passing days, wait upon wait, fighting through delays. Reach out a hand, but no one was there. Still, I do what few ever dare. Aha, ha. Welcome to my next Sestina. Will I be taunting you guys? Yes, actually, yes. Have you returned now for another go? For what do you desire to show, encompassing your mind and all you know? Will the people know what you have just done? Who do you seek to influence and stun? Are there any who follow when there was none? Ambitious plans of the few, and now none, to carve out a path where you must go, seeking the Sestina to wrestle and stun. Dragging it out into the public to show what your madness has gone and done. That should be done. I forgot to put that in there because done. What your madness has gone and done. So all may see and finally know. A spiraling set that many don't try or know. Writing more than a few, there's next to none. Yet out of spite, moving for it to be done. This is a very meta Sestina. Going to where no other man dares to go, and to the others something there to show. Like a taser seeking words to shock and stun. How many do you seek to shock and stun? With the encrypted words and rhymes you know, standing on the tower of papers that you show, calling this fun where there's absolutely none. Hate is just another place for passion to go, to feel the fire and get things done. Oh, the words are crying, what have you gone and done? How far down the hypnotic spiral have you gone to stun? Do you even know where your passions now go, where things are hidden in the present for all to know? The existence of the Sestina where I'd wish there was none, and now all must go flex and show. Revealing it all like a Technicolor TV show, where the hammer of passion strikes to get things done, licking up dreams and motivations where there was none, wielding a form towards others to gawk and stun. For there are many things they wish not to know, as I show a place in poetry they fear to go. So to them I seek to show the heights which one can go, all that can be done with all that one can know, to a place where there will be none, where fear can come and stun. Second Sestina for you, very meta, because it's about me tackling it. And of course, my ire towards it. I told you there'd be more. Shine down upon the meadow thy sun's rays, upon the knights with swords in hand, in the grotto where he kneels to pray, to obtain the strength to rise and stand. Flight of the Tengu, lesson tied to morality within their mountain. Give me a moment of respite, of time's going past in its flight. Slow down and let me think and write all that comes to my mind and sight. Vampires in the sun, still alive, vanity and a smile, thrive, victims of the forgotten, the lost, value of the blood, cost. They jumped the shark on air. The show lacked ideas, aware. Testing the audience reception, they watch. They showed no love, botch. Into the fire, it started growing higher, cutting it close to desire, threading the lines and the wire, never realizing how things got so dire. Now bodies burn as if on a pyre. Pressure cooking, standing on edge, arm shakings while reciting a pledge. And so on to war they will now go, to return alive only time will ever know. The buzzing insects, while on a cool wooden deck, nighttime nature groove. Spin the chamber and take your aim. Take the shot to never be the same. Smoking now on the gun's flame, to a life none now can tame. Will you honor the dragon who desires to be a parent? There is nothing odd or even errant of the gifts they would shower and give for the one under their wing with whom to live. Sit under your money tree that you've grown and toiled free, now to bless what it will give, a new way now to relax and live. Peace upon the cool wind's breeze, whether the shores or among the seas. Patience comes to those willing to learn, where ages pass and then turn. And that is going to be Volume 5, halfway through the first set of the volumes, until I reach 2000 at least. And then we're going to continue on to Volume 6. But I will see you guys then. Bye. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Of Scribes and Men. Of course, this is once again part of my journey to reach 10,000 poems by November 2026. I am well on my way to doing that, and I consider myself a bit of a poetic polymath, as you guys should have already now been starting to get a clue into. It's only grown as these poems have gone on, but yeah, we are now on to Volume 6. And we are going to pick it up from here. Reignite the embers of my heart. Let the flames never expire when they start. Bring the passion into an inferno's rage that warms the soul as it burns the page. I envy the crow, never stuck to be hidden like the heavenly, as it flies among the skies for a human to watch and feed. Falling into her arm's embrace, quick leg work, there was no chase, like a predator claiming her prey, caught before the end of day. It began as a morning routine, every day at the crack of dawn. The snakes for her to feed and brush, traits she kept even as a gorgon. That one's about Medusa. Obviously. Gateway into certain madness, a drug. Glee into the unknown, smug. Going where others don't, now testing. Guiding the new experiments, investing. Apple a day, keeps doctors away. Anecdote of a rhyme, every day. Answers among the simple to health, acting it all out, wealth. Snow blossoms falling, from autumn into winter. Crystalline beauty. Is one a prophet or a beggar, or is he someone more divine? A mandate for mankind to save, forgiveness flowing down like the blood on the vine. Only method where death held the key, doomed from the start until he reached his hand, down towards mankind to go and save, broke the grave where death can no longer stand. How would we be if Jesus came today, caught in our filth and utter woeful dismay? A grace still for us to go and save, caught in a system of our sinful way. But all has a certain time-predicted system, all planned out at the start of it all, coming for all those who have been saved, to answer to his triumphant return and call. I will always be dropping Christian poems into my poetic journey. Star drops and neon lights trying to attract the eye's sights. As people come and go to places confusion lets them know. Is beauty in the hands of youth? Is wisdom in the hand of the age? Which is the answer of truth, that neither remains ever so caged? The slice of a blade, through the silent strike through the air, a warrior's stance. Twilight summer days, windows down as we go ride, vacation's road trip. Drifting away with the water's flow, letting the waves take us where to go, across blissful sunny days with chill vibes and grooving ways. 1 in a million, no 1 in a billion. Embracing challenges no one ever had, from 1 to a million billion, climbing to the top like a mad lad. From 1 to 20 I keep going, to achieve a legacy there is no slowing. It is fine to write 1 a day, but that is not where I must stay. Another meta poem. Short one, but still meta. About me, like it's meta towards me. Blooming of lilacs, filling their scent through the air, set to a perfume. Graves keeping bodies merrily, the dead, gone were the bodies led. Gateway into the eternal, now risen, governing a cage gone, prison. Kept separate, never meant to be alone, seeking connection down to our bone, yet still carry the weight of mountains high, trying not to collapse under the pressures of a sigh. Voices will sing what joy will bring to each and everything, to hail the coming risen King. Once again, this is about Jesus and his return. Deer of the woods, feeding in its tranquil peace, a sudden rustling. Given a finger, it will take a hand, careful of the sinking sand. Through a deathly lullaby, there will be no scream or sigh. Step into the alley of shadow, where no light will shine or go. Where debauchery comes to flaunt, fear not the things that come to haunt. Will you step inside the door, where many things shine more, wistful dreams made real to adore, warnings become ever silent, evermore. Secrets kept in shadow, they hide. Secrets come to find, collide. Soon to bring out their find, satisfied with what's inside, enshrined. Bars of gold to have been sold, the thieves fencing through the bold, a greed comes to take hold. Pearls before swine, tossed mud into brine, crowned fools where you dine, in a cell you would define, blinding leading the blind, ignoring wisdom's guideline, as he spilled the fruit of the vine. Tales lost the thought to be fiction and myth. Tales lost thought to be fiction and myth. Of the land all would live and stand. Never would anyone have thought it was real, as children found themselves on an outstretched hand. Of a time before the Titans' fall, as bones became the mountains and hills, to the skulls of a city covered in torchlight, seeking all of their cheap rides and thrills. Islands made not of a volcano but a body, moving through the farmlands to get off their chest. Sockets, caves, and grottos all became all but hollow. Interview of an ancient, lifeless guest. Runes pulsing through each and every part to keep it all still and steady, finding ways to harness it for energy, rising to levels before they would ever be ready. Weeping weapons thrown, where the warriors once shone, forgotten alone. Hide upon Titan's call for blood, honor of men lost, flood, healed by a rainbow sign, a vow, holding the only way now. Basically Noah. This is about Noah. Noah and the Ark. Fortune comes to both fools and bold, for the more than one kind of man can strike gold. Yet into the hands of the wise it can go and hide, never showing the way to find what's inside. Sailor upon the raging sea, let down your rope and come with me. Ignore the waves so tall and high, in my arms you will never drown or die. Basically, a siren trying to tempt a sailor to come off of his boat and meet them on a rock. Or a mermaid, if you want to consider it to be that. Technically, it'd be more a mermaid, but yeah. Hail to the blood-red queen, I seek nothing but your death, for the cries of the people through each and every breath. Do you know the path the wind may go? Have you followed the water where it may flow? Have you listened to the fire and for what it burns? And put your ear to the earth to listen to what it yearns? From the cave carve yourself a city, ignore those who laugh in pity. Build what your hands have been taught in the place you have finally sought. Laugh of the wicked who go and taunt with their eyes, blind to destruction. Blood moon rising in the midnight sky, for the dead to rise and for the dead to die, where death comes for souls to take, laid upon a gambler's stake. Windows shut and families hide, for all know when to stay inside. The lone cowboy comes to meet his fate, fueled by vengeful hate. A deal is struck and a deal is done, he would be taken after the smoke of a gun. Vengeance taken, so willingly he goes, under the city of circling crows. Silence now upon the rising dawn of things before that had come and gone. Life continues along the desert street before another comes for a fate to meet. Basically, high noon dueling, or basically Western cowboy dueling thing, all of that. Midwest. No, not Midwest. You get what I'm going for. My mind is a little wee-hoo. A cool wind blowing, while sitting on the cliff's edge as they watch birds fly, smiling with their staff in hand to gather wisdom from land. Weep not for me where I die, where snowflakes fall and sigh, for a war can take a hero's life during a time of war and strife. Do you seek to carve a name through history's halls, or be like forgotten timber where it falls? Do you seek legacy or the remembrance of dust, no matter the path of a life to encrust? For what will you rise and be defiant, to face your demons and slay your giants? Will the crown be of a clown or king, to be mocked or have legends sing? To a mundane life, what a bore, when we seek for meaning in something more. Grip the skies and weave your name where others before you came. Smoke and mirrors, secrets so clandestine, call it noir with coats of yellow. Steps so graceful might be something fatal that calls out with an unarmed hello. The crackling of fire, that's Moby Dick. The crackling of fire on a winter's holiday with our family. Or was it Dick Tracy, not Moby Dick? I think it's more Dick Tracy. Moby Dick is about the whale. What does it take to get a wife through the lonely game of life? Cast the lots and now you've lost, left in your own exhaust. World so vast we'll never understand all that it hides and holds across the land, to know each culture's life and way, and all they do day by day. What do you see of the stars, each near and far, as you look up from the ground in the quiet of no one around? Beach-going bombshell, California surfer girls lay upon the sand. Corrupted morality drank upon poisoned waters, of which the people went and took, started painting evil as their version of good, and the ones who never took they forsook. Are we all but fickle mice, casting our lots and dice to a life we know not to live, in a place we know not to give? Shattered rose-tinted glasses through all of life's passes, delusion now to all they see, never to return to who they used to be. So that one is about losing your innocence and how you used to see the world, which is understandable. Aha! Here's another roast poem I did. Me for dinner, for attention, she cried. Embraced by lust, they moaned and they sighed. For a moment of something to feel, to their time and money, that would be ideal. There once was a man whose thumb was green. Plants rejoiced every time he was seen. But much to his dismay, there came upon a day where his thumb was not green, but a bean. A lady once had great tracts of land to massage in the palm of her hand, and little did she know when the milk began to flow that would all become part of her brand. Two limericks for you back to back, one body, one not. And here is another sestina for you guys. That's right, you get another sestina. I long not to be part of your superstition, among the humans to be a wonderful addition. Mind of a kitsune, but I can show you my submission. A yokai among friends for you to acquire, placed with a gift to fulfill my heart's desire. Do not be with those who hide and conspire. I'm done being the shadow when they would conspire of those who dwell in the corner of your eye as superstition. To make friends and maybe a lover too would be my desire for those who would have me as their friend's addition. With all the things we could go and acquire, at least you show me your submissive submission. Shall I lay instead in a fox's pose and submission? Are such things you dream and conspire as an ethereal beauty for you to obtain and acquire? Pleased with the fact that I am no superstition, oh, whatever shall you do with this coy addition that traces your chast calling to your lustful desire? Or shall I deny you such passionate desire, a tease to please and forgotten submission? Did you catch my tale's next edition, mind of its own, for what it will conspire? It is no mere idle superstition, brushing up against what we long to acquire. This is no tale of a crane and a marriage to acquire, yet it is true that you are my sweet blissful desire. Where there is no need for lies or hidden superstition, as you or I will fall into each other's arms submission. Where clothes lay on the floor to talk and conspire, of whom we'll join in 9th month's edition. While I chase away any other yokai's addition, for only I among them will I allow you to acquire. Let them scheme and in jealousy to conspire, they will not take away the fire of my heart's desire. In the end they will all bow in submission, a promise made between creatures of superstition. Now no longer in hidden superstition to you to be your new addition, tamed by sly submission for me to acquire the heights of your desire in my schemes to conspire. Boom! Kitsune, mother flippin', sestina for you guys. Okay, so for people who don't know, the Kitsune is my favorite yokai. I should be very apparent. But yeah, Kitsune sestina for you all. Pennies on a plate of a plenty as the copper falls, hidden beneath, cracked underneath city malls, things that passed that people forgot, focusing more on bags of things bought. The courtesan dance among the riches of men, object of desire. To you, made of skin and bone, never holding on to anything of your own, a healthy way to go and be, to enjoy life and set yourself free. Words of the morning won't come, wide eyes in panic, numb. Wondering if still dreaming in fear, whispers of a tongue clear. Dear shadow, of what things do you embrace and see, from the places you lie to go and be, in the light in its obstructive dance to allow you all the places to go and glance? Do you, dear shadow, have places you long to be, to go and swap places to see what I see? Or do you find comfort within the dark, passing by places no others have left their mark? Have you, my shadow dear, long to bring me to alleyways? Shouldn't that be one word? That should probably be one word. Alleyways. Alleyways at the heights of a midnight moon in its place, to seek places to consume, grow, and loom, expanding and ephemeral hidden room. Yes, my dear shadow, what will you long to know? And does fear come in places you go, or is it a moment of company tide, seeking to see the places I'll go and guide? This one's about your shadow. Duh. and whether your shadow wants to become you, or you want to become your shadow, or you want to know where your shadow is able to go and see, and so on and forth. Basically, it's Questions of the Shadow. Actually, that's a good name. Questions of the Shadow. I'll name that. You can give me a better name if you think of one up, but for now, I'll just name this Questions of a Shadow. Rushing through the city, things slow. Rage-fueled while driving, go. Reminder to remain calm, to meditate, relaxing back into focus, deflate. Fog covering in thickness of smog, in the fire's dwindling epilogue. Figures watching from the edge, offering hidden things to pledge. Excuse me. Falling into fear, losing things held dear, seeking those who would draw near to find the place that wise men hear. Before it comes to take and you disappear from the mind to allow it to appear, that comes upon you all at the end of year. This one's about taxes. A sudden growing dread of the waking dead, seeking things for hunger to be fed. As from the grave zombies arise, plan to survive, all must now devise. And some people have been waiting years for that to happen. Welcome to the circus, enjoy the show of flying knives and futures to know. A seat set for you right into place, showing deeds of eloquence and grace. Flip a coin and then duck, step on a crack and defy your luck, dodge a mirror for the sake of a black cat, finding harmony in your lap as it sat. This one's about, well, obviously this one's about the black cat and like bad luck and superstitions and all of that. Samurai's honor, gestured by a form and bow, death of the seven. Obviously the seven samurai. Snap a picture, it will last longer, of those who seek to become stronger. Tales kept at the end of a flashing light's end. To all your friends and family now descend. No one is ever fully ready to deal with the mind of the petty. Revenge feels nice, both hot and cold, and patience favors the old. Bitter is the taste of your desire, burned by regret and fire. Pieces lost, scattered away, now trying to find yourself every day. Lover in the snow, laughing from a snowball fight, a winter's delight. Once there was a single loner who awoke to a sudden boner. When he went to use his hand, the sound of a music band outed him as a loud moaner. Another limerick for you. Of the things we go and hide to keep locked up and deep inside, barrier set to keep others away until love comes in and makes its way. Lights of the castle keep, to all swords he'd reap, where war and death touched his hand to the bodies that lay across the land. In the depth of the cave, bats were dancing, having a rave, not yet even fully aware that humans were watching them there. Going deep and going high to reach the ocean and the sky. Ambition calls to come and try and leave a legacy before you die. Purple lightning through the rain striking down into the plain, in a place where the air currents flow as electric discharge will arise and go. The family home, secret of a forest path, where nostalgia roams. Would a final meal ever taste so bitter to us who ran as a silent quitter, choking the throat hard to swallow, of abandoned paths we did not follow? Heat that sticks to clothes on humid summer days, uncomfortable. Claiming their spaces in the hidden places where there are no traces, roam the men without their faces. Ooh. What mysteries do they know through the eyes of the crow? Among the groups they go and dwell, watching as one died and fell. And then we have another villain now for you guys. All the hidden things to show in the forest of trees that gathered the lost, as the crow doth know. A place where many dread to go, as they fear all the things the deal may cost, all the hidden things to show. And winding paths where twisted trees grow, in a place where soul's breath easy to exhaust, as the crow doth know, cries of the mourners in their woe, and all the dead bodies abandoned and tossed, all the hidden things to show, eerie things where the shadows flow through the summer sun and winter's frost, as the crow doth know. Would you go where time does slow, where all the secrets hide embossed, all the hidden things to show, as the crow doth know? "5 minutes ago, 12 on the clock, where ships came in towards the dock. A minute passed, and not much more, when a vampire stepped through the door. Surrounded by things and always a mess, sometimes more and sometimes less. For people of order, it could be a dream, or a nightmare ripping apart at the seam. Have we ever wondered to stop and think all the things dragons like to drink, whether alcohol actually gets them drunk, or if milk puts them in a funk? Black cats along walls, jumping down to under halls, where the shadow calls." A rhymed haiku for you. Feather flowing down, off the birds flying around, a quill off the ground. The samurai poet taught from a very young age how to wield samurai poet taught from a very young age how to wield them both, and when the war suddenly came, he picked the pen and not the blade. All the girls and where they tanned along the beaches and the sand, to their skin the sun to roast, while to their friends they would boast. Hand of a princess on the throne where she now sat, marriage is at hand. They fell among clashing swords to the barbarians and their hordes of the mighty men all had lost to the pits where they'd be tossed. The fires burned and the fires raged, as many were caught and finally caged, to be sent away and then sold, increasing the barbarians' hoard and gold. There were very little now who could fight or stand against with all their might, hoping a hero would finally come to the beat of a war drum. But until that day they would have to wait for a child to grow and accept his fate, to become a warrior like none before, who charged right in with his claymore. That one is more akin towards Conan the Barbarian. I know he doesn't technically wear a claymore, wield a claymore, but the essence is the same. Find yourself in a strange position where you would in fact expect the Spanish Inquisition, as they would burst right in to no surprise, no startled jump or sudden cries. I raise a glass in toast to thee, for a future to embrace and see, to make a deal and have it done, where none shall lose and all have won. There was a man who wore all red, who the tavern maid wished would be dead. She would not have any luck, as she too began to suck with his wife along his bed. That would be another limerick for you. Tip of the boat into the night when Godzilla comes to fight in the movies that we all play and fall asleep to at the end of day. What mortal ways our mind do take upon the dawn of day when we all go wake, sledging through like a tired soul to drown ourselves in a cereal bowl. The beauty of the neon lights for futuristic city sights, augmented now in more than an eye to spot their mark and who must die. The wonder of stars caught within the midnight sky, the beauty of space. On the dawning edge of tomorrow, to leave the past in its sorrow, a step forward for us now to take, as memories grow with the time we make. The autumn leaves are falling as the winter winds start calling. As the winter winds start calling, for the season to come, close the door, and start anew again once more. Woof, I need to get better at speaking these poems, my goodness. But I should have ample practice because I've written many, and I shall be posting these on Instagram, TikTok, and all of that. Yeah, it's their own solo things. So perhaps I shall get better acquainted with properly speaking and waxing poems poetically. So yeah, that is going to be it. Volume 6, and you will see me for Volume 7. Until then. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Of Scribes and Men, where I, the mad poet of 1,000, am going through the first 1,000 in these volumes to on my road to reach 10,000 poems by November of 2026. We are on to, of course, Volume 7, and tomorrow we will conclude the last 3 poems, but now we're just going to jump into Volume 7 and see what poems they provide, which are 100. Each volume contains 100 poems. Neon rain in midnight skies, lifeless cities of enormous size, silence in robotic disguise, futuristic samurai comes for his prize. A moment of bliss going down the mountainside with windows open wide. I swam among the lights within the twilight neon sights, chilling to the music playing in the club where people are swaying. The days are hot, but the nights are cool, swimming at the beach or pool, relaxed into the waters and begin to feel a moment of dreams that become real. There once was a cat who saw a ball. He began to chase it down the hall, but when the cat came back, it began to attack, for it wanted a mighty brawl. A nice little limerick for ya. Have you ever been unnerved by a yokai smile in the dead of night when things come out from hiding or on you whom they are spying? Into the shadow of your own making that came alive for the taking, before the time stops and things stood still, for nothing now could he fill. An early riser, not healthy or wiser, the lies of the advisor, in the will of the franchiser. Astronauts leaving the Earth for space, answering the questions of astrophysics case, awe in their eyes and wonder as they float by, ponder. Tales of men the dead did see, no freer was the one alive to be, for a man was shot on the ground in the eyes of all those around. Whispers and giggles in the girls' slumber party, gossip all around. Wisdom came from the man of the mountain, who found his way to a magic fountain. Eternal life came with its cost, for him to guide all those who would be lost. Now alone in a place hard to meet, in a stone chair alone in his seat, time had come and time had gone, witnessing the fall and rise like the rising dawn. No one knew who he would be, or even he could never foresee the knowledge all would go to forget, and in their hubris believe to be the smartest yet. So he watches the march of the blind fools, who believe they made all of the tools, while to others he imparts knowledge still, who make their way up by their will. Here we have another ghazal for you guys. Waves of emotion as you mourn your loss. Cathartic tears flow down in embracing loss. Wisdom comes in many ways you come across, and material things in their value loss. Echoes of men who have carried their own cross, who have seen the highest highs and the pains of loss. Men who build empires to rise, guide and boss, as experience comes beside failure and loss. Don't worry yourself among shallow dross, or remain where time itself comes at a loss. Oh, to you of scribes and men, what wisdom do you toss when grief comes in and teaches all about loss? And then we have another one, a little bit longer than the previous one. What waves do you control at the zenith, O midnight moon, you lesser light of the night, O mighty moon? The times when wolves howl, when lovers swoon, to embrace the skin in their sin under the moon. Give your grace upon the coarse sandy dune of those who travel under the cool light of the moon. You are to midnight what the sun is to noon. Do not let the shadow hide your face forever, my dear moon. Luna calls, and none can say they are immune to the pull of your gravity and weight, you loving moon. The circadian rhythm of the wakeful to you attune, sleepless nights of artist lights for you, the sky and moon. Even of scribes and men longs again for the boon, where he thrives under the midnight sky and shining moon. Got 2 ghazals in this one for you guys. What ways of men will you see, or will you remain in hate to seethe and be, a refusal to look deep within to know whether it's your judge in sin? You who watch to test and wonder the limits of man to turn asunder, to rise up high or fall down low, not knowing the direction it all would go. The coolness of night, sinking into the lagoon, swimming at midnight. Ooh. Conflict comes in fight or flight, to test the strength of one's might. We all have and feel them both, as they test us in our growth. To you I confess I have not been at my best in the summer's heat. Embrace my hand and make it cool with the hand of a lover. Across the sea, the lighthouse shining, to prevent the sea on boats to be dining. For safe passage right on through, to make his way home to you. Ran the race and came in first, yet with no way to quench that thirst. A throat so dry you're on the brink, to be thankful when you get that drink. Wakeful soul tied to the night, tired eye to the dawning light. If one could, you'd wish to be awake at night for none to see. I will not stop nor abort, though some may come rather short. Time has come to bend in chains, as I long for freedom's gains. So stop and stay a while, close your eyes and ignore that pile. Take a breath in and out, and if you must, give a shout. A lover's caress upon the face, neck and chest, love's security. Once upon a time, they once said, with all the stories and lies they fed, of life and things to come, now drowning at the bottom of the bottle of rum. Another limerick for you. There once was a man named Larry, whose big chest was very hairy. He went to a salon to have his hair be gone, only to come out as a fairy. Would the earth go moan while it would quake, in the sound none can hear or fake, only to ask, done by what or who, on the earth for this to do? Off the earth to leave their home behind, to find a planet of its kind. Pioneers and pilgrims to find a new place as they travel on through space. Test the waters, test the well, find the place poison might go dwell, to twist the souls and the mind, confuse good and evil as it's defined. They pick the bear, yet not how to tame. A different path, mine's not the same. Of such things they'd probably run, while others seek to pet and have fun. Fawning of a cat in places it had sat, purring on the lap. Percentage by the rules they live, honor split with what they give, morals toss away to the mice like gamblers tossing dice. Heavy lids and eyes that fight, stay awake and keep their sight before they creep up to the bed and fall asleep like the dead. This was when I was very tired. Kept by a mother's will, like an apple pie on a windowsill. Delightful things for some to eat as a warm, sweet treat. Baby swimming seals caught at the aquarium. Sea puppies have fun. No fear for one until they double. A slight swallow and now there's trouble. To figure out whether they're both drunk or like yourself caught in a funk. Lull me away to a place of dream, to fire off a magic schoolgirl beam, and then to wake and forget it all, to run with toast, then crash and fall. I'll go pet the super dog, and beware the hypno frog, or the snail that seeks your life, causing new kinds of strange strife. To you who is wed, the groom and bride in this hall, a celebration. To the caves with paths of three, where they went none could see, whether there was an omen's blight to affect all within its sight. Throw the dice, watch them roll, to see if you hit your goal. To the places where you toil, beware the things that become a foil. Sweet taste of honey danced dangerously on her lips like plum blossoms, and now my heart is beating towards this lonely feeling. Okay, 44. This is a Shijo or Shijo. I'm going to say it's going to be Shijo. It's a Korean traditional poetic form. It is 14 syllables. Each line, technically each line is supposed to be, it's 3 lines, although some English translations might put it to 6 lines, but I'm trying to do the more authentic version of Shijo's, so keeping the lines at 3, because that's how they do it in Korea, so I'm keeping it as authentic as possible when I write these. But basically how it works is each line is 14 syllables, 14 to 16 syllables. The first line starts with a thing of nature, the second line continues it, and the third line is a kind of reflection, philosophical thing, or what have you. It's like a human, like it switches the kind of like the scene to wanderings and all of that. I'm probably not explaining this terribly properly, but this is definitely a Shijo, as you will come to see. The waterfalls trickle down, flowing into the river stream. The dawn's first light glistens bright upon the calm surface. My heart belongs to the beauty, bathing like a dream. So yeah, that is my first Shijo, and I will have many more as these go along. I spilled Skittles on the floor, mix of red, blue, and green. Caught in patterns hard to ignore, judging what I've done and seen. Do you fear the depth of the cave of lost things none could save? Into the light of your shadow, running from the secrets you know? Among the hills of snow and frost, of the frozen bodies and the lost, hunting for their daily meal before the creatures come to steal. With a spin, sound of a violin, caught with a cheeky grin, start of a dance to begin, pulling all around with her music within. Pride of a lion they roar, peace of a dove adore, patience of the old they sit, patience practice through their time fit. Read the scripture, take the deal, become another act on the circus wheel, to false importance thanks to pride, gathering contradictions and hypocrisy to their side. I fight against a destructive battle, tipped over like a herd of cattle. God must look and mock my ways as I plan yet fail my days. Why journey then with a pen of my own if there isn't a path that can be shown? Or must I fight until the mountain top before I can breathe and finally stop? 1 step forward, 3 behind, another step forward, and a fall of the same kind. A path not trilled, yet a life does call as I try to fulfill an order so tall. A calling they say, a calling they cry, as I shout to the air while asking why. If this is meant to be where I must go, why must things go ever so slow? The cheetah's fast pace, build from a moment of speed, slowing down to rest. Would you go if no one would see, to achieve the top where no one would be, only to sit lonely there where you care, to feel the breeze of the cold night air? Kick down the door and drag them in. Stare at the muses, turn them into your kin. If they set up walls, break them down. Claim your throne, claim your crown. Tired eyes as I want to sleep, yet promises made, promises to keep. To do the tasks that must be done, to finally say that you have won. Rawness of the arm, of blood-stained skin, onto gravel like gravity's wind. Up to the feet, although it will sting, water and an ointment on it to bring. Used to be a child of the night, bite the lip, now in tired sight, wishing to go back into a normal state, where dawning wakes don't remain my fate. Deals were made within the midnight hand, fractured things where they stand and where they stand, where things blur and one can't see, with sweet words and smirking glee. Clanging against steel, the hammer upon metal, blacksmith of the forge. Stand up from a chair, crash into a wall, embrace the shadow down the hall, and when you lay now on the ground, others will smoke at what they've now found. Have you ever entered a state of delirium at the edges of wakened sleep, when all begins to blink and fade before you finally succumb into the deep? Okay, and here is another Seijo. Once again, I've already explained Korean traditional form. They value this highly. This is another one. Forests feel quiet embers spark into a burning wildfire, consuming hunger, devouring all within its raging path. Such is my stomach's passionate desire for food and love. Yeah, there's always kind of like a turn, a reflection, a statement at the end of a Shijo, or is it a Shijo? I'll assume it's Shijo. So yeah, keep that in mind. I'm perhaps explaining it very poorly. Catch a bolt of lightning, set it up onto the shelf's ledge, and when all things have gone white and dry, summon and toss it off of the cliff's edge. And we have yet another Sestina for you guys. I've done like what, 2, 3, 4. This is my fourth. Fourth. Sestina. This is my fourth Sestina. Poet, do you think I write this for you to taunt, living rent-free in your mind and all that may haunt, watching a man flex skills in front in order to flaunt? Yet for you no need to worry, this is no test of echoes of men and all that they do best, before sitting all down in their own rest. Shall I set your fears and worries down to rest? It is the form itself I aim to mock and taunt, to become the being unto it whom shall haunt, with a grin and a bit of malice and a dance to flaunt, so that the Sestina understands that it is it whom I test, to who forge my name into the plaques with the best. Spite to mastery to become one of the best, before I can set all down and finally rest. Though skill so questionable, it is not you who I taunt. With form so pretty and hypnotic they begin to haunt, among the pages of words and pride that sing and flaunt, conquering each form that comes to grin and test. Poetic forms that come to forge and test, weighing itself against the poor and best. And it is they who I shall set to final rest, who they think they come to taunt, with illusions deep to scare and haunt, and in their difficulty stand above and flaunt. Tear down with a quill and parchment, and it shall not flaunt. Throw it in and see if it now can pass my test, to see whether the difficulty stands among the best. When put onto the scales with all the rest, in which ways shall it tip and then taunt, and when they sleep nightmares come and haunt. Let my face be the one that comes to haunt, for all the forms that come and dare to flaunt, whom all else fear in their own test, never standing on top or among the best. Return to their ways for comfort and rest, yet I stand still to tame and then taunt. Oh, to you, O Hydra, I will taunt and forever haunt. Look at how you flaunt, I shall now on you test, and stand among the best before setting you silently to rest. Boom. Third Sestina. Or is it fourth Sestina? It's a nene. Fourth Sestina. This is my fourth Sestina. Yeah. And then there's going to be a fifth one, and then so on and so forth. I told you I was going to break this form down, and I'm going to do it in rhyme. Out of sheer spite. Do you miss the warmth of the summer air, when leaves decay and colors of autumn fair? into the winter where the dead may dare, before the growth begins again in spring with a care. A bird on a perch, looking beyond the dewdrops, hunting for their food. Beware the swamp and bog within the thickness of creeping fog, haunted by what lurks inside of superstitions that have lived and died. Focus of the journey to the sea, from the land they would go and flee, to find a new land and way, to live out until the end of day. Cold creeping into brittle bone, in the mountain forgotten and alone, no heat of fire or food left in sight, heading towards the shining light. Test of a sweet taste, left from a sweet paste, to the sauce of a cake the bakers design and make. Do you hate the hand that feeds, going off to see the place that bleeds, with a smile upon your face until you end up in your own place? Comfort of the bed, the coolness of the pillow, sleepy summer night. Drag the muses in, kicking and screaming, away from the pleasant places of dreaming. Pick their brain for inspiration to take, giving each one room and stake. Third rock from the sun, watching all that has been and done. Improvements on nothing new, from the people with nary a clue. Does your hand feel like the softest of silk? Have you cried over spilt milk? And have you ever dreamed of a love so true, with all the things that it could do? And then I have another shijo for you guys. Another shijo. Honestly, if the Koreans don't notice by some point, I might be laughing. I will be laughing. Rainy seasonal weather of a tropical storm outside, embracing the buildings and street with 1,000 wet kisses. What I wouldn't give now for a taste in this barren desert. Taking steps forward won't hurt much. You won't crash if you let go of the clutch. The flow won't tell you where to go. Order comes with those who know. Bitter pills are not always hard to swallow, for you to not feel ever so hollow. The light at the end of the tunnel won't kill, but seeks a new place to come and fill. They say not to go on with liars, but I can help you achieve your desires. You just need to go through the dark and shadow to gain the lit gifts I long to bestow. Comfort will end up as your demise. Take my hand, drop the disguise. Ignore the static of the little white lies of all the truthful, deceitful guides. Forged by a brittle wind, amidst the cold and icy peaks, no warmth in the hand you hold, among the brave and the bold. Step onto the streets with traces of legacy high, reaching for the stars in sky, with words so timeless they pass on down, that echoes through the people in every town. Somber and melancholy sitting at the end of the table, things shading off, never remaining stable, growing every quiet moment ever so still, to fade off and leave behind longer shadows to fill. The afternoon heat beating down onto picnics, bright and sunny day. Pass the torch within the cave of people lost we've gone to save, dead or alive to go and recover, as at the request of a worried lover. Flowers in colorful bloom, gifted to the bride and groom upon the joyful wedding day down by the water bay. Swing in with a little song and dance. Grab a hand, grab your chance. Move on up onto the floor. Become the one people adore. Fields of neon green. Strangest things we've ever seen. Silicone on grass. Stuck inside a madhouse of fun. Doors are locked, none can run. When animatronics come alive, best to find a place to hide and dive. That one's about Five Nights at Freddy's. Time has passed away, riding through the eternal day, hiding my tired face before finding a better place. Turn your eyes away from the hypnotic trance, find a way out while the others lose their chance. Beware the time of the music beat drop that will cause you to turn and stop. Forging at hammer strike, sparks of every enchantment, a new magic blade. Hit by the grate of a truck. Now in another world I'm stuck. Find the setting of the land, learn the skills for you to stand. Yeah, here we go. Now, this is a roast limerick. There was the lady of Twitter who wore the ears of a bunny and glitter. I missed you, she sighed, with no one inside, as none of the suitors could fit her. And then another roast. There once was a Gothic online who sought to steal souls benign, with an outfit to trace, forcing eyes to a place while feeding their lonely wine. A pound of flesh for attention, boost the numbers, keep the retention, for their sin show your skin, and then feel hollow all within. Melodramaty to the sight of rain, stuck inside with existential pain, tempting the sun to come and show light through clouds in a row. All hail the king of the hill, now red tapes and orders to fulfill, that all long to throw away onto his lap at the end of day. Swimming sea puppies coming along up the dock. Seals seek to be fed. Dollars for a shining smile. Model still and stay a while. Strike a pose, perform a dance while others mourn at the lost chance. School days coming, parents rejoice, getting ready with the illusion of choice, to learn lessons so they can be set as they grow older and then forever forget. Punch the gas in the moment of speed, not a matter of want, but one of need. Adrenaline pumping through the race on city roads in a police chase. Call of the willows, call of the willows, onto a beautiful spring, the beauty it brings. And that is it for today. I will see you guys tomorrow when I close off with the next 3 volumes until I reach 2000. And I will see you guys then. Bye. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Of Scribes and Men, where I am, as you know, on a journey to reach 10,000 poems by November of 2026. That is to write 10,000 poems. I've already written 1,000. That's why I'm doing the first set of these videos. We are on to Volume 8 now. Volume 8 is mainly all Christian poetry that I wrote. And yeah, let's get into it. Guide my hand with wisdom of the wise, pointing to the one true prize. Through the gift of Jesus' sacrifice, wrath atoned by the blood price. Good news of he who has done this for us all, continually knocking before the final curtain call, to reach the people and the nations, no matter the position or the stations. Almost sounds... No. Okay. They're there from the beginning until the end of days, no beginning or end, righteous in all of his ways. Yet not all who hear will not follow, for the truth that becomes the pill hard to swallow. Mad that his act of love does not force, or allow all to come in no matter the course. Even so we are to be his light upon a hill, to guide, help, teach all, so that his spirit can come and fill. We've all come to a place alone and broken, lied to, forgotten the promises that were spoken, cried out to God, praying that he would hear. Yet he will always guide you through anxiety and fear. There's no end to praising we could sing, or offerings to God for us to bring, for he holds all already in the palm of his hand, who knows all our hair like the grain of the sand. Why must you be upset to this point that I write, for many things that will be written in sight, yet I must give where honor is due to the one who guides my hand and holds it true. So basically, don't get mad at me for writing these poems when it is God who's giving me all these, the ability to do all of this in the first place. Praise be to the risen King, whom angels delight and we all sing. And although we struggle with flesh and sin, God's justice will have the eternal win. History has taught we have not done the best in all that Jesus left for us to guide and invest, to treat the people with loving kindness, while caught up in our own worldly blindness. If brought into a judge's court, I admit we have all fallen rather short to people who expect perfect from the flawed to then be viewed as a fraud. Yet salt of the earth we are meant to be, a light among the hills for all to see. Yet who can see when it flickers out, and who can taste when it's spoiled about? This path was never meant to be easy, to be quick or ever so breezy, for we all have our own cross to carry, with our flesh to constantly put to death and bury. There is a man who is an eternal well for you to drink and in forever dwell, who has come to help the tired and lost, and has paid the final eternal cost. Then got a Christian Sejo for you guys here. Beauty of the blue skies amidst swaying trees in the breeze. Awe in the sight of the animals that call it their home. My praise to God who created from the beginning. Before all was here, he created, began from the beginning, stated, blessed with his hand us all, broke the death curse over all. Blessed be he who comes to free us in our broken plea, O God Almighty, one in three. Cast out of heaven, fell to earth like lightning, the war in heaven. How many times to God would we cry to take us from life and allow us to die in a melodramatic fit of pain, yet in him there is more to gain. Yeah, so a lot of times when we're going through like sickness, pain, whatever we don't like, we're like, just, kill us. Well, why are we on this earth? And we get very melodramatic, and God's like, what are you doing? Who came so gently, knocked at my door, said if I follow there would be so much more. Away to freedom with chains on the floor, when he came so gently and knocked at my door. I dream of the invisible steps with me you take, guiding my hand in all the paths you make. Even when I feel trapped inside with no way out, patience built from whispers and never a shout. And then we've got a Christian Ghazal for you guys. I sing praises to you, Jesus Christ, God's only Son, who came to be the Savior of sins as Mary's son. A father watches his child set off towards the sun, proud in the blessings he has placed upon his son. From dancing and singing with no friends to shun, around a warming fire, watched by a bright-eyed sun. Entertained by the stories and tales told and spun, seaside tales of a storyteller's gentle son. Broken and bleeding, the enemy thought they'd won as they attacked a willing yet fearless son. Samuel, what would you have done face to face with the bright and morning sun? So this is my actual name. Most people just call me Sam, but this is, so that's why this kind of like hits a little harder, because instead of me using of Scribes and Men, it is using my actual name. And once again, with Ghazals, for those of you who do not understand, this line before this line always needs to have your title or name in it if you want to do a proper Ghazal. A voice like rolling thunder that could crack the earth asunder, held in his arms, yet why the fear when in the hands of someone dear? Only fools believe that there is a party in hell where no one rules and only torment will dwell, yet in heaven a constant celebration every time someone comes into God's kingdom and nation. Lie seeping in, saying too far gone, for the enemy to remain and belong, to keep the souls lost and not won, away from the bright and eternal dawn. There are clever ways to divide while claiming the truth as they lied, yet Jesus did not call us to go and hate, but to guide the world to a better state. The fear of death to those who know not where they go, watching here, watching there, and all they show, looking for one to reach out a hand and help them up so that they can also stand. Do not judge but the folly of men, but to God a raw and personal amen. Where through us we can do nothing, yet through Jesus we can do all things. Wretches after God's own heart, like the Psalms of David would start, struggling on where they should go, kept away as things they should not yet know. Lust of a man in Samson and Delilah, stripped of his hair so he could not fight, mocked in their joy and revelry, unaware of Samson's final act of might. Of us many are beginning to sleep, an uphill battle before sinking in deep, waiting for the glorious return of Jesus whom we yearn. Why do we hold on to our problems when we can give them to the one who can lift? For it is not only the good that he desires, as he longs to look after us all as his gift. People blame God for the consequence of all, not willing to accept that we dropped the ball, to do nothing in order to fix what we broke, all for the sake of an ego to stroke. So basically, why are you blaming God for all the evil and injustice in the world when we are supposed to be the ones doing our best to prevent that? Like, why are you blaming God when he's like, okay, go do the thing that is proper, and we're blaming him because we are the ones screwing up? That's like blaming your boss for your screw up, even though the boss told you what you're supposed to do. They mock you whom they cannot see, and how great your power and might will forever be. Let them not be set upon me in malice, before I can offer peace and pour it into the chalice. Send upon me a group of mighty men, whom I can rejoice in with tales of a pen, gathered together through thick and thin, even though there may be battles we may not win. Is it so wrong to be ride or die, to each loyalty I go seek and try, or does the fault lay upon myself, to all who go and seek shallow wealth? Have you, God, set me aside to be elevated above in your vast knowledge and eternal love, yet how I feel is divided in two, and often I know not what to do. To these paths you give a push through, even when I'm not given a single clue. Even so, forward I guess I must then go, towards the future only you can ever know. Basically, give me friends and why am I alone? Like proper friends, not ones that, Joys of the spirit, joys of the flesh, against each other they will not mesh, as one leads to life and the other to death, while I constantly put the flesh to death. I have not been perfect, and I wallow in my sin, conviction constantly growing within, in the times when I try to do right, yet end up asking for forgiveness in your sight. I will not claim to say I understand, to know the reasons for all you've planned. I just long for the side of you to erase. I just long for a side for you to erase so that I can be in a better place. So basically get rid of the side of me that is not great. In the cool of night I seek to be in your sight, God above, holy might. Have me feel peace if this is a calling, even as I cry in moments of falling. Make the fire in me like an inferno burn, for every craft I make at every turn. What I do is by no human skill, but by your divine gift and will, the source of inspiration to constantly write in the pace no others would or might. Whom shall I fear? You're here. When I desire peace, near, those who goes to comfort those crying, watching us from above, sighing. If my heart is deceptive, then come on in, fix the issues like a forge within. Even though I may fear the pain, bring me closer to you in eternal gain. Will you be gentle with the things I give, while fixing all the ways that I may live, as I am going through this lonely single life? Even so, I hand you my desire for a wife. This has been a thing for me since I was like, whoa, I'm going to undo that. This has been a thing for me since I was like 13, so yeah. A lot of these are very personal, and I would feel like a lot of people should relate to at least some of them. It's not like I'm going through some of these issues by myself. We desire control when it's freer to let go, for we are not God and all he will do and show. Through his timing and his eternal will, while understanding the waiting causes anxiety still. Will I ever reap all that I've sown, or is it for another to reap and be known? If so, I fail to understand how that would be fair, when I've built up so much with such care. It is like, as it says, it's for some to reap, others to sow, and so on and so forth. But when you don't see any evidence of what you've done, it can get exhausting. Our lost innocence, torn away from the garden, our journey begun. I have no gift of evangelism, yet there is one thing I know. You call us to a higher standard to plant the seeds for us to sow. Will you comfort those in grief and woe, to show a love they did not know, and why you came down to love from the bottom up, from up above? Help me break out of my dead end into a place you long to send, as I know for all things there is a season, while like Job, never fully knowing the reason. How many tears to you have I cried, looked at my life and wish I died, another melodramatic piece, before knocking me out into peaceful sleep, while taking my sorrow into your hands to keep. So basically, get on full melodramatic like a kid having a tantrum, and then boom, get knocked out. And then when they wake up, they feel better. You know all the worries of my heart, with the lies that seep in for a panic to start. And like Peter, I know we all end up sinking when our eyes go off of you and faulty thinking. Oh God, you know her my deepest desire that could set my heart aflame into fire. Many a times I wish to cause my fist to bleed, for her to come sooner every time to you I plead. I lay my heart open out for all to see, how raw as it could be, through praises, worship, and crying, with all my heart's emotional sighing. The falling petal, showing how gentle God's grace, love filling the place. Jesus, take the wheel as we scream and squeal out of comfort into something terrifyingly real, stepping out into shock our system a mess, all while God calmly brings a glorified dress. The books of wisdom, both joyful and haunting inside, with existentialism coming for the ride, to show a calm and new perspective on how to work and live. I do not understand why nothing is clear, instructions told, but I barely hear. Even in the quiet places, we have to hunt down silent traces. Sitting on the bench on one cool Monday morning, you sit beside me. To you, O Lord, do not cast your face aside, for it is you whom I long to confide. You are a spirit, yet I still feel all alone, and man was never meant to be on their own. Year after year, this I fear, held back from the far and near. Am I but a dog on a leash who goes along while I seek to sing my own song? Everything locked all around, no path to go as I lay on the ground. Sometimes I feel an airy breeze inside, a moment of respite without a guide. Thrown everything at the wall, screamed in the darkest hall, and while still locked inside this cage, forever waiting for the right time and age. That was, yeah. So some of these are definitely like serious pieces, like when David would go and like cry out to God in the Psalms. And when you go to cry and weep while awake and asleep, like Job confused, asking why, answers left unsaid no matter our try. How does one not become bitter before losing hope, becoming a quitter, while others hang on to the tiniest of string, waiting for your grace to come bring? There's nothing so great or small for you not to be able to take it all, from every laugh to every angry cry, discerning every truth from a lie. Watching it all like a TV show, communicating with every version you know. Through time until the end, messages at the same time to send. I know there are things only you know. I understand there are things only you cannot show. Before we try to go on to our own path, for as a man plans, you begin to laugh. Perhaps it is a good thing I remain single, while others date, marry, and mingle, for the time would then be lost as the challenge would then be the cost. So basically, I'm like, okay, if I'm doing this poetry challenge, maybe I was set to be single for this moment, to do this challenge, and then after, something might happen. Staring at the stars in the night, thinking how you set up the mirror lights, all explicitly detailed in wondrous design, while others constantly try to define. All the ways we think to go, every path to take that you know, when we dig into existential thoughts, at the time a soldier is casting lots. We all try to match the beat of our drum, no matter how destructive or dumb, placing your hands out to save us, although we raise up a fuss. If I were you, I'd shake my head and sigh, while others would cause many to die, and stranger even still, believing they know better than your will. Will false teachers know their judgment as they mock, with all the heresies they spread and talk, giving them a chance to repent of their wicked ways? Yet it is to the world whom their desire plays. Will I one day again be nocturnal when it used to be more than external? Will I be able to break free and finally grow, standing ahead, looking back in pride to show? What is it like in the heavenly realm, where angels stand each at their helm? To your glory all rejoice and sing, on the mysterious of a wondrous thing. How much poetry to you can I write in a delirious state before sleep claims my eyes, as is fate? But until then, questions I rise, as the experience comes along with the wise. I probably was writing that while I was drifting off into sleep. Probably would have been like around 1 a.m. I'm guessing 12 a.m., 1 a.m., somewhere around there. Casting the net to see what will draw, people or beasts that snap and gnaw, in the net that you will guide for the right thing by my side. For what reason must we struggle with lust, emotions running wild that we cannot trust? For it was supposed to be pure. Why can we not be given a cure? On the floor, struggling to write more, as sleep comes knocking at the door. God, take my arm and my pen and help me write every now and then. May your grace abound with the start of each day, shining down with every display, and in your love with another chance to welcome all into your dance. I give thanks to the Lord, for he can do all things, for the hand he guides and the life he brings, for the things we have and the things he gives, as he shows us all the way to live. There's so many reasons, more than 1,001, that we all should worship the Son. For Jesus came down with his life to give, so that we all from death could live. To be perfectly honest, I don't always feel the impact of the cross and how it was real. I look to myself and as I begin to frown, is there something inside that has gone down? Logic dictates that I should know the cost and how you came to save the lost. But there are days where I feel distant away, even at times with the Bible each day. I see the others always on fire, wondering where that left my desire, comparing myself to others who've grown, as I wonder if there's anything I've ever shown. Even so, I know you are here always by my side, holding me gently every time I've gone cried. Through the days when I do not feel or know, you are always there and you always show. You come to wash away our shame, for you came to reclaim what was once yours ripped away as you knock on each heart's doorway. At the foot of the hill, under the tree, you died for us, you died for me, conquered death and rose on the third, as you had said, but all forgot what they heard. It's like people didn't listen to Jesus when he was telling them that was exactly what was going to happen. As the morning dawns, across the open wide field, a moment of peace. Where I belong, he sings a song to call and come along, ways of Jesus that aren't wrong. Many are the mistakes that I make, failures come to grow and not take. Like a good parent, God watches us stand, and when he must, he gives out his hand. There are days when I lay on the floor, moving not once, moving not more, as I stare at the ceiling or sky, waiting to catch God's sudden reply. Walking with God can be ugly and raw, as he wants more than our constant awe. When pain comes down, he doesn't go ease, yet give it to him, even so it will please. So basically, he wants us at every authentic moment, not just when things are going good, But like when we're angry, when we're sad, when we're in whatever state, give it all to him because that's what he wants. Ways we cannot comprehend, he's mighty. When we are far, flighty, will welcome us back in glory while making, sharing his story. There are so many things we long to know, so many things he refuses to show. For his ways are not our ways, and his plays are not our plays. Would David have desired to remain a shepherd boy for a simple life and no scheming ploy? Did he regret ever becoming a king for the power and the corruption it would bring? What is it to God to lift us up, to give us gifts, and to fill our cup, than to point at a direction and say go, to be his love, to come and show? Why do we always go and freak out when angels come for us to scream and shout? For there are many ways they can look or be. Why is fear the one that comes that we see? Always seems like no matter how much we try, we always create idols, never asking why. For us to make gods for ourselves, to put on pedestals or on high shelves. Whatever will become of those who have not heard anything about Jesus through his word? And what of those who came before, where they are placed even more? Questions are many, but God's not afraid. He sits and listens to all that are displayed. Sometimes he'll answer, and sometimes he'll not. What matters more is the presence we've brought. There was a poem about footprints in the sand, down at my lowest to help me understand. When we are at our lowest, we are not alone, for Jesus picks us up and carries us on his own. The weight of the world, such a daunting thought, with all that it brings and all that it's brought. How utterly vast it must all be for him to look down at us to see. There are many times my mind is quite blown of all the things God's gone and shown. Moses and Job could not comprehend it all for his plan to save us from our fall. Sometimes we have trouble seeking when we are down and our spirit is leaking, as we follow our own fleshly desire before convicted to toss into the fire. There are many ways to go and reach out. Don't always have to be evangelized or on the street shout. It's the things that we write, the things that we do, that will bring people closer to Jesus and to know that he is true. Every single time the flesh tries to get me to stop, to say the name of Jesus, to bring it to the top, feels alien and strange, it does not roll off the tongue, yet it is his name, the honor that should be given and sung. Yeah, it's like always weird, like there's something that wants to prevent you from saying the name of Jesus. And like even when like writing poetry, it's like no, don't bring out the name of Jesus. Don't do that. You don't want to use the name of Jesus. And it's like it's weird sometimes because like I guess it's like the flesh being like no, don't do it. No, me being put to death. No, or something. I don't know. It's constant battles in the spiritual realm that happen around us that can overwhelm, which is why it's important to know God's word to fend off attacks that against us have been stirred. Oh, to you, O Lord, every breath that I make, every step that I do, every step that I take. Help lead me not into sin or folly, so I do not anguish in my melancholy. Many personality traits, yet why must this be mine? You could have put anything, yet decided it's fine. To make me in the way that you thought was good, my mind is a mess, and I wish I understood. Yeah, so basically, why did you make me an INFP? Why did you make me the way that I am? Why did you make Nya? For what purpose? I ask you to forgive me for not making things longer, where things could have expanded and made even stronger. Yet even so, to you this volume I write, and may you find it pleasing in your sight. So once again, this entire volume is dedicated to God. I may never know why you've set this monumental task that I didn't look for or even go ask. Yet inside you decided to set a fire, as I question if now is the time I'll be set a bit higher. And that is going to be it for Volume 8. Volume 9 and Volume 10 are going to be quite interesting, especially Volume 9, where I am going to be going full 14 poetry forms, but I'll get to that then. I'll see you guys for the next one. Bye. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Scribes and Men, where I am on a journey to reach 10,000 poems by November 2026 that I will have written. And we are on volume 9. And if you think that the breadth of my abilities, that the extent of what I can do in poetry was only a little bittle, I am about to lay down the gauntlet. This, volume 9, at the time when I wrote it, is me flexing every single poetry form I knew at the time, which is 14, by the way. There is going to be 14 different poetry styles in this volume. Starting with the sonnet. To you, my lady fair and scarlet red, in a silken dress on her silken thigh, unto a many a man who's tried to wed, a coy smile as you would test their lie, a gaze betwixt their shameful face a flush, into a palm of your hand as they squirm, with her seductive hand making them blush. How cloudy their minds with her holding firm, oh how shameless a fear to try and embrace, as you circle and tease with mirthful flair. Now like a wisp of air a ghostly chase, with her honeyed lip for now none to share. Beware the poisoned flowers that long to kiss, which pull you in with her deceitful bliss. Between the word among the forgotten billow, whispers through trees unto the willow, secrets kept yet none yet to hear or keep, among forgotten willows, among us forgotten sheep. Tempest flows through all, though all things must die, where coffins lower and the banshees cry. What need have we of such mournful solace? What need have I for my mournful solace? Laugh then, and so you must follow the path of those in vile lust. Seek you the pleasure as it may come, to drown in sorrow with a bottle of rum. Are we but men laced in flesh and bone, fools to be he who claim they need not atone of our sin and wretched soul, to avoid the wrath when angels tip the bowl? Are you pleased at rest when so work worn, to battle stress with emotions torn, trying to find a moment of quiet respite, for another day you come and need fight? You speak sweet words with no actions to show, to justify self-righteously how all should go. You mock and snide, believing you know best, yet into yourself you refuse to look or invest. What methods more for our kings to make, for the oaths they swore for the land to take? What have we done to elevate higher, instead of feeding into the king's desire? Faceless men with smiles on, past midnight sky and morning dawn, they stare at all things with an empty face, to find a way and time to replace. Will you look unto the day, the pure, hide for yourself both choice and cure? Oh, what things must greed let in, that corrupts the heart with a brand of sin? Here's a C. Joe. Wind in the willow tree embracing green meadow fields, beside crystal waters that kiss the edge of twilight skies. How nostalgic a place to rest my head on a lover's thigh. Rising harvest moon, murder of crows on a wire, omens, prophecy. Upon an autumn night of the midnight parade, when the rains came down, Kappa stared inside to taunt for a match against the shore. Save me from the heat of day, O blissful night. Cool the air upon my sun-beaten skin, O night. As the leopard stalks among its graceful might, embrace me with such grace and power, dear night. Bring upon a guide by your shining light, under the stars and sign within the vast night. Grant unto my step a rose for love and a sword to fight, as I stretch out my hand towards you, my knight. Samuel, is there love for you at first sight when you gaze upon and feel the kiss of night? Honestly, putting my own name in here feels really weird, and then reciting it out loud feels really weird. I much prefer putting in of Scribes of Men. I don't know, it feels it fits the theme for me a little bit more. But yes, you are technically also, like, your title or your name, what you go by is what is supposed to go there, but it feels weird saying my name, you know? Captives in secret plot to escape, causing a sudden distraction, audio tape. Clear sight of freedom, they run, caught in the sight, gun. Will you bleed, or will you concede to apologize for your misdeed, biting the hand that did feed, going death when we would go plead? Blame not the consequences of your own greed, when our cries and voices you would not heed. What madness then in your belief think you would succeed? And then we got a ballad for you guys. A moment for a mind to breathe. Nights in the Holy Land. Enemies die, enemies seethe, as Templars ride the sand. Under the banner of the Pope and King, their taste of blood and war, and all the slaves and captives to bring, cries of the oath they swore, the Templars take the sand. Towards the land of waste and greed, rage between the children's eye, watching their family die and bleed under the desert sky, proud Templars guard on sand. Lessons never learned at war's end, called by men in power, under the lies to save and defend, many hide and cower, fierce Templars fight on sand. Caught in cycles year after year, children to men of hate, for a holy war you held dear, many fall to their fate, lost Templars stain the sand. There once were poets who would swear no man was mad to ever dare, but little did they know the mad poet would show 14 styles with a flair. That would be a limerick. To cease and desist, they said, tormenting thoughts all inside every day. Oh, to cease and desist, they say, tormenting thoughts all inside every day. Time taunting their skills, now wait, they say they can procrastinate. Feel your breath and chill, go not into winter night, forever now lost. Many things that one could feel, all to ponder what can be real. When they stare it face to face, wondering now where is their place. You will see no comfort here to dare to compare you. Oh, you will see no comfort here to dare to compare you will but fear. Everyone has their own road to take, and if there's not, there's a new path to make. Cloud gazing upon a cerulean sky, upon the grass in which they lie. A moment of joy between the two, with all things that they set to do. Seasons of a cherry blossom, sifting from pink to green, from blooming to falling, through early April into May. Oh, how I long to see such sights upon their native land. 2 Shijos back to back for you guys. Or Shijos. Shijos? The Koreans who come across this can correct me when, if I'm saying the term Shijo properly. Twin mountains fair with snow-glazed tips of beauty and spring, nestled between their valley path and narrow squeeze unseen. My dawn of spring when she will bring my face in valley fair. Call out to the mirror, but you are no maiden fair, to taunt the men with a kiss and dare, inspiring many with a shot to be bold, only to pleasure what their hand will go hold. That was a taunt poem that I did. Let all of them taste and see the pen on which to write, of all things formed and stories told, for which to set our sight. Whatever more could ever be, the power of a pen in a proper hand in glee. From the flowing ink to the blood we bleed, the words held dear, the art made clear, all born from a single seed. through the pen its simple might to make that makes fools and kings to war among and fight. Yet a proper pen I demand must flow and glide. Okay, so this is an ode. This is an ode to a pen. Yet a proper pen I demand must flow and glide, for a proper pen must never end when ink has gone and dried. The flow we must then replace, and continue then with the fountain pen along its paper chase. What will they know if we never show the word and art we bring? Tales to start, tales to part, and tales which people sing. Forever written by page and pen, to which I cry out to God, a thank you and amen. Yeah, this would be an ode to the pen. Why do we believe we know the dawn of tech for us to show? What then of the hidden past and all the things they would have cast? A toast to the age as we raise our glass to enjoy the food the gardens pass, going for our health to be with all the fruit that we will come to see. Tempests flow at inner rage, hitting the bars of its cage, and then refreshments come anew as your stomach goes to pursue. The samurai's house, outstretched against the hidden shore, honors solitude. Forgotten cabin from the wood, where none have gone and none have stood, sing a song of a lonely ghost to draw in family it wants the most. Foreboding waits for the men with spots who made their deal and cast their lots, for a handshake and the art of deals, for the sake of the souls he steals. What things in life bring you joy, from nostalgic hits to child's toy, or maybe it's sports to watch and play, to sit around for nothing days. The Sandman comes for the bratty runt, to put to sleep despite his stunt. Only the insane can beat the dreams that come, and drown the voices into their rum. Yeah, another body taunt limerick that I've placed. There was a lady in cleavage and blouse who screamed at nothing, not even a mouse. When she'd hit send online to the men who were but swine, went and tried to make her their spouse. The mountain mists and covered fog upon a morning drive, through winding roads traveling beside rocks and forest trees, in my way upon dawning day, a moment of serenity. In the farmer's field to the harvest vegetables grown, for the children born who go in the fields to play, as laughter brightens his heart. Wind in the willow, it blows where the wild thing goes. Wistful in fairy tales, the prince who debates with dragons convince. And then we've got ourselves another villanelle. Oh, the stillness of the lover's heart, you proclaimed your love and braced with fear, as breath did stop yet time did start. They say Cupid smiled as he played his part. The words ran back like a song to ear. Oh, the stillness of the lover's heart. To come together and not depart, when you held them close and held them dear, as breath did stop, yet time did start. Forevermore a love like the painter's art, with every breath as they drew near. Oh, the stillness of the lover's heart. True love of ages now impart towards the one whom they did endear, as breath did stop, yet time did start. For nothing now could break apart, as they made their claim and made it clear. Oh, the stillness of the lover's heart, as breath did stop, yet time did start. I came to you in stories you did not read, in all the warnings you wouldn't heed, wore the mask through many friends, towards a deeper lesson science sends. I tried to find a way for you to hear, but stubbornness made you deaf to ear. I extended grace and gave my hand, yet nothing ever went as ever planned. I called to you, but you watched the void, drifting aimless of a life deployed. So I wore the interest of what you'd see, with subtle lessons straight from me. Faith came in wearing many disguises, giving out its many prizes, and when you finally chose to hear, I drew you close and held you dear. And then we got a found poem for you guys. I exploit my opportunities, alone at the edge of the universe humming a tune. I've been sleeping in a cardboard box. I don't like confrontation, but I'm staring at the sun. I'm high and drunk on ego, can't see straight, counting the lights on empty souls. Look who's digging their own grave. The doors are all locked down. Years ago when I was younger, to search for my long ago forgotten friends, with time in my pocket to pass by the day, I learned to roll and tumble with the punches. My feet knew the path, raised from my youth to be among the best, all dressed up for a hit and run. Disappointment takes us by surprise. Surrounded by ghosts in the cloud of smoke, my diagnosis is one I've imposed on myself. Every night, again, dancing with the moonlight. This ain't no happy ending. If you can, find all of the songs that match this, each of these lines, I will be very impressed. You made it up to the top, yet nothing was made clear, until they then made you stop and introduced you to your fear. Did a pill of regret ever taste so sweet, alone on the floor as it takes a seat, but with the bitter determination of future's call, entrapment breaks down when you escape its thrall. Do you really love so little to allow your heart be so brittle? It is never too late to let go of all your hate. A fired gun never meant to stun as they began to run, all for a moment of fun. Clowns were we when we wished to age, wanting to be trapped in an unseen cage, out of a time when we were free to live a simpler life in glee. Cry not with a moment of pause, while life sets up for the applause. Will you leave before the next part of what could be when it would start? Joy of the mad at the edge of the mind, avoiding the normalcy of the daily grind. But of the mad and normal, who are we, in the path we stand and will forever be. The sky echoes down as thunder rumbles in, a storm of the heart. I feel the weight of the words put on pages, feel the artist's minds through the ages, solidifying and then forever known, provided their safety from destruction's throne. To all the aimless and the lost, I promise a thing you've never seen or crossed, all presented within a sphere of dreams so fabulous and clear. Lacking talent, need a dream to gain, within the palm of your hands all to attain. All to do to try your luck and win the bet, placed by the price of your fellow men set. Lawyers, doctors, and stars all things to become, no other place to achieve them from. So will you lay everything bare, place a bid, take the chance and dare. Perhaps to become successful is not in your sight. Well, that too is quite all right. For a chance to escape reality is another offer. All you need to do is win and place coin in the coffer. Time is a thief that slips on by. No need to ask, we always know why. Yet eternity is moments at hand, wherever steps forever onto new land. Why is immortality the thing that you fear? Is it because people die, people who are dear? Yeah, what if they all live too? Would immortality then be bad for you? They say there comes at the witching hour of dark rituals that grow their power, and maybe part is true when they don't know what the full cost is too. Persuasion comes in multiple ways with honeyed words and manipulative plays. Some may be true, others a lie, but what matters most is the words that you will buy. Money is a thing that many need, a thing they won't admit will satisfy their greed, as merely a tool that will amplify the heart when they play the game and become the part. Fools may laugh and mock towards others as they talk. They will not try for a better way, as swine in the muck who stay all day. All information at hand, yet not willing to learn, wasting away at the time they go burn. But the wise know the time silence makes, and all things it quickly takes. So much history all but gone, yet we claim we know what came each dawn. What hubris is it to try and claim that only now knowledge rose to fame? Thoughts late at night, I must admit, can for once down think and sit of many things great and small, and where that leaves us one and all. If artists came to sing a song of my words that would belong, what a joy it would be to ask and talk to desired things for them to rock. You may think part of my work is but fluff of useless words and useless stuff, yet many gems all hide within, which I hide behind my grin. Oh, what schooling my lessons are my own, to test my work and have it shown, as you then may begin the test among your schools within the West. More than my circadian rhythm dislikes my work. Some say it's a hazard, others a perk. Yet as a night owl, a part will cry to wake in the morning with a tired sigh. All my best things happen at night when I'm not tired. It's like being guided by light. Yet when sleep comes, I wake in the morn. One is half dead and the other's torn. There are many deeds that men have done, gained the prize earned and prizes won, yet my deeds are still at hand to cement a legacy across the land. A few more moments before the gates burst, where the greater things flow that quench your thirst. So, before that moment, a quick relief before once again sent back into disbelief. The things I do are not guided by mortal hand, such things like this so divine and grand, for it is by God who gives words to flow, and it directs it all where they should go. I enjoy sleep as I enjoy night, yet I love one more despite one's plight. That would be for the better of for my state, as I eat the dreams of night's plate. A lady wanted attention she craved from the men enthralled and enslaved, but there's something made ever clear, was the shallow praise of all who drew near. The skies above on winter's frosty day, the air has frozen. Moon in midnight glow, and sky awakens the nocturnal. Owl hunts for its prey as the other goes into their slumber. Come now unto me to inspire my creativity. Another Shijo for you. What is flying if not falling up when gravity fails and releases its cup? There is no reason of fear to feel when dreams collide into something real. What methods of madness could there ever be to step on the edge of genius for others to see? For I am told by many the line is thin that draws them close to the mind and then within. Set fire to the grave, there's no place for you here. Of all things lost and all things once held dear, create a pyre and let it burn, as pain will soften while time does turn. Another found poem. Welcome to the show. I've got your picture on my wall. Hello, I don't start fights, but I'll handle you just fine. But at least we're having fun. So lately I can't decide, run or hide. I built a home and wait for someone to tear it down, and a bottle for you to show. People just liked it better that way. Why live in the shrubbery when you could have a throne? Show your face and finish what you started. This is shaping up to be the best day. The night's still good for a gram or two. The ruins of the day painted with a scar, the clouds drifted by with a smile. It's not easy having yourself a good time. Just be sure to watch your step at night. And other found poem, once again, if you can find what songs I used, very impressive, although it wouldn't be that hard, but it's still impressive that you decided to go and search for them. Laughter feeds the child at heart to come a little closer and not depart. Strange are the faces as yours grows younger, through the laugh of the stomach when it will hunger. A tale told from the book sold, some more priceless than gold, the tale from an author bold, the treasures in words that some forever hold, out in the open for all to behold, pleasure to read for the young and the old. Have you heard of the midnight city, hidden in sights to go see? If you haven't, what a pity, set your sights to be free. The market square, if you dare go, and all its magical things, yet there is something you should know, careful of what it sings. Now a mask in hand to depart onto the ballroom dance, towards the heights of glowing art, into a sudden trance. Many have heard of the disguise to the city of Fae, who came to claim and win a prize, to then go fade away. Yeah. Upon the frozen frost and trees, into the flowers of spring, the season's rest of winter before the blooming of trees. Oh, the transience! Oh, the transience of life and time and what nature brings. How far the depth of loneliness and desperation crave all the wrong attention, all in order to feel a semblance that you belong, so you parade yourself in ways that are wrong. Have you ever juggled grand mountains of dreams to reach across the stars, taken the drink of crystal fountains written down into future memoirs? It lays forgotten, covered in dust, courage that flared before anxious distrust. 1 year passed and then some more, still laying motionless, never sent out the door. Written words now fading away, memories creeping day by day. Perhaps if there had been no anxious heart, a letter could have led to a new start. To whom was it written? To whom would they care? Of a letter from a place abandoned, now laid bare. Passing from hand to hand to put behind glass, mysteries of a museum now shown to a class. Now there it sits, never opened, never read. No one was curious to open to see what it said. To open it was a thing they would all fear, of a proof of a man who shouldn't be made clear. There were poems here before, poems here but now no more, of things that were once said, of words that have faded with the dead. Did you enjoy the show you put on, dressed in cloth and nylon, becoming the object of your own hate, never realizing your fallen state? Lacking nothing but remaining hollow, so the man behind the strings you follow. Blinders on the eyes so you can't see the hidden things you can never have or be. Huh. The name of the game is Quality and Speed. How far can one go with poetry they bleed? All in the premise of an epic quest, the skills of myself to fully contest. A meta poem. Relaxing days end as the summer goes passing, returning mundane. Once upon a time we were so free in all the things we try and be, before being put into life's chains, learning of anew and sudden pains. The rich waste their money, let them waste it on me, to break my shackles and to set me free. And oh, all the poetry I could then write of greater levels towards greater sight. There are many things to say to you who sees today, towards wisdom to impart I'll convey, the mighty who will betray. Were things simpler when people conquered the land as they did across ages past, yet here we are on false morality stand, whom claim such things that should never last. A sudden desire burning like raging fire as they tried to acquire the lands in which they'd conspire. Smoke and ash that fill the lung from the fires that burn and then stung, and so they raged in their wrath when they consumed all things in their path. Wind in the willow tree, calm as calm could be, beside the current of the sea, a time as serene as it could be. Soon will come an amusing sight to close it all as one might. A warning here among the three. Brace yourself for what you'll see. So this is the countdown. It's a warning because something is coming. What does it mean to be lonely when there's nothing to miss? When we know not of love or a lover's kiss? Why do we long to be such social creatures with all the things we could do in all of our features? The winter ruins of forgotten temples past, history hidden. And then we close it with a sestina. Time for the volume to now go and enclose, for those some to come as fate has now chose, while others come late and cry in their woes. But do not panic and be of good cheer, even as even the lake can come and revere, when it may come one day to endear. So to you, who reader, who I long to endear, of the words and all I'll enclose, for all who come the book has now chose. No need to cry for bitter woes. So once again, raise a glass to toast and a cheer. Of the pages, the words will one day revere. When they do in time come to revere of all the things they love and endear, let the echoes show what time will enclose as they pick their life in a way that they chose. And a life behind their pain and their woes, guided to the present to live in good cheer. Yet, yes, to this book I'll leave while I cheer, for there are many more to create and revere. When it's done, for it to be seen to endear on all the things I'll ever write and enclose. The words I've written, the words that I've chose, while also harnessing my own pains and my woes. But it matters more to learn from life's woes, and why it matters when we laugh and we cheer, of a timeless task of legacy that we all revere. To hold it close to our heart and let it endear, as time itself eventually comes to enclose. What matters to me is the life that I chose. Like a sestina for a volume I deliberately chose, with a wistful smile with no melancholic woes. And now with the ninth I can now cheer. Now with the ninth I can now cheer, of the 14 styles done that we can revere, towards myself to further start to endear all the things that my path will enclose. So these last lines to enclose put in place how I chose, through many trials and woes to complete with a smile and cheer. When they then go and revere, let the words go then and endear. And that is volume 9 in 14 different styles, closed with a sestina. And if that doesn't show you the breadth of my skill, don't worry, future volumes will, if this isn't already enough. Hello and welcome back to Scribes and Men. Welcome to volume 10, which is going to close out the 1,000 poems that I have thus far written. Yes, I have been writing more poems since this time period, but this is going to close that out, and I'm going to splice it all together at the end once I've got these volumes out, so that there's going to be like one big compilation between like volumes 1 and volumes 10. It's probably going to be like several hours long, but that doesn't matter because we're going to start with a more relaxing thing, which is going to be my own form. So it's basically going to be free form, so basically my bread and butter, and it's going to be the two forms that I invented, so the Ascendra and the Cavallin. That is what volume 10 is going to be about. There's going to be no other poetry styles except those three. The two that I invented and the one that is my bread and butter. Ghost in the library sorting at night, correcting the errors, setting things right, knowing which books they come to seek, cover to cover when they take a peek. Every night when the library lives, from 1,000 of books it freely gives, the books do fly and the books do sort, much like a ship that comes into port. Should there be one with a prying eye, they will see no books flying in the sky. And if you're insane, no one would believe the tricks they have right up their sleeve. Yes, strange things happen late at night that none will know or will shed a light, as the library chooses with the ghosts inside, where things must go and where it must guide. Living in comfort, so conflict they start, blaming all except who played a part. And so the division grows into hate, obvious why it's all in its state. Many mysteries that go abound, some discovered and others to be found. Yet it is our desire to seek and to know all the things that the world has to show. We are the lost on forgotten land, alien streets on now which we stand. Yet they do not know, for they cannot see the lost and forgotten in reality. The light of the sun on the skin it does kiss, change to a season while the other we miss. And as such things are all things as such things are, all things go along, as we whistle a tune of a new song. Everyone has a favorite time of day, a time to a time to wake and a time to play. Yet some more clearly than the other. Should you awake too early, they will want to smother. They say words don't have power as they dig into skin. Is that why always to force a sharp grin? For many things words can amass, from peace to wars to bring to pass. What ultimate deal would you go strike? What is the thing that you'd really like? To shake a hand, have it come true. What is it that you truly would do? Have you ever lived between a dream sorry, let me back up. Have you ever lived between the dream and the real, where things are wobbly and you can't fully feel? As the hidden clock awaits for the call of the time when in the bed you'll fall. Many a chance for those who'll try to reach the stars and the sky, but one must also have a proper sleep for a mind so fresh and a body to keep. Silence comes, can you hear the sound of only your heart's thumping around before insanity begins to creep as you lie awake to never sleep. Howl to the moon, the unknown, hunger in their eyes shown. Heralds come riding in, it begins, heaven's wrath starts flowing, sins. If my path is to be alone, let my skill shine and be shown. If nothing else, let it be my desire to have a legacy to inspire. When my hand grows numb and weary and my eyes heavy and dreary, allow me to continue on through each day, through each dawn. I look at my work and sometimes frown, wondering if I've got everything down. When perfectionism comes my way, doubts raise their voice to have their say. Is it really okay to not find a wife, to go by single alone all my life? If this is set to go and be, then take the sorrow away from me. Perhaps it is by God's divine hand that sets my path and where to stand. Although I may not always hear, my heart calms when you are near. Jesus is the one to which I trust, not because I can, but because I must. Even though I may not succeed, he is still the one I need. Sometimes one must hit the ground and learn new things, as you come to find. That may not be mere concession, which brings about strange obsession. That blessings come in all life's joys through the wreckage and the noise, for all the things blessings bring, so we may go rejoice and sing. Mind does wonders to gift, towards ways to grow, lift. Times and seasons they are growing, reap the reward sowing. Such pretty words with thorns on your side, with every breath as they grow inside. Dripping toxins at their tip with every cool thing you let slip. They say every rose has its thorn. Should I be concerned about the spike or the horns? Might as well be poison ivy with those vines. I should have ignored all the signs. Thorns growing from your lip to hurt and paralyze, dripped into the poison of a myriad of lies. Enough time has passed and my body becomes numb, eyes gone hollow as we begin to succumb. Now thorny vines wrap around our body, thorns growing like a garden on every body. From all the words we talk and say, that digs further in through every day. Childhood victims to appearance insanity, wanting friends before questioning humanity, before warming themselves, before every burning bridge. No use crying over missing milk spilled from the fridge. From the house to house, through every move, with every adjustment, would anything improve? Catching up before procrastination again sets in, mind gone numb to simplistic problems within. To dreams of love, causing pain and hurt, with energy ever difficult to exert, before beginning to question the self and mind, trying to figure out their place in kind. Going to have encounters with life in a distant land, while struggling to survive and stand. Finally going back to the place where comfort sleeps, as ambition begins to grow where shadows creep. I've stopped waiting for inspiration to catch the muse, lining the keg of ambition before lighting the fuse. I do not need the 9 to claim what will be mine towards the calling to clasp in a line. Debates of can or cannot, when the limits of endurance that I have sought, while others test their bodies in each kind, I aim to test the limits of my artistic mind. If there is a concept to grasp, I'll write it. If there's not, then I'll fight it. For there are many things I do not know, although this is the path in which I go. Can speed replace quality? I hear them pondering. What are the limitations? I hear you wondering. For one is a human and not a machine. So how far can one's skill really lean? If we were watching by hand, it would be on fire, as it cramps up due to my obsessive desire for things that I long to see and know, and then to the world present and show. A small light allowing us some sight in the dark of night to deal with shadows to fight. Of the 4 elements around where I long to fly, the earth will ground to fire to ignite where while along what the Let me start that one around again. Let me start that one again. Of the 4 elements around, when I long to fly, the earth will ground to a fire to ignite while along the waters flow. Now using the elements, how I long to go. What is the reason to hate? Should one be but a day late, when it's a promise to no one except yourself to have it done? Are short words truly complete? Will they always remain on that seat, or will they become works in progress in a future time of inspiration stress? Will you come across the grotto among the groves, where the fairies flitter about cooking food on the stoves, to escape from the monotonous days as the werewolf perform their musical plays? There is a case of nonsense writing, where cats fly and hats go crying, placed on a dare from a neon mushroom, now questioning your own life and doom. Will you have a taste of whimsy? Where you wiggle around and things get flimsy, to burst forth into song and dance like a vampire who decides to frolic and prance? I am but a name in the air, none remember, upon Pantheon once an ancient member. Though time passes and the methods change, as none will know the things I arrange. Blacksmiths in the forge to create, between the burning fire alternate, balancing with rhythmic precision the metal before the finishing touches settle. Acceleration when in my own style, no need to pause or stay a while, press the pedal and on I go into the mind's artistic flow. No need for a muse when you hammer through, why stop when you know what you can do? Yet moments of rest are always needed, so the flow does not become impeded. I call the ghost cities my home, abandoned sites where I roam. I am no spirit trapped in place, but follow the echoes of history's traces. But if you desire the truth of the matter, there is no reason for me to run and scatter, as a yokai that the people often fear, or to hunt to make charms and potions clear. Now, you may ask which am I, to find the ad out, I'll let you try. For no clear answer will I give in the place I roam and live. I could be one, I could be another, I could be one who enjoys to smother. But a small hint, just a sliver, I promise you there is no river. Among the places I sought peace, as I watched lives move out and cease, and as I began to stay more begin to show, like the Tsukumogami, as you should know. With them I've sat and talked with many things of outside life and what it brings, and occasionally every other day there are games we will go and play. Yes, the ruins of the city is where I roam, a wonderful place we've come to call home, and should you hear music on the wind and air, just pass on by without thought and care. Listen to the sound of my heart beat slow, feel the rhythm of its steady flow, and when we're close together, the beat becomes our love's tether. Is it an act of the lazy to live in a life so hazy, hiding in places you won't see, where things are easy as can be? A bed of roses among the vine, a path between the lines, entering into a circle fair, placed upon a phase charming dare. Speed is my friend when in the flow, down the slide where words may go, and although I may not always know, I enjoy the places where words flow. Fae come to beguile, in charm, following with amused eyes, disarm. Fingers gesturing to draw you near, facade of the fickle appear. Will one stand upon their waist in their pride and haste, oblivious to all they've done, never knowing they haven't won. If I had more time, would things be longer, for skills to grow and become stronger, rather than being in constant haste with the words that must be paced. A smile on the lips, and they all fall towards the sound of a digital siren call. Of the lonely who know not love, as they now go and push and shove. All the worries that begin to creep, keeping us up, preventing our sleep, of things done earlier that day, wondering if there was another way. To those who come across, I will not lie on this volume and what to take, even though you may not ask why. It's all meant to be a simple break. Because the next volumes are going to have new styles, new things, new everything. This is but a reprieve in the grand scheme of things before things start getting crazier in future volumes. How do the soldiers tear down the city with a sword or with pity? And what of the poet or king? Was it by songs to sing when the words they bring? How, oh how do they bring the city down to make them so revered and renowned? You may have failed, but that's no reason to stop, for how else are you going to make it to the top? So pick yourselves off the ground and go at it again with another round. A race against time before the day's end, to reach it by the hour and send the work you set out to do, even when others have no clue. Words like lightning seep to the bone, into the bone, to claim the pen and make it your own, all while in a moment of an electric spark within the night and dark. Is the monster under the bed haunted by the monster on the bed unwanted? Do they know of the other's fear when words could make things clear? Time changes all things, so we adapt, even in an oblivious awareness as we napped. And so I woke, being the only one around, as I wandered around the forest ground. Talking to birds to know where all have gone, and to where they've all been drawn. Learned of the people's forest of light and stone, while I was left sleeping on my own. So I went on to the edge so I could see whatever the reason could simply be, for the fate to change and go to the cities that never sleep in their light show. The forest of green or the forest of gray, what day when there's no one to play? And so I changed and made my way down as a lady in a beautiful, enchanting red gown. Everyone is always in a rush, never slowing down to hear a silent hush, almost as if it's become a fear of hidden things that dwell near. Give me a glass of your desire, as we talk of all things and by the hearth's fire, of the time when you were but a queen, now a shadow of what you once had been. There's no need for me to chastise. I simply come to listen and offer words of the wise. They say there is a dark side of the moon, where strange things go commune. Yet the only thing strange is your eyes and the slit between that reflects the eyes. Shouldn't that be skies? The slit between that reflects the skies. That should be skies. A man in his hubris challenged for a game to win, to the divine for a soul to draw in, from a simple act of his desperation for the sake of his vindication. The divine, like The divine, like treating a child, rambling about, acting wild, agreed to the game. Jacob would never be the same. Through the wrestle he would cling on, through the night until the break of dawn. A hand was placed upon hip and bone, before gifted a new name in which to be known. For a simple blessing he did fight, all through the starry night, for he knew he must succeed to be given the grace he would need. I would like to befriend a raven or crow, as a gift of treasure and what they know. I would like to befriend a raven or crow, a gift of treasures and what they know, for they are not the omens people see, but they know where the omens could be. Peace be still, a message and will, for blessings to come fill, a moment of grace through goodwill. Time is what we go and make it, while others go to relax and sit, although to them I cannot blame, for we have all done the same. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. How far would one willingly go before their endurance begins to show, for the goals they wish to attain and the dreams they wish to gain? Excuse the moment of mirth for what it is all worth, for those who say they try in the same breath as they lie. Like Chaucer, a weapon of poetry, as he mocked what he saw and heard. A message made ever so clear in irony, and all the emotions that would be stirred. There are things of which are too far down, with what to do with the future crown. For it is in the moment I stand, to release all from the head out to the hand. Should there be a dance to bring, may I ask for a waltz or West Coast swing, of the two that I hold near and dear, and would love to learn without social fear. Those are my two favorite dances, by the way, the waltz and the West Coast swing. Though the tango is getting up there for different reasons, different, more passionate reasons. The tango is definitely getting up there. I don't know if I personally would go and learn the tango, but the West Coast swing and the waltz, definitely. Learn my pattern, learn my way, to plant a kiss at end of day, with arms like silk that move around before shivering to your siren sound. Wrapped around your finger as I think you know, with things you down and the acts you show. To know my weakness when you insist, lost in your arms, never be able to resist. Who am I to you that this would be done, like a game that was played and won? How did I become a target for a cat as a toy, behind seductive smiles, oh so sly and coy? If this is how it must be, I shall not fight to attain the pleasures and desires in our sight. For what is such a wonderful life, to end up with such a seductive wife? I want somebody who's extroverted and assertive, because I certainly am not either of those things. What do you fight for when you stand in war? Do you fight for the land and glory, while for others to write in your story? There is a stillness in the air, full of peace and care. If only one would stop to hear how they'd like all are held dear. If you were ethereal, what stories would they tell? Of the place you've lived and then fell? Would it be one of tears and lament, of a time lived and a time well spent? A glass of pleasure at the end of wine, of hidden sorrow, claiming all is fine, crying to sleep with no one to hold, trying to escape the lies you had been told. Raise a toast and stay a while, pay no attention to the growing body pile. No harm will come if you never leave. This a promise you must believe. So basically, live and you die. I mean, leave and you die. Not live and you die. Leave and you die. From the poor to the ones with power, who look on down among the tower, all kept among a fickle line that could break should one so incline. What is the price of your greed among your kind and breed? For what do you desire more, to fill the cup wasted at the door? Some things come as personal test, to see what you can do best. But once we find out and know, what will we do and where will we go? When things were good, we became bored as we opened the chest where conflict was stored. And so with distance now to set apart as hatred grows while seeping into the heart. Oh, the white knights will never obtain the woman they long to attain. And so in their delusion they defend and speak, while in their homes and souls they wreak. Cry thunder and let loose the hounds of war, as they run with a mighty howl and roar. With destruction and death in their wake, for in all the souls they'll drag down and take. The rivers flow frozen in place for people to look and face, with all things frozen in the air, to move on closer they would not dare. There are many a thing we do now know, yet in pride to try and show. The answer is that we do not have or understand, all while trying to become a king of the land. How easy is it for them to go reap the people who are but sheep, to guide where they wish them to fall, with the manipulation they cry and call. The knight raised his sword in glory to make a name for himself in a story, for the bard to write and sing the honor that he would go and bring. Okay. Brief pause. Oh, excuse me. What strange things lurk in the woods that would offer their fruit and goods with a smile ever so charming? Surely this isn't alarming. What use is a ring in the hands of a whore who once knew what love was before? But perhaps all is needed is a true chance to change their soul and enhance. A mark of strange insanity is a sickness of obsessive vanity, to attract all the wrong attention that enters into apprehension. I shall carve out a path that must be written for all to read and see, for while lost and aimless in life and all the things they could be. Upon the bridge, the toll of a troll who wanted your chocolate and wanted it all. For this particular one had a tooth so sweet, and demanded such for his tooth to treat. The countdown begins at 10 as things draw closer when we reach the end and then go to a new path ascend. Clash of thunder in the sky, to be loudest as they try, when lightning joins to compete, when it strikes the sky and streets. This is a matter of time, in that there is no crime, to make things quick and short, while building our pillow fort. There was a mighty snowball fight upon the beautiful winter day. It became such a blinding sight, all the white under the sun's ray. What will you go seek in your adventures grand and meek, of all the lessons to learn, to finally gain what you would earn? Would you go in comfort, want to be held dear, as you snuggled with one you want near, or in your loneliness embrace the cold, for you trapped yourself inside and were never bold? What chances will you take in all that you do and make, to elevate them to a place higher, for all to watch and admire? In a smile so wide, to whom you love to confide, to properly love with all your might, while others seethe with jealous sight. Yeah, that's not a problem. That's not an Ascendra. I just wanted to make sure. It didn't seem like one, but gotta make sure. The mountains sing a forgotten song, where the animals travel and belong, hidden between the forest deep, where the magic slumbers and others sleep. Down the sky as they dive, to feel the sense of being alive, while others look in fear, the height that call them near. An end of a breath to relax, 1,000 done in its tracks, all done in the first milestone of a poet writing all alone. That is going to be it for these lengthier videos. There are going to be, of course, more shorts coming up, but The first milestone of 1,000 poems is now out and posted. There's going to be another milestone video set that will be in the future, but now from like here to like next time, if there are longer videos, it's either going to be this one spliced together or it's going to be a teaching video, but more on that video later because it's going to be on an interesting poetic style that you probably haven't heard of. So that will be released sometime within the week. But typically for like these lengthy poem reading videos, like go this long with hundreds in them, or 100 in them, that is going to be it. And I will see you guys next time. Bye.